researchers were hoping to catch visual evidence of UFOs. Instead, they found something quite different. The researchers had chosen a mountainous location north of Monterrey's Cerro de las Mitres for their UFO stakeout. Sometime during the course of this vigil, they recorded something small crossing the sky above the landscape. Witnesses said that an eerie silence had fallen over the mountains in the moments prior to filming. When viewing the footage, it is difficult not to see the classic image of a witch, complete with a pointed hat, stepping off of a nearby mountain peak before gliding through the air. Around 2 minutes, the figure travels above the vegetation in a smooth, even trajectory before continuing onwards in the foreground past the mountain. When the image was analysis of the video seemed to show that the figure might have carried something in its arms. Quick! Someone check for Toto. However, similar analysis also suggests the presence of fraud. One of the most common accusations holds that the so-called witch was actually a dummy pulled along a wire or cable stretching the entire length of the valley. Today, the jury is still out on the authenticity of the May 17, 2006 footage. If it's genuine, it may actually suggest that UFHs indeed exist. If it's a hoax, well, then it is exceptionally well perpetrated. One can only imagine the time, cost, and effort required to string up enough cable to allow for a 2-minute flight to be captured on camera. Although not accompanied by any photographic or video evidence, another incident from the same area just 2 years earlier suggests that maybe a witch or a bruja might indeed haunt the hills of Monterrey. Just a short drive from where the May 17, 2006 footage was taken, a law enforcement officer from Guadalupe, Nuevo Leon, reported an attack by an airborne assailant. Officer Leonardo Samaniego was patrolling the Colonia Valles de la Silla neighborhood early the morning of January 16, 2004. At around 3:15 a.m., he turned down Alamo Street and immediately knew that something was wrong. Something fell from a distant tree, but stopped to hover in the air briefly before landing on the ground. At first, Leonardo thought that it was just a black plastic garbage bag caught in the wind. However, as he approached, the shape turned, and in the full light of his headlights, the police officer was able to make out more details. Leonardo said this: "It was a woman, all dressed in black, that fell from the tree, but she did not touch the ground. She remained floating several feet from the ground. I saw her very well, and then she landed softly on the ground and stood there looking at me. She was trying to cover her face from the lights of the car. I think they were bothering her. I could see 2 big black eyes on her, without eyelids. Her skin was dark brown. She was all dressed in black with a cloak and a cape like a witch, and she seemed very upset by the lights. The figure then leapt into action, closing the distance between itself and Leonardo's squad car in a single second." Leonardo said that the bruja fell upon the windshield and immediately began trying to get inside, clawing at the glass. And Leonardo instinctively threw his vehicle in reverse, trying his best to avoid looking at the horrid creature, and as he did so, he also tried to request backup assistance via radio. But when he reached the end of the street, Leonardo says that he was so overcome with fear, he immediately passed out. Now, Leonardo Samaniego was revived just moments later by several other officers who had arrived on scene. They called an ambulance to assist in their comrade's recovery. Everyone present agreed that Leonardo was clearly in a state of shock. Leonardo shared his story, which naturally led to suspicions that he might have just been hallucinating. However, subsequent tests in the local hospital failed to reveal any psychological condition or overwhelming stress that might have caused such a vision beyond the actual encounter itself. Tests also failed to reveal the presence of drugs or alcohol in Leonardo's system. Now, in the coming weeks, other people in the same neighborhood, including 3 other police officers, would then step forward to claim that they, too, had seen the bruja of Colonia Valles de la Silla. Leonardo Samaniego's sighting would become one of the best documented encounters with an unidentified flying humanoid, eventually covered extensively on the popular television program Monster Quest. Now, the fact that local news dubbed the creature that Leonardo encountered a bruja, or Spanish for witch, speaks to the manner in which UFHs have been thought of over the years. Now, among indigenous populations especially, anything seen flying through the sky is rarely ever thought of as an extraterrestrial craft or creature. Rather, these communities tend to think of unexplained aerial phenomena as solely the domain of spirits, witches, and wizards. Patrick Harper, author of the 2003 book Daemonic Reality, wrote this: "It is widely assumed that because anomalous lights in the sky are interpreted as UFOs, whatever that implies in all westernized areas of the world, this is the most widespread interpretation. But the natural interpretation of such lights in most tribal societies would be witchcraft. It would be hard to find a society which does not hold, or has not at one time, held a belief in witches." Harper then goes on to cite some of the people of Western Kenya who see lights in the sky and blame them on witches rising and lowering the lids of the covered fire pots which they carry with them on their treks through the forest and across the sky. Similar beliefs are equally prevalent in Latin America, a fact that might account for the enormous influx of UFH sightings in this part of the world. For example, La Lechuza is a witch from Mexican folklore who has the ability to transform into a gigantic, hideous owl. Cryptozoologist Ken Gerhard, who devoted an entire book to flying humanoids in 2013, has collected numerous Lechuza stories well over the years. Ken wrote this: "One San Antonio resident related to me that his parents had told him Lechuza was a bird with an ugly woman's head, and that if you hear her scream, you will die within the year. An older Mexican gentleman explained to me that a scary black bird, like an eagle, had been shot near the village where he grew up, and it was said that when the body was recovered, it had transformed into a woman who was widely known to be a witch by the locals." Of course, witches have little place in the minds of UFOologists who, despite believing some kooky things themselves, more often than not claim to approach topics like UFHs from a more scientific perspective. To the ufological mind, sightings of human-shaped things in the sky, like the 2015 Sequoia Park footage, represent not paranormal magicians, but rather visitors from another world. Ken addresses this in his book as well, writing, "I find the link to UFOs most compelling, particularly when we contemplate the ancient accounts of airborne gods from the heavens that are prevalent in so many cultures. The multitude of flying humanoid episodes seems to be accompanied by UFO activity. Point Pleasant was flooded with lights in the sky during Mothman's primary reign. Houston's Batman was seemingly spirited away by a torpedo-shaped object, and aeronauts were hovering around the skies of Washington State and Mexico following major UFO flaps. For prognosticators or extraterrestrial conspiracies, this seems like a slam dunk. Our flying humanoids are merely visitors from another world, and their historical presence here is far beyond the realm of human comprehension. However, few people seriously entertain the idea that human-like entities travel our skyways. Skeptics correctly point out that a vast number of other things can be found in the air nowadays. Balloons and drones must surely account for at least some, if most, unidentified flying humanoid sightings. This is before we even acknowledge the presence of undisclosed military technology, or, of all things, jetpacks. What was once the domain of science fiction has become a reality in recent years. In fact, one might easily map the explosion of UFH sightings onto the rise of commercially available jetpacks, which really took off, pardon the pun, sometime around 2005. Now, since then, more and more models have begun to appear in all shapes and sizes. Some are even available for purchase. If, you have a spare $400,000 lying around, you can pick up your very own jetpack aviation speeder model. But wait, there's more. Because of how new this technology is, no federal regulation specifically oversees the use of jetpacks. Just stick to the same rules you would when flying a drone, and you'll be legally allowed to fly wherever you want. This isn't to say that the UFH sightings are mundane. Some might constitute genuine anomalies, but combine the fact that this technology is available with the number of UFH sightings that seem to show someone in a jetpack, and it stands to reason that sometimes that's all it is. An airborne daredevil with too much money burning a hole in his or her pocket. But what about the footage recorded in Sequoia Park on August 9th, 2015? Is this just yet another jetpacker, or is something else going on? If we can't answer the unidentified flying humanoid phenomenon as a whole, maybe we can get to the bottom of this one story. Now, as mentioned earlier, the Sequoia Park footage was uploaded to a YouTube channel operated by the UFO Field Research Organization. Well, that name sounds especially official. The group seems to be primarily run by Fausto Perez. The channel is quite old, and the very first videos Fausto uploaded were in 2006. Most of the earliest videos show pet reptiles, pet birds, and snapshots of home life. It doesn't look like Fausto's first UFO video appears until 2013. The Sequoia Park footage is by far the channel's most popular upload, with nearly 1 million views. The question then is whether or not the UFO Field Research Organization is even legitimate. Some people may look through the channel's catalog, which includes such gems as Hillary Clinton buys sex toys and HIV oranges, and automatically assume that the channel is not credible. Now, the more concerning thing about the channel is Fausto's source of inspiration, the YouTube channel Third Phase of Moon. Now, several websites online assert that Fausto was inspired by these videos, and Fausto's own channel claims that he was taught how to summon UFOs by Robert Bingham, who learned about through Third Phase of Moon. The Third Phase of Moon is widely regarded, even among ufologists, as a hoax channel. This reputation seems to have rubbed off on Fausto to some degree. In fact, the website UFO Theater lists Fausto Perez as one of several YouTube channels and websites producing and promoting UFO hoaxes. Their entry reads this: Fausto Perez, another balloon show in which light reflective inflatables of various shapes drift lazily across the sky. The hook for this channel seems to be the coverage of people's live reactions to the balloons as they're being taped. Now, as for the 3 individuals who recorded the flying humanoid at event, Yasmin Joyner, Jonathan Castro, and Jay Hans Lee, little about them is easily found online, so let's be charitable here. Now, let's not assume the 3 videographers were hoaxers. They were just along for whatever happened that day in August. Let's not criticize Fausto's affinity for Third Phase of Moon. Inspiration doesn't mean association. Let's not say it's silly to summon UFOs. After all, some groups claim to obtain great results using these techniques. Let's not assume a hoax when simple misidentification might have been at play. I mean, was there anything else in the sky on August 9th, 2015 that might account for the footage taken in Sequoia Park? Now, a possible answer would not come until over 2 months later, because a video uploaded on October 25th, 2015 shows a fun little experiment carried out by some faces that might be familiar to you today. Good old Nico Puringer and Sam Gorski of the popular YouTube channel Corridor Crew. Now, the 2015 video was uploaded by Node, a channel primarily focused on gaming, which Nico and Sam are associated with. Now, in their fun little experiment, they decided to kick a Mylar Star Wars Stormtrooper balloon in the crotch. The balloon appears almost life-size. Similar Stormtrooper balloons stand about 70 inches tall, just short of 6 feet. They got the footage that they wanted, but the impact to the stormtrooper's crotch sent the weights flying. The stormtrooper took off into the air and soon was out of range of the BB gun, and the balloon went flying and flying off into the clear blue California sky, never to be seen again. Or was it? The stormtrooper is a close match for the figure filmed in the Sequoia Park footage. The apparent seams at the joints, the visor, the distinct helmet, the shiny surface, I mean, it's almost a perfect match. If the 2 locations are close to each other, perhaps the UFO watchers simply saw the aftermath of Node's prank. Now, if you watch the stormtrooper balloon video carefully, an address appears around 35 seconds in. 2458 Hunter Street, Los Angeles. Google Street View confirms that this is indeed the location where Node shot their video. Using Google Maps, you can see that Sequoia Park in Monterey Park is only 15 minutes away, a straight shot of just 5.28 miles to the northeast. If we reasonably assume that the wind was blowing west to east, this would bring the Stormtrooper balloon well into view for Fausto Perez and his UFO research organization to film. The only problem with the Stormtrooper balloon explanation is the upload date. It was released 77 days after the Sequoia Park footage was recorded. Now, this might mean that Node's experiment took place after the footage of the flying humanoid, but at the same time, it might also indicate that the Stormtrooper balloon video was recorded on August 9th, but not fully edited and uploaded until October. This detail might seem small, but is far from inconsequential. It provides believers a little room to entertain the possibility that the Sequoia Park footage actually shows a visitor from another world tracing through Earth's atmosphere. And who knows, that might be the case in a few rare examples. There have been tons of unidentified flying humanoid sightings in recent years, and there are few indications that the trend will let up anytime soon. There isn't any single answer to the UFH question, though. People are likely to see a wide variety of things, from balloons to drones to people in jetpacks to outright...
Pretty sure I've competed in like only one race in my entire life, and there was like a million different competitors. Yeah, I competed, but though it would makes went to be an 100 of America gotta ain't gonna be and most stupid
and was caught on camera for all to see, or is this really a strange, unidentified humanoid figure drifting through the sky, ready for its 15 minutes of fame? I'll let you decide this mystery. And if you guys enjoyed today's episode, be sure to go ahead and smack that like and subscribe button for more content just like this, and especially this Real or Hoax series. As always, I love you all, keep an open mind, and I'll catch you guys all in the very next video.
Fuck. Ooh, my finger. Pentagon UFO chief says alien mothership in our solar system is possible. There is a possibility that extraterrestrial motherships and smaller probes may be visiting planets in our solar system, the head of the Pentagon Unidentified Aerial Phenomenon Research Office noted in a report draft shared Tuesday. An artificial interstellar object could potentially be a parent craft that releases many small probes during its close passage to Earth, an operational construct not too dissimilar from NASA missions, Sean Kirkpatrick, director of the Pentagon's All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, wrote in a research report co-authored by Abraham Loeb, chairman of Harvard University's Astronomy Department. Kirkpatrick, who was appointed as director of the AARO when it was founded in July 2022, previously served as the chief scientist at the Defense Intelligence Agency's Missile and Space Intelligence Center. The AARO was established to investigate unidentified objects of interest around military installations, according to a Pentagon press release. Loeb, on the other hand, gained notoriety when he proposed our galaxy uh, had been traversed by its first visitor from outer space in October of 2017. At that time, the Pan-STARRS telescope in Hawaii detected an object moving through our solar system at a speed that caused some scientists to suggest it was from another galaxy. The object's orbit also hinted as at other forces besides the sun's gravitational pull influencing its movement. Scientists dubbed the object, I hate saying this word, Umau, the Hawaiian term for scout, which Kirkpatrick and Loeb offer in their research paper as an example of a possible mothership with probe capabilities. With proper design, these tiny probes would reach the Earth or other solar system planets for exploration as the parent craft passes by within a fraction of the Earth-Sun separation, just like Umau did. The authors explained. Astronomers would not be able to notice the spray of many probes because they do not reflect enough sunlight for existing survey telescopes to notice them. The research paper, titled Physical Constraints on Unidentified Aerial Phenomenon, comes following a month of intense scrutiny of unidentified flying objects, a stirring trend ignited when a Chinese spy balloon captivated the nation by drifting across U.S. airspace. 3 additional unidentified objects were subsequently found. On February 16th, Senators Marco Rubio and 12 other senators sent a letter to Deputy Secretary of Defense Kathleen Hicks and Deputy Director of National Intelligence Stacey Dixon calling for full funding for the AARO. The Biden administration's previous funding request for fiscal year 2023 failed to fund anything beyond the office's basic operating expenses, the lawmakers argued. This is crazy. Somebody at the Pentagon saying the motherships could be flying by and just sending out probes around our solar system to check on us from time to time. What if this is all the old tech? What if this is the stuff that the aliens sent a long time ago? That isn't even the stuff that we really need to deal with presently. Or we do need to deal with it presently, but we also have other technologies invading our airspaces that are more current for the aliens, the otherworlders, whatever they are. AARO provides the opportunity to integrate and resolve threats and hazards to the U.S., while also offering increased transparency to the American people and reducing the stigma, the lawmakers' letter stated. AARO's success will depend on robust funding for its activities and cooperation between the Department of Defense and the intelligence community. This is crazy. Are they fucking being for real? Like, they really mean that shit, huh?
wonderful person, this is Anton, and today we're going to be discussing yet another unusual discovery from really far away of an unusual galaxy that seems to actually, instead of creating more unusual mysteries and problems, potentially present very important resolutions to several mysteries at once. Because for the first time ever, the scientists have actually detected a very intriguing galaxy in the extremely early universe that possesses important properties which may potentially explain why so many unusual galaxies have been discovered by the James Webb in the last few months. But before we talk about the discovery, let's briefly go through some of these discoveries from the James Webb that created a few concerns for the modern science. And actually one of them we've talked about extremely recently, the 6 discovered galaxies that you see in this image, which seem to possess properties indicating that these were massive galaxies, well-developed galaxies, but galaxies that existed approximately 700 million years after the beginning of the universe. And so how such massive and such developed galaxies could have formed so early on in the universe is of course not something a lot of scientists can answer right now. But the other mystery is of course in regards to black holes, specifically supermassive and ultramassive black holes that have been detected in the last few years. And that's because most modern theories cannot physically explain how such massive black holes could have formed and grow so fast in order to acquire billions of solar masses in a period of just a few billion years. And some of these massive black holes have even been discovered really far away, with certain explanations even suggesting that maybe these black holes have actually existed right at the beginning of the universe and were already very massive even as the universe just began. These are so-called primordial black holes, with more exotic alternative explanations even suggesting that, well, maybe the universe never really had a beginning, and maybe all this is just a sign that the universe was always there and has never really expanded anywhere. This is known as the steady state model of cosmology, and in one of the videos in the description, I briefly discuss why this particular idea doesn't actually make sense anymore based on all of the observations. But the massive black holes, the existence of relatively well-developed galaxies early on, or even an extremely recent discovery of yet another galaxy that existed about 1.4 billion years after the formation of the universe, but was already relatively high in metallicity comparable to our own sun, or basically suggesting that it was already extremely complex chemically, all of this together creates a bit of a problem. With the problem being that the modern observations seem to contradict previous predictions, and specifically the predictions based on various simulations. It looks like stars, galaxies, and black holes seem to somehow grow and develop much faster than anyone ever predicted. And so for the past few months, a lot of scientists have been actually struggling to explain all of this, and specifically because of discoveries like this. The detection of these objects definitively shows that the early universe was way more mysterious than anyone ever thought. But on top of all of these discoveries, the scientists have also been making other discoveries of other unusual galaxies, some of which have only been identified relatively recently. For example, in one of the videos in the description, we've also discussed the detection of so-called red spirals, the galaxies that are very rare in the local universe, but seem to be very common early on. We don't really know much about them just yet, but their presence in early universe implies, of course, that early galaxies were just very different from anything we have today. Similar conclusions can be made from the detection of so-called green pea galaxies, the relatively rare type of galaxies that were only discovered about 10 years ago, which were also much more common in the first billion years of the existence of the universe. And of course, which once again suggests that in order to answer all of these mysteries of supermassive black holes or well-developed galaxies early on, we kind of have to make an assumption that the first billion years of the universe was actually filled with a lot of different galaxies and different objects that we still do not really understand, or to some extent cannot even imagine. And that sort of takes us to this new discovery. A discovery of a very distant galaxy that potentially might resemble something like this, but not necessarily exactly like this, representing what seems to be the most powerful and the most active starburst galaxy that has ever been discovered. But more importantly, a very difficult to detect starburst galaxy, once again discovered pretty much by accident. And a galaxy that sort of resembles this, as seen by ALMA, the radio observatory located in Chile, because for the most part this galaxy would be invisible in a lot of other frequencies. And that's because it's not really like this at all. It doesn't resemble any of the typical galaxies we usually see around us. Instead, it seems to be some kind of a very large, extremely active, dusty blob with something very powerful in the middle, but also huge amounts of stars generated within the dust. And so maybe to some extent it would resemble a kind of a extremely large nebula. But in this case, a nebula that's also very difficult to see. But within this nebula, the star formation seems to be approximately 1,000 times higher than inside the Milky Way galaxy. Because there's over a billion solar masses of dust inside of this galaxy, it seems to be able to produce huge amounts of stars very quickly, and will thus most likely lead to an extremely developed galaxy within just a few 100 million years. Or in other words, it's basically a galaxy that's being developed super quickly and is producing huge amounts of stars and huge amounts of energy. But on top of this, there are also signs of a very large, growing supermassive black hole in the center. A black hole that's producing its own light, but a black hole that's actually kind of difficult to see because of all of this dust.
Yeah.
And this black hole already represents some kind of a novel discovery, a new type of a primordial black hole that seems to be entirely hidden by dust. And normally detecting a very bright black hole at this distance would qualify it as a type of a quasar or a blazar, essentially an object whose jet we can see from really far away. But these objects are never really covered by dust, which is why we can see them. Here, however, the dust makes the black hole almost invisible, with the jet only visible because it's able to go through some of this dust, creates a bit of emissions on the side. But comparing this to some of the modern galaxies, including various Star Wars galaxies like the antenna that you see right here, they do generally seem to have very similar properties. A lot of Star Wars activity, and of course a black hole somewhere in the middle producing a lot of light. The only difference is that these galaxies are not even close to being as active as the one detected in the early universe. The star formation in this galaxy is at least 10 times higher than in a typical starburst, and the black hole is a lot more active as well. But apart from this, there's also a very important statistical observation. This galaxy was discovered in a very small patch of night sky, 1/10 of an area of the full moon, which actually implies that there could be thousands, if not more, of similar sources all over the early universe. And that would be way more than quasars, and would be enough to explain how so many massive black holes were formed early on, but also how certain galaxies developed so quickly. But because these are essentially shrouded in dust and are so difficult to see, that's basically why the scientists have not seen them up until now. In the local universe, these are very easily visible, and are generally some of the brightest objects in the night skies, but at these distances, it seems that you can only detect them in certain frequencies. And so the direct observation of these objects can actually provide us with a lot of potential answers to a lot of potential problems of modern cosmology. Although comparing this galaxy to some of the local galaxies, such as Zwicky 296, another starburst galaxy with very similar features, would help the scientists figure out how these early starburst galaxies were different from the ones much closer to us. And so even though nobody expected to find this object in the early universe, it was technically proposed as a potential explanation, solving the mysteries of massive black holes, and of course solving the mysteries of well-developed galaxies in the early universe, implying that this right here could finally explain the detection of so many strange galaxies by the James Webb Space Telescope, with the study itself, as always, in the description below. And so discovering more of these similar objects would very likely help us to explain a lot more. For all we know, the early universe was actually filled with these objects, and many of them, as they developed, may have been responsible for all of these detections that at the moment are otherwise somewhat difficult to explain. But we'll probably be talking more about this in some of the future videos once the scientists have some additional explanations or additional discoveries. Until then, thanks for watching. Check out all the links in the description below, including other relevant videos. Maybe support this channel on Patreon by joining channel membership or by buying the wonderful person t-shirt you can find in the description. Stay wonderful, I'll see you tomorrow, and as always, bye bye.
Clyde, can I talk to you? Sure, bro. Look, I'm kind of having a hard time with my girlfriend, and you seem to know a lot about this stuff. A lot about what stuff? Well, like, how are you so good at knowing what to text baby? Chat GPT, dude.
South Park, all new Wednesday at 10 on Comedy Central.
Microsoft will launch ChatGPT 4 with AI videos next week. ChatGPT has been inescapable in recent months, and it looks like Microsoft is about to upgrade the AI tool with an update that could thrust it into the spotlight once again. That's because the company is set to launch ChatGPT 4 as early as next week, and it will potentially let you create AI-generated videos from simple text prompts. The news was revealed by Andreas Braun, Chief Technology Officer at Microsoft Germany, at a recent event titled AI in Focus Digital Kickoff. According to Braun, we will introduce GPT-4 next week. We will have multimodal models that will offer completely different possibilities, for example, videos. GPT-4 is the underlying large language model technology that powers apps like ChatGPT. Right now, ChatGPT can only reply in text form, but it looks like the imminent update will change all of that. ChatGPT won't be the first tool to output AI-created videos. In 2022, Facebook owner Meta launched Make a Video, which creates realistic videos based on short text prompts. By the sound of it, the next version of ChatGPT might be able to do something similar. At the event, Microsoft explained that GPT-4 would be multimodal. Holger Ken, Director of Business Strategy at Microsoft Germany, explained that this would allow the company's AI to translate a user's text into images, music, and video. Microsoft gave an example of how a call center could use GPT-4 to automatically convert phone conversations between employees and customers into text, which would save huge amounts of time and effort that would previously be expended on summarizing those calls after they finish. Despite the huge interest and waiting lists, Microsoft didn't touch on its integration of ChatGPT into its Bing web browser. Given all the recent controversy this has been generating, perhaps the company felt it was too much of a touchy subject. Regardless, with GPT-4 apparently launching as soon as next week, we might not have long to wait before we see what the next version of ChatGPT is capable of, and whether Microsoft can fix any of the lingering problems it's been having with its AI assistant. Interesting. Very interesting, huh? Yeah, we might have multimodal support.
Advancements in artificial intelligence have been rapidly picking up steam lately. Just over the past few months alone, the release of a chatbot seems to have shaken up the world on many levels, offering at the same time exciting new opportunities while also raising some potential red flags. AI technology seems to threaten the business model of higher education all over the world, as students have quickly learned to take AI-powered shortcuts in doing their homework. It has also begun to shake up creative industries, with large brands even cutting staff, already replacing humans with AI to write their content. So while the potential to automate
and improve efficiency is undeniable, the rapid growth in artificial intelligence is raising important ethical questions, such as that of job displacement or the disruption of the academic experience. In this video, we will explore the world of ChatGPT, the technology that has turned the world upside down and has only just shown us a fraction of how our lives are about to change in the years and decades to come. And if any of this scares you, you can get ahead of the curve by learning the ins and outs of artificial intelligence the easy way with Brilliant.org, which also happens to be the sponsor of this video. Brilliant has thousands of lessons from foundational and advanced math to logic, astrophysics, neural networks, and more, with new lessons being added each month. When you sign up, they ask you a few questions about your current level of understanding of a few topics, and then they cater the lessons specifically to your needs. So as soon as you start the interactive challenges and puzzles, you will start learning before you even realize it. It's genuinely fun and exciting. I was already casually using their service before they decided to support the channel. And especially with its short daily challenges, Brilliant is a great way for casual users like myself to expand their knowledge and their mind. You can try Brilliant for yourself completely free for a full 30 days by visiting brilliant.org/AndreiTserba, that's AndreiTerBea, or by clicking the link down in the description. The first 200 of you will get 20% off Brilliant's annual premium subscription if you choose to continue once the free period has ended. A big thank you to Brilliant for sponsoring us. Now let's get back into the video. ChatGPT is a computer program that launched in November of 2022, where you're basically having a sort of WhatsApp conversation with a robot that holds what feels like every piece of information that has ever existed, excluding everything after 2021 technically. But it can summarize books, it can rephrase your writing, write poetry, or it can explain quantum mechanics in a way that even a 5-year-old could understand. The GPT stands for Generative Pre-trained Transformer, which essentially means that it was trained on a large data set of text and can generate new responses based on what it has learned thus far. I asked ChatGPT, for example, to write a poem about Wilfur, and here's what it came up with.
Wilfur the gander, with feathers so fine, soaring through skies, a majestic design. With honks so loud and a wingspan so wide, he glides through the clouds with grace and with pride. Wilfur the gander, strong and so true, a symbol of freedom, a sight to pursue. Through fields and forests he'll lead the way, with a spirit so wild he'll never sway. Here's to Wilfur, our feathered friend. May his journey never come to an end. With skies so wide and a heart so pure, he'll always be remembered, forevermore.
Keep in mind, this was written by a robot in about 3 seconds without requiring any context whatsoever. And it gets a whole lot more interesting than this. One of ChatGPT's strong points is that it's capable of summarizing and reinterpreting text. You can ask it to break down Shakespeare's works in a 10-page essay or write a dissertation on the parallels between ancient mythology and the Marvel Cinematic Universe. This has obviously given students an insanely powerful tool to trick the academic system. Linguist and Professor Emerita of Linguistics Naomi Barron has praised ChatGPT for how good it is at writing. She states that, and I quote, "It's better than most of the writing that I've gotten from students over the decades." No wonder, then, that these students are rushing to use the chatbot in their assignments. Writing coach Peter Laffin has stated in an interview that ChatGPT has the capacity to blow up our entire writing education curriculum. The more easily available this is for younger students, the more problems this will create. He concluded by saying, "We may have to rethink education from the ground up." ChatGPT has even been banned in certain schools all across the globe, from the US to Australia, from France to India, and many other countries in between. But while they can certainly try to block it all they want, you can only keep AI at bay for so long. The fact that it has caused so much uproar in schools and universities only exposes how superficial and outdated the education system is. I know from back when I was in school that there was a disproportionate focus on writing length and hitting certain keywords, churning out text rather than fostering critical thinking and encouraging students to use their imagination. And as long as the curriculum is broken, the use of AI will only expose its weak points. So perhaps ChatGPT might actually cause a positive change in this field. Now, in the same way AI has impacted education, another industry where this tool is already making ripple effects is entertainment. Among companies that publish content online, whether it be on blogs, YouTube channels, even Twitter accounts, we can already see a rush to arms by those who see the potential. For example, BuzzFeed has laid off about 180 people, roughly 12% of their total workforce. Their CEO, Jonah Peretti, has come out and said that, and I quote, "In 2023, you'll see AI-inspired content move from a research and development stage to part of our core business, enhancing the quiz experience, informing our brainstorming, and personalizing our content for our audience. Even sitcoms may never be the same. A Twitch channel called Watch Me Forever recently came up with an unconventional concept, a spoof of the popular 90s sitcom Seinfeld, written and created by AI that ran non-stop 24/7, generating an endless stream of new jokes that never repeated. The experiment, however, was pretty short-lived, as Twitch banned the channel when the characters started making offensive jokes. Despite the clunky execution, though, the potential of such a concept is undeniably remarkable. So you may be asking, okay, are we just doomed? If AI is so powerful already, what hope do we have of ever landing a job in this market? And you would be equally correct and mistaken, because while ChatGPT can certainly do a lot, it also has its limitations. In fact, I'm actually using ChatGPT myself to structure certain ideas for parts of this video, but it's still me who has to inform, rephrase, correct, rearrange, and sort through all of the output that it generates. Assuming you could just say, hey, ChatGPT, write me a script for a YouTube video, and just record it and hit publish is very naive. Think of this chatbot as a very competent personal assistant. It does more or less anything you ask it to, but you still have to know what to ask and how to use the information it gives you. One thing that experts seem to agree on is that AI will not be able to fully become creative anytime soon, as in to generate entirely original ideas out of nothing without human input. I firmly believe that in a world that will get massively disrupted by artificial intelligence across all industries, the way to maintain your relevance on the market is to foster creativity. If you retain a creative mentality and learn to use AI to boost your productivity, you will become irreplaceable. But I'm curious to hear what you guys think. Have you tried using ChatGPT yet? Has it impacted your experience in any way? Whether at school, at work, or simply for fun in your free time? Let me know in the comments down below. And if you want to learn more about how machine learning works, click up here to watch a previous video that I did that goes more in depth on this topic. In 2011, IBM's own computer system named Watson competed on the popular quiz show Jeopardy, winning the first place prize of $1 million. And in 2016, Google's AlphaGo computer won against Go champion Lee Sedol after beating him 4 out of 5 times. In the meantime, thanks for watching, and we'll see you again very soon.
Where's the verb?
EFPTOZ.
What are you doing?
Testing my doubler vision.
Doubler vision.
So I don't miss the doubler message on my daily games tickets.
For a limited time, Michigan Lottery is printing doubler messages on random daily 3 and 4 Fox and two-way tickets. If your winning ticket has it, you double your prize winnings.
Damn.
You can play at this game.
Don't miss daily 3 and 4 doubler days from the Michigan Lottery. For a limited time this month, knowing your limits is always the best bet.
I think is unimaginable and is ineffable, the soul, and it cannot be created by any algorithm. It is just something that it exists in all of us. And to lose that because books and movies and music is being written by machines that we created and now we're letting them run with, that terrifies me.
It's possible it won't be serving mankind.
It'll be the Twilight Zone to serve man. It'll turn out to be a cookbook. And we're on the menu.
Hey, you ready for a hacker story? Well, I don't.
Of neuroscience is to build an elegant yet comprehensive theory describing the general roles of the nervous system. Something similar to what a set of Maxwell equations was to electromagnetism. In this video, we are going to talk about the critical brain hypothesis, a theory which has been getting a lot of attention and experimental evidence in recent years. It states that networks of neurons operate near a phase transition. It is a special, critical state, similar to when water molecules coexist in liquid and gaseous phases. But what does it even mean for the brain to undergo a phase transition? There are surely no melting and boiling, right? In what way is this critical point, whatever it is, important to neural information processing? All of that and more coming right up. To understand the concept of criticality, let's begin with the notion of phase transitions. And one such transition that is probably very intuitive to you is when liquid turns into gas. Consider a pot of water on a hot.
The Garden of Eden is found through the North Pole, at the center of the plain Earth.
What's up, everyone? So, this is a 15th century map of the North Pole, drawn by Mercator. And what's interesting about this map is that it is made in accordance to what the Bible says about the Garden of Eden. And
for more on the latest offensive overnight, Russia into Ukraine, I want to bring in former Weapons Inspector Scott Ritter, a former U.S. Marine, who's been watching this very, very closely over the past 24 hours. And Scott, there's a couple of big moving pieces on this, right? We hear from NATO that it looks like Bakhmut is about to fall. And also want to get your perspective on the use of the aircraft to hit these targets. That was something that you were wondering about for many, many months. When would we see the ramping up of aircraft be striking these targets? So first,
if you go looking for studies of 2001: A Space Odyssey, either through a search engine or here on YouTube or elsewhere, or even in academic papers, you tend to get stuff that is either by establishment film critics or movie professors in colleges and universities, or you get the corporate-funded movie trivia channels here on YouTube. But across the board there, you tend to get pretty much the same story everywhere you go. And that is that the monolith in the movie is basically an alien artifact which arrives on Earth and helps the apes to evolve, and then it's placed on the moon, it's buried on the moon, so that when man has evolved far enough to get to the moon and can dig up and find that monolith, then he's ready for the next step of evolution, and blah, 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 blah. That the whole movie is about aliens coming to Earth to help humans evolve. That's the story you get from almost all of the attempts to study this movie. And pretty much it comes from two sources. The first is interviews with Kubrick himself, where he would outline the basic narrative that's pretty obvious in the film. And he did that in 1969 to an author called Joseph Gelmus, a journalist called Joseph Gelmus. And, you know, he outlined the basic plot of the movie there. And then many, many years later, you know, in the last couple of years, an interview clip appeared on YouTube, which is, I think it was a Japanese journalist who spoke to Kubrick over the phone and asked, what's 2001: A Space Odyssey all about? And Kubrick just gave the usual, oh, it's aliens helping man to evolve to the stars. Kubrick basically gave that spiel over the phone again. But in the 1969 interview with Joseph Gelmus, Kubrick very interestingly made some statements that the alien narrative is only the surface level of the movie, that there's a lot more to it. And in fact, he described the alien plot as the film's, quote, simplest level. And he explained that the meanings of the film, which would be highly subjective, would be, I'm trying to remember the exact words here, he said something along the lines that it would have nothing to do with the bare plot of the movie. In fact, I'm pretty sure that's exactly what he said. I'll dig out the quote and I will put it in this video on screen later on. Okay, so you've got this surface narrative that was weaved. Oh, it's aliens helping humans to the star.
Shut up! No one likes you. Shut your mouth! Shut your mouth!
I didn't mean to do that. No, I thought the witch would melt. No, I'm sorry. I apologize. I didn't know the lid was on.
You know what? Because I didn't mean to do that either. If Christy can come after me. Oh my God. You are such a
shooting film. But, and this is where people get
confused.
Mikey Smith, the man who took the temperature.
198. That popped up to 200, 198.
The man who tried to reach the moon with a laser.
Laser, this is what I've been holding back from everybody. I keep telling everybody about this experiment.
And the man who pees in public. Wants to teach us all about how the sun doesn't work on the globe. And as usual with Mikey, he gets it all wrong. Hello all and welcome along to another episode of Flat Earth Friday with me, Simon Dan. Thank you very much for joining me. Before we begin today, a massive thank you to the sponsors of today's video, Raycon. Whether you're looking for a pair of everyday earbuds, low latency gaming headphones, or a speaker with a battery that will last you all night at your next party, Raycon's got you covered. Raycon is premium audio at the perfect price point, so you can build great habits without breaking the bank. And yet, Raycon start around half the price of other premium audio brands. Now, I can actually look forward now to taking the dog for a walk. I do anyway, but I can pop in my Raycons now and just dive into the latest audiobook. And for that, I use Raycon's Pure Sound Profile. Raycon's most refined sound, perfect clarity to hear every single note or word. You can also use Balanced Sound, the most universal and levelled sound profile for all-around performance, warmth and depth. And that's best for most music listeners who like to switch between a variety of music genres. And Bass Sound, Raycon's bass boosted sound. Great for songs with strong beats and a go-to for bass lovers. Raycon's intelligently designed earbuds have been specifically modified through countless design iterations to seamlessly fit the curvature of the human ear, big or small, so they do not hurt after listening for an extended period of time. It's no wonder Raycon everyday earbuds have over 50,000 5-star reviews. Ready to buy something small with a big impact? Well, click my link in the description or go to buyraycon.com/SimonDan to get 15% off your first purchase of Raycons. Right, back to today's video, which as usual is a lesson on flat earth from Mikey Smith. He wants to let us all know that the globe sun theory doesn't really work. Of course it doesn't, Mikey. Of course it doesn't. Let's hear him out, shall we?
Alright guys, we're going to review how the sun works again, one last time. We are told, remember, in school, that the Earth rotates around the sun.
And we are told that because it is an indisputable fact.
Like this, correct? We go around the sun. 6 months later, we are here.
Now, assuming this is a top-down view, then yes, all good so far.
And we make a complete circle around the sun, do we not?
Yes, we orbit the sun once per year. Well, 365 and a quarter days. Kudos to all those that picked that up last time.
That's what we are told. But what shape is this right here, this half shape? As the sun, as we go supposedly around the sun. This is a C shape. So if we were going this way around the sun should be making this kind of shape in the sky.
No, because that's not the only movement that's going on. We also rotate on our axis ourselves, don't we, Mikey? But even if that wasn't the case, Mikey would still be wrong. This is me walking in a circle around a ball in my garden. The ball is staying pretty much in the centre of the frame as I walk around it. No letter C is being made.
It would go from the east, if that was east, southeast, north, and then southwest. We do not see this shape in the sky.
Because we are rotating, Mikey, so we see it rise and set every day because of our rotation. Incidentally, what sort of shape is it making in the sky as it rises and sets throughout the day? They look a lot like seas to me.
What is happening is the sun is rotating around us like this. This is how we visualize and see the sun every day when it rises in the east. This is noon.
CEO in, I think, May of 2022, and since he has become CEO, Norfolk Southern has gone.
Say hello to motionarray.com. You can.
Today we're going to get started with what will be a
Geometric elements of the structures built by ancient humans have been analysed and studied by modern scholars and scientists for several decades. Who shot Randy Marsh?
Everyone is stupid except me.
"2013 was an incredibly big year for gaming.
Hey, Happy Friday. This week Windows gets some...
I have to start today's video with a disclaimer. Don't go to Dudley.
What's up, guys? Jake here on my channel. Climate change! Who's causing it? Is it Bill Gates in his private jet, or is it you moving about your town? Hello there, you 6 million awakening wonders. Thanks for joining me on this voyage towards truth and freedom. Turn on the notification bell and subscribe right now. Today we are talking about Bill Gates on climate change. Some people say, Bill Gates, if you care so much about climate change, why do you keep flying around the world on a jet for all the time? It's like, that's not the problem, that's nothing. We have noticed that generally when laws are implemented around the environment and ecology, they tend to persecute, prosecute and impugn ordinary people, members of the public, the global citizenry, rather than billionaires, rather than big corporations. In short, whenever any new initiative is suggested, it never affects the interests of the powerful, in much the same way the pandemic didn't. During the pandemic, the most powerful people in the world could carry on as normal. Ordinary people lost their businesses, powerful people gained trillions of dollars in wealth. Bill Gates epitomises this trend. I've got no particular thing against Bill Gates, but he does represent a certain mentality. I'll do what I want to do, you do what I want you to do. That's the Bill Gates way. And today, we're going to work out who's contributed more to climate change, you or Bill Gates? Let's see. Bill Gates has shrugged off allegations that he's a hypocrite for climate campaigning while travelling by private jet. In an interview with BBC's Amal Rajan, Gates addressed the accusation by saying he offset his family's carbon footprint and contributes to solutions. Oh, I didn't realise that. Yes, that's cool. Let's have a look.
What do you say to the charge that if you are a climate change campaigner, but you also travel around the world in a private jet, you're a hypocrite?
Well, I by the gold standard of funding climate to do direct air capture that far exceeds my family's carbon footprint. So, should I stay at home and not come to Kenya and learn about farming and malaria?
Yeah. You know how you're just making up a reason for why you should be able to do what you want to do? Everyone feels like that. We all feel like we should be able to do what we want to do, and that we make mistakes and we're not perfect, so we try our best to make it up how we can. And guess what? That's what you do as well. So, in a way, you should stop telling us what to do, shouldn't you?
Anyway, I'm comfortable.
Comfortable with that? I bet you are. 30,000 feet reclining on a beige lazy boy.
With the idea that not only am I not part of the problem by paying for the offsets, but also through the billions that my Breakthrough Energy group is spending, that I'm part of the solution.
You are part of the solution. He's definitely not part of the problem. He isn't part of the problem when he's making massive donations to the media for favourable reporting. He's not part of the problem when he's funding vaccine organisations then getting out just before stock prices drop. He's not part of the problem when he's giving billions to the WHO. He's not part of the problem when the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation is accruing more money than they spend making a not-for-profit organisation, well, you could say profitable. I'm sure Bill Gates has got some explanation. Maybe he's offsetting that profit in some way by helping us in ways that we're too stupid to understand. But on the surface, it looks like Bill Gates does what he wants, then justifies it afterwards. But I must be too stupid to understand what's really going on. Let's delve into it more deeply. According to a study by academics at Lund University, Bill Gates is one of the world's biggest super emitters due to his regular private jet travel. Gates calls private jets his guilty pleasure. Gates has spent a decade investigating the causes and effects of climate change. Last year, he released his book, How to Avoid a Climate Disaster. Why don't you drop copies of that from the sky when you fly by in your private jet? Look, an argument of this nature is one that any affluent or comparatively wealthy person will make justifying their own existence. I recognise that my life involves hypocrisy. It does. It has done. And I suppose the only way to mitigate that is to live in democratic systems where everybody's voice is to some degree heard and where we're not living in a top-down hierarchical structure where powerful, rich, influential people get to implement their ideas from the top, not listen to what ordinary people want, and then just say, oh, I did all this for the best, and overall, when I look at it using my own perspective, I reckon I'm right. You can do that and then claim to be a philanthropist. You can do that and just be what you are, a billionaire going around the world doing what you want. It was later revealed that Gates' company Cascade Investment agreed to team up with Blackstone in a $4.7 billion deal for the world's largest private jet service company, Signature Aviation. It's not just a guilty pleasure then, it's a guilty business venture. Bill Gates epitomises a trend that's much broader. Inequality. Remember, we've just gone through the biggest wealth transfer in history. Remember, in the cost of living crisis, energy companies are making profit. Remember that during a war that seems to somewhat be organised around resources, for example, the Nord Stream 2 gas pipeline, energy companies are doing well while ordinary people are suffering. So it's worth looking at the actions and activities of these powerful individuals and contrasting them with their rhetoric and public personas. Large personal fortunes feed carbon consumption and make a mockery of programs to curb it. At the nexus of consumption and wealth sits luxury carbon. Now, loads of you in the comments, I know, will be talking about the complexity of environmental issues. Some of you will be saying, oh, carbon's not really the issue, and carbon fluctuation and ice ages and epochal events and solar flares and all sorts of stuff. Generally, my feeling is that we should be respectful towards the planet, and in ideological terms, we should be open about our own contributions and our own deficits when it comes to these global kind of issues. You might think climate change is a hoax. You know, I think that we should be respecting the environment. The point here is not that. The point here is they say it's the problem. They say carbon is the problem, and they are the biggest emitters. So either stop doing it or shut up. The richest 1% of the global population have used 2 times as much carbon as the poorest 50% over the last 25 years, according to Oxfam. Billionaires have carbon footprints that can be thousands of times higher than those of average Americans. So that's the billionaire class. Let's look at the corporate world. Notice how these things always come down to measures that inconvenience individuals. You're going to have climate change lockdowns. You're going to be surveyed and measured and biometrically observed. What about billionaires? And what about powerful corporations? Just 100 companies have been the source of more than 70% of the world's greenhouse gas emissions. ExxonMobil, Shell, BP and Chevron are identified as among the highest emitting investor-owned companies since 1988. All have recorded record profits in 22-23. Nearly 24 Democratic lawmakers have personal financial ties to fossil fuel giants, while the households of at least 28 US senators own investments in the fossil fuel industry. But they're saying that it's part of the problem. They're saying it needs to change. Either stop doing it or stop saying it. And now, Bill Gates' favourite excuse, carbon offsets. As stated on the WEF website, the UN's global roadmap sets out milestones the world must reach to achieve net zero emissions by 2050. Also a goal set out at COP26. But net zero is not the same as zero emissions. Oh, I see what they've done. People that can't afford all those expensive offsetting techniques, you're just going to have to stop using energy and sit perfectly still, maybe locked up in your home. Whereas people that can offset it, they can carry on flying around the world, go, oh, I planted a pine tree in Colorado. See ya, motherfucker! Hey, while you're down there, unplug your heating. Whee! I'm flying to St. Lucia. The former simply makes it look like you've achieved the latter through the use of accounting tricks. What the world needs now is accounting tricks. We've fought long and hard, and it's been a difficult time. And what we've got here is this accountancy system where we can carry on doing what we've always done, make you motherfuckers suffer and pay more money through taxes and restrictions, and still carry on making money. I promised myself I wasn't gonna cry. Alright. The beginning bit of the pandemic, it was like really nice. There was about a month where it was like a free holiday, and I thought this is gonna be beautiful. That spirit didn't last that long, did it? You won't get addicted to that. You take it in the jungle. I'm not gonna not get addicted to something because there's a toucan nearby. Oh no! Civilization is coming to an end! Quick, get that astral by 5-6 toilet rolls! There's no way that I will ever queue up outside a supermarket like I fucking did on my little fucking sticker circle. And waited till the person on that sticker had moved along. Then I took my turn nicely, like Twister from Wankers. That clip was from my new special, Brandemic, only available on Locals. You can buy the special for $20 or pay $45 to get both the special and all my Locals content for 1 whole year, including regular online Q&As with me, weekly personalised meditations, a weekly exclusive show that isn't available anywhere else, Stay Connected, the live show behind the show. You can attend podcast recordings live and can post questions for the guests, as well as getting all of the content absolutely ad-free. Special drops on Monday the 13th and is on pre-sale right now. Go to russellbrand.com/tour. Companies can continue polluting as usual while sticking to their net zero pledges as long as they include carbon negative activities on their balance sheet. Many net zero policies rely on purchasing carbon offsets, essentially buying up a load of land in a usually developing country which will supposedly absorb the carbon from other activities. So it's bad on both levels. You'll have to do things to cut your carbon emissions that meaningfully impact your life. They won't have to do anything that affects their luxurious lifestyle. Meanwhile, they'll be buying up great tracts of land, further biasing the economy in their favour, affecting the bloody food chain, ability to distribute stuff. It's just a disaster. Not only are carbon offsets based on some fairly sketchy science, but they are often procured by grabbing land from indigenous communities who have a much better track record as stewards of vital ecosystems than polluting corporations. Anyway, Bill Gates probably hasn't acquired a load of farmland in America. Stop being such a conspiracy theorist. And anyway, even if he is, I bet it ain't off of indigenous people that would be better custodians of the land. Bill Gates is the largest private owner of farmland in the US. Okay, so half of what he's doing is hypocritical. A 2018 purchase of 14,500 acres of prime Eastern Washington farmland, which is traditional Yakima territory, $71 million, helped him get that title. Buying up indigenous people's farmland. I gotta fly back to Washington, tell the indigenous people how to do their farming. We've been doing this for like thousands of years. You're not doing it right. Bye! In total, Gates owns approximately 242,000 acres of farmland with assets totaling more than $690 million. To put that in perspective, it's fucking out of order. To put that in perspective, that's nearly the size of Hong Kong. From 2001 to 2016, the US lost or compromised 2,000 acres of farmland and ranchland every day. That adds up to 11 million acres of farmland that's been paved over, fragmented or developed according to research by American Farmland Trust. If that trend continues, then another 18.4 million acres will be converted between 2016 and 2040, an area nearly the size of South Carolina. But this is just restricted to the giddy whims of one eccentric billionaire. The Dutch government is offering to buy out up to 3,000 pink polluter farms, saying farmers will be offered more than 100% of the value of their farms to quit. For the first time, the government has said that forced buyouts will follow next year if the voluntary measures fail. Would you like to sell us your farm? No, not really. We are farming here. Oh, let us put it another way. We're buying your fucking farm. If these Dutch farms are being necessarily foreclosed because of emission-causing pesticides, then Bill Gates, the epitome of the solution, as he calls himself, must be very responsible when it comes to emission-causing pesticides. Otherwise, things would either be bullshit or hypocrisy or possibly both. In his book on how to avoid a climate disaster, Gates discusses his plans to model African food systems upon India's Green Revolution, in which a plant scientist increased crop yields and saved 1 billion lives, according to Gates. The obstacle to implementing a similar overhaul in Africa, he asserts, is that most farmers in poor countries don't have the financial means to buy fertilisers. He doesn't consider many obvious aspects of the hunger crisis, just as he skips crucial elements of the climate debate. Gates fails to mention, for example, that hunger is largely due to poverty and inequality, not scarcity. And he seems unaware that the decades-long Green Revolution push for industrial agriculture in India has left a harsh legacy of harm for both the ecosystem and smallholder farmers who have been protesting in the streets since last year. Have you not seen the great successes in India? What about all of the harms and the protests in the streets? I don't see them. I'm at 30,000 feet, relaxing. No amount of tinkering on the marketing end will fix a fundamentally warped and unsustainable production model, writes Aniket Aga. This model, which moves farmers towards ever larger and less diverse farming operations that rely on pesticides and climate-harming chemical fertilisers, is one the Gates Foundation has been promoting in Africa for 15 years over the opposition of African food movements who say the foundation is pushing the priorities of multinational agribusiness corporations to the detriment of their communities. That doesn't sound like Bill Gates. Pushing the priorities of multinational agribusiness corporations to the detriment of the communities, or pushing perhaps other profit-driven ideologies and claiming that it's for the benefit of everyone. No, that doesn't sound right at all. Bill Gates is clearly some kind of alchemist then, who's able to turn stuff that for the rest of us is a big problem into some kind of ideological environmental goal. When you cause emissions, that's a problem, and it has to be stopped, and you must be punished. But when Bill Gates and the billionaire elite class do it 1,000 times more seriously, that's no problem at all. Same with farming. When those Dutch farmers use emission-causing pesticides, it's a problem, and their farm should be forcibly taken. But when Bill Gates does it, he should buy farms and continue to use them. See? Don't you understand yet? Bill Gates is better than you. They're all better than you. Let's put them in charge of everything. Hey, I've an idea. Why don't we own nothing and be happy and go along with all this stuff and centralise and concentrate power into the hands of some elites? I'm being sarcastic. That is the solution they want. That is the opposite of what will work. It is the opposite of what they should be doing. Of course, if you do more of something, it's more of a problem. Of course, corporations and the elite class should be persecuted more than ordinary people. But they're not going to do that because that would affect the system. They can continue to regulate and control ordinary people, benefiting government regulatory authorities and not negatively affecting, probably benefiting in other ways because you'll be sat at home ordering stuff online like a bloody idiot, while they can continue to profit. So Bill Gates, the elite class, and centralising globalist bodies like his foundation and the organisations that they support believe that what's good for them is good for them, and what's good for the world is also good for them, and that you, whether you're farmers or as they call you, consumers, should sit in your house and shut up. But that's just what they think. I think that your views are important. Let me know what you think in the comments in the chat. If you enjoyed this video, have a look at either of these. Turn on the notification bell and subscribe to our channel. I want to see that number shooting up to the sky. I want to create a movement together with you so that we can confront this crazy power. More important than any of that, though, is that you please stay free.
In the past year or so...
Hello, humans. This is a warning from outer space. If you don't take care of the Earth as you should, we're coming for you. No, this is not a scene from a movie. Neither is this some sort of joke. The Earth is receiving messages from an object in space, and scientists cannot decipher whether this is a cry for help, or if it's a threat. It turns out that even Elon Musk, one of the most fearless individuals on Earth, is apparently shaken by this recent discovery, which he did not see coming. What is this strange object? What do we know about it? And what does it have to do with Elon Musk? Let's find out. It's hard to believe that there'll ever come a time when something in space will occur and would be drastic enough to catch SpaceX CEO Elon Musk shaking in his boots. And yet, it has. This is considering the fact that space has long been a major interest for Tesla billionaire. Musk has never made his ambition to create a second home on Mars a secret, and has, because of these ambitions, created the biggest and most successful private space company in the world, SpaceX. This has led to many exploits on the Red Planet, such as the discovery of interesting knowledge about the Red Planet, all of which have increased our chances of creating another home for humanity, should the need arise. But Mars alone hasn't been the only thing that fascinates the tech mogul about space. Besides Mars, Elon has always been interested in the way the Earth interacts with other parts of the universe. And because of this, the world's richest man has put considerable resources into buying or making several pieces of equipment that would help detect any sudden changes in space. And this recent discovery is one of the fruits of these investments. The Tesla CEO was just having another day in the office when his space team, who were using the Hubble Space Telescope, suddenly started picking up radio transmissions from a strange object, which was close to Earth. According to reports, the object was spinning at such a fast speed that the ratio signals were sent to Earth every 18 minutes. And due to the consistency, scientists were almost certain aliens were trying to pass a message across. Now, while the existence of aliens has become such a big part of American culture, for experts and scientists that work with Elon Musk, it's usually one of the last options to consider. However, something about this object and the transmission they were getting just seemed out of the ordinary. Dr. Natasha Hurley Walker, the astrophysicist who made the discovery, described the event saying, "She had broken out in a cold sweat, thinking they might have actually found answers in the search for extraterrestrial intelligent life." She also said, "At this point, I broke out in a cold sweat. This is a worldwide research effort, searching for repeating cosmic radio signals at a single frequency. It's called the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence. Was this the moment we finally found that the truth is out there?" But this is not the first time scientists like Dr. Natasha Hurley Walker would think they've gotten close to proving the age-long myth of aliens or extraterrestrial life. As a matter of fact, the search for alien life, or perhaps evidence of alien life, dead or alive, has been going on for ages. However, this recent development is not the first time scientists will be finding an object in space that has left them scratching their heads for answers. And the most common theory that pops up when things like this happen is the talk of aliens. Back in 2015, scientists were left confused due to the weird lighting of a star they stumbled across. The star was intriguing, as stars in space are usually a bit dim because planets cast a shadow over them. However, this particular star was about 20% dimmer than the other stars over a long period of time. What made it even more interesting was the fact that there was no planet around that would cast a shadow over it. The star would also go off for a long period, and when it did come back on, it had a lightning appearance. From all the research and evidence scientists gathered about the star, scientists theorized that maybe this phenomenon wasn't a star, but rather a mega-alien structure that appeared as a star. The theory was, however, changed over time, with other scientists debunking the idea of it being a mega-alien structure. However, many experts still believe that the possibility of extraterrestrial life existing cannot be ruled out. Something similar would happen again in 2017, when a mysterious object was discovered in space. The object had characteristics which could be attributed to natural causes, and looked nothing like the rocks usually found in space. According to many experts, the object in question looked like a 100-meter-long cigar or pancake, and its surface shined like polished metal. And while its speed was similar to that of a comet, gases didn't evaporate off the surface as it does on comets. So, scientists began to make speculations about what it was. One of the first people to come up with a theory was Harvard University astrophysicist Avi Loeb. Avi, who had worked on a project called light sails, was quick to say the object could be an alien light sail. This is quite an interesting thing, as light sails are a thin mirror that give the laser-powered spacecraft Loeb was working on the push to move. And while several of his colleagues found his arguments illogical, it did heighten their curiosity. For others, it was perhaps more proof that maybe there are several things that we humans with our limited knowledge cannot simply understand. Or perhaps these events were merely proof that we humans don't have the knowledge or current technology to understand these strange occurrences. And that, with time, we'll get to understand these things better. A good example of this happened in 1977. That fateful year, an astronomer picked up a very strange radio signal from space, and he was almost sure it was a message from the aliens. Although many people took his claim with a pinch of salt, others called him crazy. Still, there were others who believed him. But fast forward to 2017, 40 years after the incident. A group of scientists were able to prove that the signal that the astronomer picked up did not come from aliens. Instead, the signal he had picked up was a sound from two comets passing at the same time. All of this explains why it's hard to jump to any conclusions just yet on Musk's recent discovery. According to a credible source, the signal was initially thought to be just an interference because it lasted about only a minute. But things got weird when 18 minutes later they got another signal. What makes this more intriguing is that the signal was from the exact same place and at the same frequency. Some of Musk's scientists, like many scientists before them, thought it could be a message from aliens, but more research will have to be carried out to know whether or not this is true. After more research, scientists agreed that the source detected was across a wide range of frequencies. In other words, they agreed that it's just impossible for artificial sources to generate the sort of power required to generate that wide range of frequencies. And if it's not artificial, then that would mean it's most likely generated by natural causes. However, there are other scientists who believe the object could be a magnetar. A magnetar is a collapsed core of star with an ultra-powerful magnetic field, or a neutron star. And between the two, many scientists seem to go for the latter, based on similarities between the object and a neutron star. But what is a neutron star? You see, when a star dies, depending on how big it is, it loses its mass and becomes denser until it collapses into a supernova explosion. Some turn into endless black holes that absorb anything surrounding them, while others leave behind a neutron star. The neutron is the dense remains of a star too small to turn into a black hole. These stars are said to be denser than the Sun, and the diameter is only 12.4 miles. 6 neutron stars have been of particular interest lately, but when you include the strange object, which is a possible neutron star, there become 7. These 7 neutron stars have been named the Magnificent Seven, and this is due to how unique they are. For starters, they are just about 3,300 light-years away from Earth. In space distance, this is actually not that far. In addition to that, they burn extremely hot compared to other stars with similar density and size. Now, when you add the unique features of these so-called 7th neutron star displays, you'll understand why they're quite intriguing. This object is being categorized as a neutron star because, just like the neutron stars known as pulsars, the object spins and emits rays. But what's quite baffling is that the object emits infrared rays instead of X-ray, like electromagnetic radiation, which a regular neutron star emits. It also spins at a very low rate compared to other pulsating stars. During an interview, the lead author of an astrological paper, who described the infrared emission that surrounded the object, said, "We observed an extended area of infrared emissions around this neutron star, the total size of which translates to about 200 astronomical units, or approximately 18 billion miles at the assumed distance of the pulsar. Despite being currently categorized as a neutron, scientists are still considering other options. This is because a pulsar has never been known to emit infrared light, especially not with such a strong signal." While studying the strange object, scientists also discovered that the strange neutron was emitting some sort of radio messages to Earth. However, the problem with the message was that it lasted only 1 minute, and that was not long enough for the scientists to deduce exactly what it was. What's even more confusing is that it goes off every 18 minutes and lasts for exactly 1 minute when it comes back on. Signals like this have been noticed in the past, and scientists call them transients. Some are emitted by supernovas, but the one emitted by the object is particularly slow and is transmitted to Earth. The signal, now known as slow transients, emits a beam of radio waves that travel to Earth 3 times an hour, making it one of the most prominent radio transmissions of all time. Although pulsar neutron stars are often seen flashing on and off in the galaxy and could as well be the source of the beams, astronomers are just not convinced. This is because pulsar signals last for milliseconds or a few seconds at most, but this radio emission seems to be in between slow and extremely fast. It lasts for a minute rather than seconds, but it's still not long enough for astronomers to decrypt the message, because no one knows what the radio transmission is. Scientists are simply referring to it as the beam. Another thing scientists noticed about the beam is that it's 1,000,000 times brighter than the sun, but much smaller in diameter. During this discovery, they also noticed that the white waves of the beam's radio transmission only oscillated in one place, which led to the theory that a magnetic field might be playing a huge role in this discovery. Early Walker, one of the scientists who discovered the object, further explained that the beam is somehow changing magnetic energy to radio waves, which are then sent to Earth. But this theory is hard to accept because this conversion and transmission have never occurred before, at least to the knowledge of scientists. So, if this is true, why would it happen now? The simple answer to that is that no one actually knows. This new discovery also shifted the focus from the object being a neutron to the possibility of it being a rare white dwarf star. A white dwarf star is what stars like the Sun become after they have exhausted their nuclear fuel. One of the reasons the object is being considered a rare white dwarf star is because stars are known to emit radio waves by absorbing material from their binary companion, which is a dried up husk of an extinct sun that was too small to explode into a neutron star. But in reality, the emission of radio waves is the only similarity it bears to the white dwarf star. This has further confused the scientists and, as a result, brought the alien option back to the table. This object has become a subject of debate among scientists, and the reason for that is that it is displaying so many unique features that go against everything they've come to know about stars and the entire universe. Hello, humans. This is a warning from outer space. An object and a neutron star. But what is a neutron star? You see, observed an extended area of infrared emission. Discovery also shifted the focus from the object being a neutron to the possibility of it being a rare white dwarf star. A white dwarf star is what stars like the Sun become after they have exhausted their nuclear fuel. One of the reasons the object is being considered a rare white dwarf star is because stars are known to emit radio waves by absorbing material from their binary companion, which is a dried up husk of an extinct sun that was too small to explode into a neutron star. But in reality, the emission of radio waves is the only similarity it bears to the white dwarf star. This has further confused the scientists and, as a result, brought the alien option back to the table. This object has become a subject of debate among scientists, and the reason for that is that it is displaying so many unique features that go against everything they've come to know about stars and the entire universe. Despite the challenges, research on the object has intensified, with many scientists willing to go to lengths to understand what exactly the object is. Experts in electromagnetic spectrum departments have also been assigned to the job to find out what the beam is. Most of them have gone through the Murchison-Whitefield array, or archives, to find out whether or not something similar has occurred before, but have found nothing. Additionally, 12 radio telescopes have been assembled to work together to accomplish the research. The number of equipment being used indicates that the process is very difficult, and precision is required to capture the spinning object as fast as possible. Although new discoveries are made in space from time to time, this one is particularly disturbing because the object is interacting or trying to interact with the Earth. It could be anything from an alien communication object to a special star. And if it's owned by aliens, this could mean that scientists have been searching for alien life in the wrong place. Should this be the case, then that would mean that the astronomers who have been telling scientists that they are going about the research for aliens have been right all along. And the scientists should perhaps focus their research amongst ancient stars. Scientists were initially searching for aliens in globular clusters, which are made up of thousands or even millions of stars, which could be new or old, but they pushed it aside to focus on other things. But this discovery will renew the search for extraterrestrial life and see scientists resume searching among the globular clusters. The galaxy is filled with globular clusters, which consist of blobs of stars that gather together like a group of fireflies. About 150 of them are made up of ancient stars that are over 10 billion years old, and they could actually contain answers that humans have been searching for years now. And even if they don't give the actual answers, studying these stars would definitely open up several opportunities and new discoveries. Do you think the beam is actually a message? What would it mean if there is extraterrestrial intelligent life and they are trying to communicate? Do you think it would be beneficial to humans to know about them? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below. Also, share this video if you enjoyed it and hit the like button. And don't forget to subscribe for more content just like this.
one quick thing to note before I start the video.
Hey, 42 here. Throughout history, people...
What's up, it's Cinema Shogun here, and as the weather starts warming up, people are starting to travel. What plans do you have for traveling this year? Are you going to go on a little road trip, maybe travel to a different city or state? Well, there is something else doing a lot of traveling around our country right now, and that is the toxic waste from East Palestine. I kid you not. This stuff is traveling all around our country by the truckload. By the truckload. And the other day I had someone message me on Twitter. And they were saying, you know, I watch all of your videos, but you've just been making so many videos about this East Palestine train derailment, and I can't really relate to the videos because, I mean, train derailments happen all the time, and this doesn't really affect me, and it's just not something I'm interested in. And then he said, but then I found out that some of this toxic waste is coming literally right down the street from me in Indiana. And I guess now he realizes that, yeah, this stuff is serious. This stuff is serious. I've gotten several messages, not necessarily like that one, but messages from people like, oh, damn, we were just talking about this on your YouTube channel, and now this stuff is in my backyard. And yeah, that's the reality of this situation. We have tons and tons of toxic solid waste and millions of gallons of liquid toxic waste. And it's just going all around the country right now because what's happening is it's almost traveling like town to town. And then the town finds out like, hey, well, we don't want that here. And then it goes, oh, no, you make it. It's getting kind of hectic because a lot of the places where they already were dumping this stuff, the people in those areas have caught on. And now they're blocking a lot of this stuff from coming there. So there's no telling where all of this stuff is going. And because of the response from people in various areas, I mean, people from Detroit to Indiana, Texas, you name it, because these people are catching on to what's happening and they're starting to have protests, they're going down to City Hall, they are not having it, okay? But because of that, they're being even more secretive about where they're sending this stuff. Because they know, at this point, it doesn't matter where they send it. If people in that area know that this stuff is being sent there, they're going to have an issue. So they're remaining secretive as possible about where this stuff is going. And if you want me to be honest with you, I think some of these places have told their citizens that, hey, we're no longer taking this stuff. We're on your side. You're right. We don't want this toxic waste. And then you leave town hall and you're like, oh, yeah, bring on that toxic waste, buddy. Bring it in by the truckload. Give me some money. That's basically probably what's happening here. I don't trust that any of these areas that were accepting the toxic waste, I don't trust that they really stopped. I know they told people they did. I don't trust that they did. Especially when you understand how this stuff works. And we had to figure that out on our own, and we realize now that these companies, these waste management companies and stuff, they literally bid on these jobs. So we have places all around America where there are companies in your town, in your small town, in your little city. You have companies that are bidding. Hey, please, please send that toxic waste here. Send that toxic waste here, yeah. Because they get paid to store it. And they get paid to get rid of it. And, you know, you can't really get rid of this stuff. What they do is they take this stuff and they pump it deep, deep, deep within the earth. Or they burn it and they allow the toxic fumes to basically pour out into your community. That's how they dispose of this stuff. But there's companies all around America right now that are bidding for the rights to be able to dispose of this stuff, to be able to hold this stuff in their facilities. And that right there is disheartening. And it's creepy, honestly, But that's the reality of life. This stuff and these bids, it doesn't just happen with this East Palestine situation. This is happening every day with other toxic chemicals that are traveling to people's communities. So it's an overall messed up situation. And I don't know who to trust. I don't think anyone knows who to trust when it comes to this situation. And as we've been talking about, there was a Senate hearing today. The first Senate hearing when it comes to the East Palestine, Ohio situation. And Alan Shaw, the CEO of Norfolk Southern, was there. And they pressed him. They asked him, hey, where is this stuff going? Where are you sending these materials? And here is what he had to say.
Well, we've got reports that East Liverpool in Ohio is receiving this waste from East Palestine that has been disposed of. Is that accurate?
Senator, standing here today, I don't know if that's accurate as of this time.
So do you know where the waste is going to then?
It is, we're in the process of working with the EPA on a number of facilities.
So we haven't identified where it's moving to yet.
Senator, we're in the process of working with the EPA on a number of facilities. I
understand that. I get you're in the process, but we haven't identified a place for this to be removed to yet. Is that accurate?
Senator, I want to make sure I give you the most accurate.
I get that. Yeah, I'm just saying, is it accurate that we don't have a spot yet for it?
Senator, we are moving some off-site.
Where is it moving to?
I'm happy to give you a list of those facilities.
Could you do that for us, please? I appreciate that.
Wow! Thanks, Alan, for instilling a sense of security into Americans nationwide. I mean, obviously, blatantly. This dude was just sitting there dodging the question. I don't mean to laugh because it's a very serious situation, but dang. I've never seen someone dodge a question like that. He was dodging them like Neo in the Matrix with the slow motion bullets. I am slowly dodging all your questions about where this stuff is going. He would not answer that question. Why wouldn't he answer that question? You know what I mean? Like, if anything, these Senate hearings and Alan, when you get up here and you testify and you talk before these people, you're supposed to be making us feel better about the situation. When you dodge, when you refuse, let's just be honest, when you refuse to answer the question, where is this stuff going? That's going to make everyone feel weird. And you should feel weird. Because what does that tell you? They don't want you to know they do not want you to know where this stuff is going. Okay?
No.
They do not want you to know where this stuff is going. Chances are there are a lot of people watching this video right now who may not have a clue this stuff is on its way to your community as we speak. He would not say where this stuff was going. He knows he was on camera. He knows that these video clips are going to be shared far and wide. He knows that if he named where this stuff was going, immediately the people in these areas would be upset and they would try to block those materials from going to those areas. So at the end, he's like, I'll provide a list. Honestly, I don't think he's going to provide a list, but if he does, he's going to show it to some of those people, the Senate members. He's not going to show it to you. He's not going to show it to me. He doesn't really want that information to be widespread, which makes me feel weird. Because where is this stuff going? And luckily, we've been able to track some of the stuff. Texas, Michigan, Indiana, other places as well. But, I mean, when he's sitting there refusing to answer the question, not only does it make you feel weird about where's this stuff going, but it makes you feel weird, like, how hazardous is this stuff? How dangerous can this stuff be for the people in the communities where you're shipping this stuff to? if you can't even properly tell us where this stuff is going? Because you have to think about this. From what we're being told, they're shipping these hazardous materials and they're safely disposing of them. With no harm to you, no harm to anyone, no harm to the environment. It's perfectly safe for everyone. So if that were actually the case, then couldn't you be more transparent about where this stuff is going? I can tell you one thing. I've looked into 3 different places. 3 different places, facilities, where they are taking this stuff, and all of them, all 3 of them, have a rap sheet 10 miles, not a mile, 10 miles long, with violation after violation after violation after violation after violation after violation. I mean, one of them had over a dozen violations just this month, or last month, the month of February. So none of the places where they're storing stuff, none of them are following proper guidelines. They're getting fined all the time. They've been under investigation multiple times. It's really crazy. It's a really messy situation. But now, you know, I'm glad this happened because it shows us what we need, what we needed to see, in my opinion. We didn't get the answers out of him that we wanted, like where's the stuff going, but we got an even better answer out of him. We got the answer of knowing, okay, yeah, you don't want to tell us this stuff. You purposely, and you went out of your way not to tell anyone where this stuff is going. And in my opinion, that says a hell of a lot more than if he just sat there and was like, yeah, I'm sending it here, sending it here, sending it here. Now we know their intentions. Now we know what they don't want us to know. You know what I mean? So, in ways, you may think, oh, this is nothing, we learned nothing here. He refused to answer the questions, but his refusal to answer these questions, or to answer this question, it says a whole lot, a whole mouthful. 10 mouths full. And it just goes hand in hand with what I've been saying, and what everyone's been saying who is paying attention to this. That they are purposely not telling people the truth. Now, if people ask you, hey, where are you sending these hazardous materials? And you refuse to answer that question, and you dodge that question, then why in the world would I believe you when you say that the air and the water is safe? Why would anyone believe you when you say the air and the water is safe, when you can't even tell us where you're sending these toxic materials to? But I can go all day. I'm interested in hearing your thoughts and your opinions down in the comments below. While you're down there, hit the thumbs up button, hit the subscribe button, ring that notification bell. And I'll talk to you all in the next video.
Hi, I'm Anna.
And I am Bob. And all our animations and body movements are AI generated.
And you will be learning how to do the same today, using just your voice, text, or, well, even just an idea.
I'm going to show you how to do this directly from your mobile device and using software which is absolutely free for you to use. I'm super excited to show you this, so let's get straight to it.
So I have my phone pulled up here, and the main tool we're going to be using for our animations today is a tool from Adobe called Animate from Audio. This is a free web-based tool that is available on the Adobe Express group of apps. And you can open it on your computer and also on your phone, so you don't have to install any app on your phone per se. All you just have to do is go to that website. So I'm going to put a link to the website down in the description of this video. So click on that link, and that should take you to the Adobe Express website, and then you can follow along with this tutorial. Alright, so I have Adobe Express open right here on my phone. The very first thing you want to do is select whatever character it is you're trying to animate. So they have several characters that have been made available for you. And this tool has been created by the Adobe Character Animator team. So if you look at a lot of these characters, they look very familiar to something that you would see on Adobe Character Animator. So these are very, very similar characters. If you've been following along with some of my tutorials, you might be used to some of these characters already. So they have a bunch of these. You can select whichever one best suits your use case. The only drawback is that they do not allow you to upload your own custom character, at least for now you can't, but you can select any of these existing ones. So I'm going to go back to a throwback to do another demo from my very first character animator tutorial. So I'm going to be using Footy right here. We're going to do a little spot demo for soccer or football, depending on what part of the world you're from. I guess if you're from the rest of the world, it's football. If you're from America, well, it's soccer. So we'll call it soccer for now. Let's debate that in the comments, whatever you call it.
I like football.
Cool. Alright, so we have our character selected. The next thing we need to do is select a nice background for the character. So like a set and a good place that better fits whatever it is you're trying to do. So I'm just going to go to the background section right here. So unlike your characters, for the backgrounds you can actually upload a custom image. So if you have an image with your logo or something you've custom designed, you can select that here. And they have tons of other backgrounds that you can use also, depending on your use case. So in our case, since we're doing something for sports, I'm going to select here a stadium, which seems appropriate for the use case. So I'll put here a stadium. So before we get animating, I want to talk about size right here. So if you go right here, there's a tab for size. And this determines the final output of your video. So depending on where you're trying to post this, they've kind of made it easy for you. So like you have the Instagram right here. And if you select on the drop down, they give you the different platforms. So for Instagram, say you wanted to do a story or a reel, it helps you resize it so that it fits properly for an Instagram story. In my case, I'm going to choose on YouTube and just do a regular standard video that can go on YouTube. And then we're going to go back to our character. So now that we have the background and the size set, if you tap on the screen with your hands, you can actually move your character around like so and put him wherever it is you want him to be. And if you wanted to scale the character, they have this little scale tab here that can actually, you could make him smaller, make him quite bigger if you want, big head, or small, tiny, cannot be seen. Alright, so I'm just going to put an appropriate size right here. I think 100% is actually good for this particular one that we're doing. So I'll keep him here at 100%. So now that we're done, we've pretty much set everything. We just need to now animate this character. He's very static. So there are two ways you can do the animation. It's by either recording your own audio right into this, so recording your voice, or also uploading a custom audio into the system for it to animate that audio. So I'm going to show you the two options. We're going to start by recording our audio, and what you want to do is hit the little record button here. But before we do that, if you notice below that there is a little knob or little toggle button that says enhance speech, and this is also using AI in the background to make any bad audio sound a lot better. Alright, so we're set to start animating, but I actually do not have a script for this character. I just know I wanted to do something around spot. That's where the next AI tool I'm going to talk about comes in handy. I'm sure you've heard about ChatGPT by now. If you haven't, I have a video on that coming soon, so make sure you're subscribed to this channel. That way you get to know when I release that video. So I'm going to head over to ChatGPT right now and make it sort of help us with writing a script for our video. To access ChatGPT, you simply go to chat.openai.com. I'm going to put a link to that down in the description. So I have it open here. So I'm going to just simply say, write a funny intro for a soccer update YouTube channel. So as you can see, it's giving us here some nice intro text. But I think this is a little bit too long for what I'm trying to do. So I'm just going to say, make this into one line. So as you can see, it's updated this for us. It said, welcome to your one-stop shop for all your soccer updates. We'll keep you entertained, informed, and wonder why you ever wasted your time with anything else. So this looks pretty good. This is actually not bad ChatGPT. So I love this. So I'm going to take this and let's go ahead and actually record this now. And to demonstrate how well this tool works, the AI audio enhancing tool, I'm actually going to go ahead and go record this demo from somewhere else, just so that you can get a feel of how well it makes the audio sound better. So let's head out to somewhere else. Alright, I'm right here in my laundry room. As you can see, the audio here is not that great. You can probably hear some echo. It's not as treated as my studio. And maybe even hearing some background noise from my kids in the background. And I'm also going to turn on my washing machine right here so that it makes some background noise. So you just see how well this AI tool does at removing background noise and cleaning up the audio. So let's go ahead and turn that on and we get straight to actually recording our script here. Welcome to the one-stop shop for all your soccer updates, where we keep you informed, entertained, and wondering why you ever wasted your time on anything else. Alright, now that we have that recorded, let's head back to the studio. Alright, now that we're back from the laundry room, let's go ahead and clean up the audio. All pun intended there. Alright, first let's play back the audio we just recorded to hear what it sounds like. Welcome to the one-stop shop for all your soccer updates, where we keep you informed, entertained, and wondering why you ever wasted your time on anything else. So as you can see, the animation is not that great, and also the audio is quite bad. And the animation is not that great because the audio is bad. So I'm just going to go back to editing, and I'm going to click on enhance speech, and I'm going to have it to preview that. Alright, so the AI is done cleaning up our audio to make it sound good, and hopefully also the animation looks a little bit better. So, but before I play that back, let me just remind you what it sounded like without the AI enhancing the audio. Welcome to the one-stop shop for all...
Hello?
Hi, is this Jason?
update website. So I'm going to use that. I'm just going to click on the download button. Welcome to the one-stop shop for all your soccer updates, where we keep you informed, entertained, and wondering why. Now that we have that recorded, let's head back. Alright, so the AI is done cleaning up our audio to make it sound good, and hopefully also the animation looks a little bit better. So, but before I play that back, let me just remind you what it sounded like without the AI enhancing the audio. Welcome to the one-stop shop for all your soccer updates. So that's what it sounded like. So now let's hear what it sounds like now. Welcome to the one-stop shop for all your soccer updates, where we keep you informed, entertained, and wondering why you ever wasted your time on anything else. So as you can see, our audio sounds a lot more better. There's still a little bit of the sound there of the washing machine and all, but it's a lot better. And you can see because the audio was cleaner, our animation is much better. But of course, this is just in situations where you do not have clean audio. The best is always to get your audio clean from the beginning. So you want to make sure you record your audio in a place that's already clean anyways. But this is good enough for now. So you can actually just go ahead and just click on the share button, and this is gonna ask you to create an account. So you just want to create an account. It's free to do that, and then you can go ahead and download your video, and it's now ready to share. So this is what the video looked like. with some sound design and a little bit of sound effect added to that. That's what the video looks like. Welcome to the one-stop shop for all your soccer updates, where we keep you informed, entertained, and wondering why you ever wasted your time on anything else. Alright, so far that was great, but what if you wanted to use pre-recorded audio? Let's say, for example, I wanted Footy to have a female voice. I mean, I could try to do a high-pitched mimic a female voice, but I don't think I can do a good female impression.
Well, you got that right.
That's where I'm going to show you the option to upload your own audio. And we're going to be using another AI tool to actually convert our script into a female-generated audio that looks a little bit realistic. And I'm going to show you that right now. So let's head over back to the phone and let me show you how to do that. So there are many text-to-speech tools out there, but the one we're going to be using today is a tool that is called Prime Voice AI. So I have it opened right here on my phone, and what you just simply do is just go right here and paste whatever text it is you want it to say. So in my case, I'm going to type in the welcome text that we had ChatGPT just do for us. And then since I want a female voice, I'm going to look for one of the female voices that they have here. Let's say Bella. So I'm going to select Bella, and it's going to take a couple of minutes to run, and let's hear what Bella sounds like.
Welcome to the one-stop shop for all your soccer updates, where we'll keep you informed, entertained, and wondering why you ever wasted your time on anything else.
Alright, that's suiting, I think, a lot better than my voice for a soccer update website. So I'm going to use that. I'm just going to click on the download button. For this, you don't actually have to create an account. They let you download it for free up to a certain number of characters, limited by your IP address, of which you would have to create an account. So since I have that downloaded, we're going to now head back to Character Animator. And I'm just going to go back to editing. And then I would click on replace audio. Since my audio is already clean, I'll remove the enhanced speech functionality and just click on replace audio. And then now it's asking me to upload. So I'm going to choose from my file. And I have Bella right here. So I've selected that audio.
Welcome to the one-stop shop for all your soccer updates, where we'll keep you informed, entertained, and wondering why you ever wasted your time on anything else.
Another limitation to the software is that it actually only allows you to animate one character per time. Now, the workaround to that would be to animate your characters on the software and then export them and use a video editing software to sort of put them together. If you would like to see a tutorial on that, let me know down in the comment section and give this video lots of thumbs up. If you get enough thumbs up,
oh, you guys are going to enjoy this. You're going to enjoy it a lot. I'm serious, this is really, really good. Good for transparency, not good for the world, just to be clear. I have a few little recordings of a certain former Deputy Premier of New South Wales. Any guesses as to who that would be? Yeah, Sir Michael Bruxner, Deputy Premier from the 1930s. Now let me just pull out this wax cylinder to get it going.
In about 90 years, you should wait for the intro of this specific Geordie's video released on the 10th of March 2023. Geordie's has another recording of a different Deputy Premier he wants to show you. You're really going to enjoy it. Yes, it's the fat greaseball himself, Mr. John Barilaro.
Oh, Sir Michael, greaseball. I didn't expect such hateful language against my people from you.
Sorry, Geordies, I didn't realise the world got so fucking woke.
Ooh, your words, Sir Michael, not mine. Hang on, I thought you were a wax cylinder recording.
Nope, I'm just a bit. Adding a Geordie's video that's about to play a bombshell recording set to shake up the imminent state election.
Yeah, so the actual recording I have is of John Barilaro, but before I play it, let me just give you some of everyone's least favourite thing, context. Pork barrelling is the practice of diverting taxpayer money to projects or initiatives designed specifically to win electorates that are key to winning elections, and in effect, withholding money from just as important initiatives that do not benefit you electorally. It is a massive problem with the Liberal and National parties, spending billions of dollars of taxpayer money on projects that don't stack up and depriving desperate and deserving regions of funding. Scandal after scandal, pretty much anywhere it was possible, pork barrelling was happening. The New South Wales Independent Commission Against Corruption recently found that it could constitute a form of corruption. I did a whole video examining the question of, is pork barrelling corrupt? But if you don't want to watch it, I'll sum it up right now. Yes, it is. IK says so. Former Deputy Premier John Barilaro had a reputation for pork barrelling, eye-watering amounts of taxpayer funds in his efforts to win elections, even going as far as to pork barrel bushfire recovery grants, earning the nickname Pork Barilaro, a nickname that he himself used. In his defamation lawsuit against me, that was actually one of the things that I was sued by him for saying. I said that John calling himself Pork Barilaro was akin to him wearing his corruption as a badge of honour. His barrister, Sue Chrysanthou, took great issue with that characterisation, making the argument that I was deliberately taking out of context John's adoption of that nickname. Quote, he's mocking the label because he has been wrongly labelled as pork barrelling when all he is doing is helping the regions that he represents. It's, again, to anyone who reads this article, completely different to how it's portrayed and described by Mr. Shanks. Where's his corruption as a badge of honour? That's what Mr. Shanks said about call me Pork Barilaro, and that is plainly not the context of that quote. Okay, according to Sue, he wasn't electioneering, he was merely helping the regions that he represents. Let's play this recording taken well before John sued me, just before the Upper Hunter by-election, an election that Barilaro's National Party desperately needed to win. Keep his lawyer's quote in mind.
One thing got the huge scene before, you could actually cut through that.
Hello, Internet. I've eaten Taco Bell.
Let's talk about Dr. Fauci.
Yes, okay.
We are looking at the monster that it...
When a life jacket washed ashore in a Russian lake, it caused more attention than millions of other items that are being found near water. In fact, it triggered a huge investigation that revealed an ancient tunnel of an unknown civilization. Who wore this lost jacket, what became of them, and how is the life jacket connected to a tunnel linked to an unknown civilization? In this video, we dive into the discovery of suburbs near Solnechnogorsk in 2003. Vladimir Sechenko, the Vereshensky Village Administration's driver, discovered a full-time US Navy life vest in Lake Endless. Water was shocking. That this property belonged to sailor Sam Belowski of the destroyer Cowell, which was bombed in October 2000 in the port of Aden, Yemen. 4 sailors were tragically killed and 10 others, including Sam Belowski, went missing. The life jacket was discovered according to a survey of direct witnesses and participants in the described event, and the inscriptions on it directly point. In a lake lost in the vast expanses of central Russia, despite having travelled 4,000 kilometers in 3 years in a straight line. What was his route? As a result, some scientists concluded there are some unknown underground paths and tunnels connecting deep underground parts of the Earth's continents. But who created these tunnels? When were they created? And why were they created? Many researchers on different continents have repeatedly noted that, in addition to subway tunnels, bunkers, mines, and other natural caves, there are underground cavities created by civilizations that predated modern humans. These exist not only as massive underground halls, the walls of which are processed by mechanisms unknown to us, with traces of secondary natural processes like stalactites, stalagmites, cracks, and so on, but also as linear structures, tunnels. In fact, the beginning of the 21st century is marked by an increase in the frequency of finds of tunnel fragments on various continents. Identifying ancient tunnels is a difficult task that necessitates extensive knowledge of underground work techniques, as well as the mechanisms of transformation of the Earth's crust into underground spaces throughout our planet's history. However, this procedure is quite real, given that the main difference between ancient tunnels and natural and modern underground objects is that, strangely, many of these ancient inventions are distinguished by their perfection and amazing accuracy in processing the walls of cavities and orientation. They are also notable for their enormous cyclopean dimensions and antiquity beyond human comprehension. However, it cannot be argued that they all appeared at the same time. Here are some ancient tunnels that researchers have dug up. The Marble Cave, located in the Chatiadag mountain range at an elevation of 900 meters above sea level, is well known in Crimea. When entering the cave, visitors are greeted by a massive hall in the shape of a 20-meter-long pipe, which is currently half filled with stone blocks that have collapsed due to numerous earthquakes and flooded with karst sediments. Stalactites dangle from cracks in the arch, and stalagmites stretch towards them, creating a spellbinding effect. Even walls that extended deep into the mountain range with a slope towards the sea. The walls are well preserved and show no signs of erosion. Flowing water cast caverns formed by limestone dissolution. A section of the tunnel begins at an altitude of about 1 kilometer from the Black Sea. Given that the Black Sea depression formed around 30 million. We can assume that the Marble Cave is a fragment of an ancient tunnel, the main part of which was located in a mountain range destroyed by an asteroid and dating back at least 30 million years. According to the most recent reports from Crimean speleologists, a massive cavity has been discovered beneath the Petri Massif, picturesquely hanging over Alupka and Semite. These tunnels connect Crimea. Region via the cities of Krasnodar, Yeysk, and Rostov-on-Don. A branch off to the Caspian was also found in the Krasnodar region. Unfortunately, the expedition members did not provide any additional details. Also, the well-known Medveditskaya Ridge, located in the Volga region, was recently examined in great detail during expeditions. The result was the discovery of a vast network of tunnels spanning tens of kilometers, which has been mapped. The tunnels have a circular, sometimes oval cross-section with a diameter of 7 to 20 meters, a constant width along the entire length, and a direction at a depth of 6 to... their builders. In fact, in his book, The Legend of LSP, P. Mironichenko believes that our entire planet, including Crimea, Altai, the Urals, Siberia, and the Far East, is riddled with tunnels. It's just a matter of locating them. And in most cases, this discovery happens by chance. For example, Yevgeny Chesnikov, a resident of the Liskinsky village of Selyavnoy in the Voronezh region, fell into a hole in a meadow which turned out to be a cave with tunnels diverging in different directions and symbols on the walls. But that is not all about the mysterious tunnels underground. There is this vertical shaft that has long been known in the Caucasus, in the gorge near Gelendzhik. People have seen it say it is straight like an arrow, with a diameter of about 1.5 meters and a depth of more than 100 meters. Furthermore, its surface is smooth, as if melted walls. The scientific study of their properties revealed that thermal and mechanical effects were applied to the walls at the same time, resulting in a crust 1 to 1.5 millimeters thick in the rock, giving it extremely durable properties that cannot be created even with current technological development, and the fusion of walls indicates its technogenic origins. Furthermore, intense radiation was detected in the mine. This could be one of the vertical trunks connecting with a horizontal tunnel connecting this region to the Volga region to the ridge mentioned earlier. It is known that in the post-war years, the USSR Council of Ministers issued a secret resolution on the construction of a tunnel through the Tartar Strait to connect the mainland with a railway to Sakhalin. The secrecy gradually went away, and a doctor of physical and mechanical sciences, L.S. Berman, who worked there at the time, told the Voronezh branch of Memorial in 1991 in her memoirs that the builders were not so much building as rebuilding the already existing tunnel laid in antiquity extremely competently, taking into account the geology of the strait's bottom. Strange finds in the tunnel, such as incomprehensible mechanisms and petrified animal remains, were also mentioned. All of this then vanished in secret special services bases. So P. Mironochenko's claims that our country and the Far East are riddled with tunnels are not without reason, and it is possible that this used tunnel leads further through Sakhalin to Japan. Now let's move to Western Europe, specifically the Tatra Beskid Mountains on the border of Slovenia and Poland, where Mount Babia stands 1,725 meters high. The inhabitants of the surrounding area have kept a secret connected to this mountain since ancient times. According to one of the residents, Vincent, in the 1960s, he travelled from the village to Babigor at the request of his father. At an altitude of 600 meters, they pushed one of the protruding rocks to the side, creating a large opening into which the cart with the horse could freely enter. The oval-shaped opening tunnel was straight as an arrow, wide and tall enough to accommodate an entire train. The smooth, gleaming surface of the walls and floor appeared to be made of glass, which could have been of extraterrestrial origin. It was dry on the inside. After a long journey through an inclined tunnel, Vincent said they arrived at a large hall shaped like a massive barrel. There were several tunnels in it, some triangular in shape and others round. According to Vincent's father, the tunnels from here can take you to different countries and continents. The tunnel on the left leads to Germany, then to England, and finally to the continent of North America. The right tunnel runs from Russia to the Caucasus, to China and Japan, and finally to America, where it connects with the left tunnel. Other tunnels built beneath the Earth's north and south poles connect to America. There are nodal stations along each tunnel. According to him, these tunnels are currently operational, and the locals have reported sightings of UFOs near them. Reports of secret tunnels have also been made in England, where miners heard the sounds of working mechanisms coming from below while driving in mining tunnels. The miners discovered a staircase leading to the well after piercing the rock mass, and the sounds of working mechanisms became more audible. Nothing more is known about what they did after their discovery. However, it's possible that they stumbled upon one of the vertical shafts of a horizontal tunnel coming from Germany. The American continent is also rich in reports about the existence of ancient tunnels. Andrew Thomas, a well-known researcher, believes that ancient underground vertical and horizontal tunnels with burnt walls have been preserved beneath America, and that some of them are in perfect condition. The tunnels are as straight as an arrow and run the length of the entire continent. Mount Shasta in California is one of the nodes where several tunnels converge. Routes lead to the states of California and New Mexico. This is supported by the account of Iris and Nick Marshall, who penetrated a cave near the small California town of Bishop in a mountainous area known as Caso Diablo, the walls and floor of which were unusually smooth, as if sanded to a mirror shine. On the walls and ceiling, strange hieroglyphic letters were painted. The duo also reported there were small holes in one of the walls through which weak rays of light flowed. They heard a strange noise coming from beneath the ground, prompting them to flee the area. Had they unintentionally discovered a secret entrance to the underground tunnel's entrances, which turned out to be operational? A huge hollow space extending several hundred meters deep into the continent was discovered off the coast of California in 1980. It is possible that the couple had discovered one of the underground tunnel's key stations. The presence of tunnels is also supported by the fact that nuclear tests conducted at great depths at a well-known training facility in Nevada produced an unexpected result. What happened was, 2 hours after the tests, a radiation level 20 times the norm was recorded at a military base in Canada, 2,000 kilometers away from the Nevada training ground. How could this be? It turned out that next to the base was a massive cave, which is part of the continent's vast network of caves and tunnels. Unfortunately, the full details of these nuclear tests have never been revealed. However, anthropologist James Mackin of Idaho managed to explore the large cave and advanced several hundred meters through a wide stone tunnel before being stopped by the unbearable smell of sulfur, the horrifying remains of human skeletons, and a strange noise from the depths. The ancient cave Satano de las Golondrinas, located in one of Mexico's most desolate and sparsely populated areas, has a depth of more than 1 kilometer and a width of several hundred meters. Its sheer walls are perfectly smooth and flat, and its bottom is a true labyrinth of various rooms, passages and tunnels that diverge in different directions at this depth. Are these also part of an intercontinental system of tunnel nodes? South America does not lack in terms of underground tunnels. Professor Yvonne Denikin recently discovered many kilometers of tunnels beneath the surface of the Nazca Desert, through which still clear water flows. But back in June 1965 in Ecuador, the Argentine explorer Juan Moritz discovered and mapped an unknown system of underground tunnels and ventilation shafts with a total length of hundreds of kilometers in the province of Morona, Santiago, within the territory under the cities of Galacviz, San Antonio, Yopi. The tunnel system's entrance appears to be a neat cut in the rock formations the size of barns. The descent to a series of horizontal platforms leads to a depth of 230 meters. Moritz reported there are tunnels with rectangular cross-sections of varying widths and 90-degree turns. The walls are smooth as if they had been glazed or polished, and have strictly spaced ventilation shafts with a diameter of about 70 meters in concert hall-sized rooms. It was discovered that one of the rooms had a table-like structure in the center and 7 thrones made of an unknown material similar to plastic. Large gold-cast figures of fossil dinosaurs, elephants, crocodiles, lions, camels, bison, bears, monkeys, wolves, jaguars, and even crabs and snails were discovered near the throne location. In the same room is a library of thousands of embossed metal plates measuring 96 to 48 centimeters and bearing various badges. Each plate is hand-stamped with an X. Moritz also discovered a stone amulet with the image of a man standing on a globe. The tunnels and connected halls are littered with gold products such as discs, plates, and massive necklaces bearing various drawings and symbols. The walls are carved with dinosaur images. There are brick pyramids depicted on the plates. Bizarrely, the pyramid symbols are surrounded by flying snakes in the sky. Hundreds of such images have been discovered. Some plates depict astronomical concepts and space travel concepts. Without a doubt, Moritz's discovery tells us much about the people that built the tunnels, their level of knowledge, and tentatively the era when this occurred. There were images of dinosaurs. In 1976, a joint Anglo-Ecuadorian expedition investigated another underground tunnel in the Los Tayos region near the border between Peru and Ecuador. There they found rooms containing tables surrounded by chairs, with backs taller than 2 meters and made of an unknown material. Another room had a long corridor with a narrow passage in the center. Shelves brimming with ancient books and thick folios containing 400 pages, each extended along its walls. It was clear that the designers meant for the tunnels and halls to not only serve for movement, but also as a long-term repository of valuable information. However, these structures had fallen into disuse many years ago. 5 years earlier, a caving expedition in Peru discovered caves whose entrances was blocked by rocky blocks. After overcoming them, the researchers discovered a massive hall to a depth of about 100 meters, the floor of which was laid out in blocks with a special relief. There were obscure inscriptions resembling hieroglyphs on the polished walls. Numerous tunnels branch out from the hall in various directions. Some of them lead to the sea, while others go underwater and continue to the sea's bottom. Many mysterious underground tunnels have also been discovered in Southeast Asia. The famous Shambhala is located in the numerous caves of Tibet, connected by underground passages and tunnels, with its initiates who have been sitting in the lotus position in them for hundreds of thousands of years, in a state of samadhi, neither alive nor dead. According to some researchers, these types of tunnels were used for other purposes, including preserving the Earth's gene pool and what they call the fundamental values. Chinese archaeologists discovered a secret passage that led them to an underground labyrinth in Hunan province, China, on the southern shore of Dongting Lake, southwest of Wuhan, next to one of the circular pyramids. Its stone walls were discovered to be very smooth and carefully crafted, giving scientists reason to rule out natural origin. One of the many symmetrically located passages led archaeologists into a larger underground hall with many drawings covering the walls and ceilings. One of the drawings depicts a hunting scene with creatures in modern clothes sitting in a round ship, which looks a lot like a UFO. People armed with spears pursue the beast, while a superhuman flying above them aims at objects resembling guns. Another drawing shows 10 balls placed at equal distances around the center, and it resembles the solar system, with the third ball Earth and the fourth ball Mars interconnected by a line in the shape of a loop. This indicates that Earth and Mars are some kind of relationship. And scientists have determined that the nearby pyramids are 45,000 years old, but the tunnels could have been built and used much earlier. And in northwest China, in the desert and sparsely populated areas of Qinghai province, in the city of Ixidam rises Baigong Mountain, with nearby fresh and salt lakes. On the southern shore of the Salt Lake Toson, a lone rock with caves rises 60 meters. In one of them, with smooth walls, obviously human-made, a rust-covered pipe 40 centimeters in diameter protrudes obliquely from the top of the wall. Another pipe goes underground, and at the entrance to the cave, another 12 pipes of varying diameters from 10 to 40 centimeters are mounted parallel to each other. There are even more iron pipes sticking out of rocks and sand on the lake and nearby shores, the diameter of 2 to 4.5 centimeters and oriented east to west. There are tubes with even smaller cross-sections, only a few millimeters. Such tubes were also discovered in the lake, either protruding or hidden in the depths. When the pipe's composition was examined, it was discovered that they contained 30% iron oxide, a significant amount of silicon dioxide and calcium oxide. The composition indicates prolonged iron oxidation and a very ancient origin. All of these and caves and pipes have been suspected to be the remains of structures, possibly a launching pad for rockets and spaceships erected in the distant past by representatives of an extraterrestrial civilization, who, it is possible, are involved in the construction of underground tunnels around the world, after they had been unable to leave Earth for some reason. Now, everyone knows about the pyramids and ruins of ancient temples in Egypt's Giza. However, what many don't know is what lies under these ancient structures. According to recent scientific findings, huge unexplored underground structures are hidden beneath the pyramids inside the plateau. A network of tunnels stretches for tens of kilometers, both towards the Red Sea and the Atlantic coast. And now, considering the findings of tunnel research in South America that goes beneath the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean, could we say the tunnels from Egypt are heading in that direction? There is also this fascinating geological feature in the Middle East near Aleppo, which was given the nickname failure by locals. This is a hilly, dry area, but as you approach one of the hills, you'll be astounded to see a huge cavity with sheer walls of up to 70 meters deep and 120 meters in diameter instead of the top. How did this happen out of nowhere? According to the inhabitants, the failure occurred instantly in one day long ago, and at first there was a hole with a diameter of about 10 meters at the bottom, which later widened. It became obvious that in order to have a failed rock volume, a cavity with at least 1.6 million cubic meters of soil should be beneath.
PewDiePie's being sneaky and
Now,
naughty.
knowing the possible location of the network of tunnels around the globe, some of which are partly flooded, partly dry, and partially destroyed, partly used for covert movement of UFOs, imagine how Belovsky's vest, whose owner apparently died from the Adensky Strait, could have ended up where it was found. Would this not strongly point to the existence of an underground network of tunnels filled with water that flows northward? Is it possible that tunnels lead from this location, the Arabian Peninsula, to the Caspian, where they connect to tunnels near Krasnodar, then to Rostov, with branches to the Voronezh region, to Lake Endless, and then to the tunnel from the Tatra Mountains leading to the Volga region? Some of the tunnels reveal their ages. Some date back to very ancient times, more than 30 million years, and hence were already destroyed and partially collapsed and bombarded as a result of cataclysms on Earth. Others are relatively young, less than 1 million years, are in good condition, and give clues that they were used by aliens riding on UFOs. In addition, according to the drawings left on the tunnel walls depicting the combined actions of these superhuman and ordinary people, these tunnels were apparently created at an early stage in the development of mankind. and others show clear evidence that they were constructed by ancient people with highly developed civilizations who possessed high technologies that allowed them to build such engineering structures that stretched across vast distances. These underground tunnels could have also served as a shelter in the event of a cataclysmic threat to our planet, where they could safely retire and live until it was safe to venture out again. This is very likely, as we know that every 200 million years on Earth, global catastrophes occur, resulting in the extinction of up to 80% of the fauna and flora. The latest occurred at just 30 million years ago on the Eocene boundary as a result of the fall of regular asteroids. Smaller disturbances to Earth's life, such as the impact of small asteroids and the resulting earthquakes, tsunami waves, volcanic eruptions, surges and floods that lasted 141 and 21,000 years respectively, have also shaped our planet in distinct ways. Perhaps ancient civilizations, knowing about such cycles and wanting to avoid their consequences, built a network of tunnels and underground structures throughout the Earth, and hiding in them so that their activities were not on what was going on the surface. What do you think about these underground tunnels connecting different parts of the Earth? Sound out in the comment section below.
The millennials and Generation Z have the Peter Pan syndrome. They don't ever want to grow up.
The first generation to be born with the internet.
You all said additional tickets. I really want to go over something in regards to next.
Working with Gen Zs is not easy.
And Gen Zers feel underprepared for a constantly modernizing job market.
Less likely than prior generations of workers to go along with long hours.
The Bye-Bye generation, they'd rather leave a company than actually address the conflict.
And the frustration, the struggle, the memes of older generations trying to manage and trying to cope with Gen Zs is really just the beginning. All of this comes from just the handful of Gen Zs old enough to work today. But they're 30% of the population and will become 30% of the workforce in just a couple of years. Us millennials trying to manage them, we often forget how much Gen Xers and baby boomers hated us. We were the lazy and the entitled. We were the ones that quit their jobs really easily, right? So why does every generation struggle so much?
Oh, hello there, everyone.
I mean, all this story about Jesus rising from the dead and being the Son of God, this is fake news. You have a lovely passage.
There's something about...
I mean, all this story...
There's something about paper that just feels right. But what if paper were given digital powers?
Did you know it's quite likely that you've been falsely diagnosed with
the birth?
You want to feel good about your
Hello?
Last fall, a Democrat called Tony DeLuca got
August.
Are these
Since January 2021, when it was first initially launched in its beta for waitlist, DALL-E came public around November of last year. But now I have some more interesting news for you, and that is that DALL-E is working with an experimental model, which is the V2 experimental. But I've been playing with it for a few. I have seen that it is an interesting model. Would it compare with... Well, boy, oh boy, are we in big trouble right now. Even my worst case forecast for the start of this year, 2023, from the food crisis situation, has actually been blown way out of the water. And no, I am not joking. And that's why you'll understand why we're going to talk about these items
very shortly. But a number of organisations from United Nations, World Food Programme, and about half a dozen other 3 or 2 letter organisations have just started putting out these warnings about, well, let's be blunt, Western countries, what they call the wealthiest countries, and having a coming food crisis as a result of, well, a lot of stuff we're going to unpack in this video. So what have we got?
This video is brought to you by Aura. Hi, welcome to another episode of Cold Fusion. It's no secret that the...
Stop and listen closely.
This video is sponsored in part by Squarespace.
They've made it clear, the central banks and the government, that they want everybody to take a shot to the face.
One of the greatest of the...
Hey everyone, welcome. What do you think that film is about? In a nutshell, there's 2 narratives. One which is what was used to get the investors in. Kubrick had, you have to look at the context of it. Kubrick had just done Dr. Strangelove 4 or 5 years before 2001 came out. Dr. Strangelove upset a lot of people. It was so it was probably the most anti-establishment movie, the most effectively anti-establishment movie I've ever seen, and that I include all of Kubrick's other films on that level. Really? Yeah, because he just went for the throats of the people who he viewed as being a problem at the top of society. You know, after the Pentagon top people, he had characters in Dr. Strangelove who basically blatantly represented specific people who did actually operate through the Pentagon and these think tank groups. He even mocked Operation Paperclip within it, didn't he? With the, the Germans. Big time, yeah. He was onto that. He mocked the Rand Corporation. They got called the Bland Corporation in the film. And he'd read all of their stuff that was publicly available at these think tank groups and stuff. It's, you know, a lot of people think of this stuff as being really secretive. And I always thought, how the hell did Kubrick know this stuff? But when I started studying Dr. Strangelove, I realised that, hang on, all the information he needed was actually out there publicly. It just took him to gather it all together and cross-reference it. And he worked more openly with the other writers on that film. He wasn't hiding his agendas like he did with 2001. So anyway, Dr. Strangelove came out. Kubrick got attacked in the press as being a commie. And his career, I think, probably would have been finished after Dr. Strangelove, because he'd upset too many people, powerful people. So what do you do next in that position as a filmmaker? How do you get the funds in, and how do you make sure that you don't get attacked again? Right. Well, you go and make a movie which on surface appearances gives the establishment what it wants. He knew that the moon landing stuff was coming up, that had been talked about by Kennedy. Oh yes, we're going to put a man on the moon. And Kubrick's like, okay, so they want a pro-space race propaganda movie that's going to sell the moon landings, and it's going to sell space research, and it's going to sell technology. So he started developing it from there, and he was approaching different famous sci-fi writers, and he ended up with Arthur C. Clarke. As far as I can tell, what he was basically doing there was he needed somebody to be a front, a convincing front who could go to industry and sell them this bullshit movie, this ultimate pro-space race, evolution of man to becoming God, and transhumanist in a lot of ways, 2001. He needed to sell that bullshit story, and rather than do it himself, I don't think he would have had the heart to go and stand up in these rooms with these corporate bosses and say all this stuff. Gets Arthur C. Clarke to go and do it, and Clarke actually believed in all those messages anyway, so that made it convincing. And then all these bosses and people at NASA and places like that, they all loved Arthur C. Clarke anyway, because he was very much into the idea of man turning into machine, and travelling to the stars and contacting alien races. And when we contact these alien races, they're going to be nice to us. Yeah. They're going to come to us and help us become gods, which is bullshit. Because if you look at human history, whenever one civilization goes to another, they steal all the resources and enslave them. Well, why would it be any different if an alien race superior came to Earth? You know? But this was all the stuff that Clarke was into, and it matched up with the establishment opinions on that stuff. I'm not giving you a very short answer here, am I?
No, but this is good.
Okay,
this is good.
Okay, so he gets Clarke. He develops a story with Clarke, and he has Clarke sandboxed within that narrative. Meanwhile, as far as I can tell, Kubrick's like, how can I make it appear that I'm making this particular narrative that Clarke believes in, and which all the investors are going to believe in? How can I make the film look like it's going to be that when it's released? And I will covertly turn the film slowly into what I want it to be, which is basically the opposite message.
Right.
And so the film has two conflicting narratives, and it's very complex how Kubrick did this. It's amazing the skill and the chess moves of how he did it. Keep Clarke sandboxed, keep the investors thinking within that sandbox, keep Clarke talking to them. Meanwhile, develop a visual code for the film that communicates the story that he really wants to tell.
So you so you're a psychologist, but what stopped you from studying psychology is the arts. And what I see here is he's using psychology to fulfill his intention, but he's not exploit people, but keep people where he wants them. But then he's actually going to fulfill his intention through art. So the art is how is the real subversive side. The psychology, we'll just sandbox these people, get the investors on board. But then the art, because you can hide behind it. You go, well, it's your interpretation. Maybe that's what it means. Maybe that's what it doesn't mean.
And Kubrick, of course, having made lots of movies, and he was always studying psychology and science and everything else. He was always reading tons of material, filling his head. The guy must have been a walking library, But he, so having that situation with the sandbox, he's sort of, with his knowledge of how metaphors worked in films, he sort of had taken a lot of the stuff that already existed in movies about how to convey things non-verbally. It's not like he was the first one to do visual storytelling. And that was already done in the silent era anyway. But he took all of that stuff and he turned that into a much more precise science. And he did something which I think is a first in film history. He made a movie which actually carries two narratives at once. One is what the investors wanted. That got all the money in to make the movie. And the second is the visually conveyed narrative, which is the art side that he wanted to tell, which he couldn't let them know about. He couldn't let the crew, Arthur C. Clarke, he couldn't let them know about, because if word got back, investors would all pull out.
So on the one hand, you've got a story of the space race, because we haven't done the moon landings yet. It's going to be good, it's optimistic, it's positive, there's going to be a positive end result. And what's his real narrative then? What's his real story?
As far as I can tell, the real narrative is that I think there's a lot of things communicated, but I'll tell some of the basics. One is that this whole notion of interstellar space travel is almost a ridiculous fantasy. The distances to travel and the hostility of empty space to the human condition is unbelievable. It's scary. And so at the start of the movie, you get the bone is thrown up, becomes a spaceship, and then you get all this fancy music. Oh, isn't it wonderful? These spaceships flying around, and then you go to the moon, and you got a huge moon base in the year 2001, which we haven't even got a tiny moon base now. And so that part of the movie shows the fantasy of space research. Oh, isn't it wonderful? We're all going to the stars, and the aliens are helping us get there, and all this kind of stuff. Later on in the film, after Bowman has defeated Hal, which is like a defeating transhumanism, basically, then you get like the whole crazy end sequence with Jupiter and stuff, and suddenly the music becomes terrifyingly scary. And then towards the end of the movie, and you see Jupiter and all its moons, and I mean Jupiter's a fucking colossal beast, isn't it? I think it's a tenth of the size of the sun, something like that. And I think with all that scary stuff, he was showing, look, space isn't this wonderful, pretty music type. It's terrifying. And I think his is still one of the very, very few movies, and it was probably the first one ever that actually had spaces being completely silent.
Yeah.
You know, and so he was trying to show people that, look, this is a bullshit fantasy. The void of space is terrifying. It's not built for us. And the chances of us travelling through it, I mean, 18 months just to get to Jupiter, you haven't even come near the edge of the solar system.
Yeah.
So all that came across, and then all the stuff about defeating Hal intellectually in battle. I view that as being basically, instead of celebrating artificial intelligence, which, because IBM invested in the film, they thought they were getting a pro AI movie, and Clark had sold it to them on that basis. And then the movie that they got had Hal going crazy, killing people, being very manipulative, and then organic humans, or one of them, defeating Hal and seizing back control of his life from the machine.
Right.
That's not the message that they wanted.
Yeah.
And in the Kubrick archives, I found there's letters there that IBM were pissed when they saw the movie.
Right.
They were like, take our logos off the movie, because they were all over the place in the movie. Get the movie, they were annoyed. But and actually, a lot of the investors were very annoyed. And one of the things Kubrick did that was incredibly sneaky, one of his many chess tactics in making the film, is when the first sort of executive cut of the film was shown, not the cinema release, it was framed so that it would look more like what they wanted. It had a voiceover narration occasionally in the film that gave some waffle that fitted in the communicated Arthur C. Clarke's narrative.
Right.
And at the beginning of the film, there was 10 minutes worth of interviews with real scientists about how plausible interstellar space travel is, and about how artificial intelligence is the future of humanity and all that. All the messages that the executives and stuff wanted to hear. Then when he releases the movie, and he must have had Final Cut to do this, he must have convinced them so much that they gave him Final Cut. He must have thought, wow, we've got the brilliant Stanley Kubrick on our side. Yeah, we'll give him Final Cut. But they had no idea he was going to use a visual encoding thing. And so when the movie got released, the narration was removed, and the 10 minutes worth of interviews with scientists were removed, and it's like, suddenly the movie ceased to be that narrative, and it became a visually encoded experience. And Kubrick was doing interviews, and he's saying, there was one, I'll paraphrase it, he said something along the lines of, people watch this movie, people don't watch this movie, they listen to it, they expect to be told, they listen to this movie expecting things to be explained, they shouldn't be listening. You don't get much from this movie from that. You have to look at what's going on in the movie. He was talking about visual encoding. And I know, like, I've talked about some elements of this in the videos I've done. And some people are like, oh, come on. How can one man be that clever? Well, people can be. They can be that clever.
Yeah.
And it's kind of... It's how can I put it? You can almost take it as almost like an insult to yourself. You think, well, I'm really stupid because I don't know how to do all this stuff.
Yeah.
You know,
it's a narcissistic injury.
Yeah. It is. It's an ego blow to think that somebody else could be that smart, and you've probably been a fan of their film and seen it 20 times, and you had no fucking clue that there was this other side to it because he never ever told you. I think that is a massive ego blow. Some people, when they go back to a favourite movie and they learn that there's something else there or somebody else shows them it, some people are like, wow, I love it. Now my favourite movie is even better.
Yeah.
And some people just take that ego blow and like, no. The way I perceived it is the way it is. And no, I didn't get fooled. You know?
I hate that. When people start saying, it's kind of like a postmodern stance. No, everything is open to perception, and the way that I perceived it is the way. And it's like, well, there is an author, there is a director. They also have an intention. Like, I mean, you're free to do whatever you want in your own mind, but don't tell me what the author's intention was. But I read something, I don't know if you saw this, the opening shot of the movie where the bone is thrown up, that satellite was supposed to look like it was armed with nuclear weapons, but it doesn't.
Pause.
And he said in an interview, one of the mistakes of the movie.
Get your pause off.
Because it was supposed to be a little bit more. It was another anti-nuclear war movie, but I only saw a satellite. I didn't get the impression of a military thing there, which was interesting.
They got various national flags on the different satellites.
Okay. Okay, so maybe that was a bit
It's
more
like a
of
space
clue.
ring.
There's stuff flying in our airspace. We don't know what it is.
Saying they're seeing UFOs.
That makes it increasingly less likely that we're alone.
Objects in the skies that we don't know exactly what they are.
We have good explanations for some of the things that we've seen.
There are a lot of people that are going to examine your facial expressions here, every twitch.
Maybe it has a very simple answer. Maybe it doesn't.
I think so. Yeah. All right. All right, y'all ready?
Yeah, ready.
Here we go. I'm Scott Rouse. I'm a body language expert and analyst, and I train law enforcement and the military in interrogation and body language.
After Investor Day, Sandy Monroe.
Our public conversations are in a state of crisis.
If there's one thing that we know about Earth, it's that.
What is real?
This is how to design and create a killer YouTube video to...
One of the most stubborn and long-serving flat earthers is Jeren from Jerenism. He is, of course, the famous flat earther who proved Earth's curvature.
I mean, it's just... we don't see you, Enrique. Lift up your...
I love Peanuts comics. I love the dog, the bird.
You've heard of large language models like ChatGPT.
ChatGPT.
The Bible's book of Genesis. In chapter 6, verse 9, begins the story of Noah and the flood, in which God sends a great deluge to rid the earth of sinners and start anew. Different versions of the same story exist in nearly every ancient tradition around the world. Going back 5,000 years, we have sacred texts that tell us there was an antediluvian civilization.
And I think...
Hi, my name is Vinny Todd Tolman, or Vincent Todd Tolman, and I did have a death...
I wonder if anyone else...
What do pizza boxes, your outdoor gear, ski...
BlackRock, one of the most powerful companies in the world, just struck a deal with the president of
Wouldn't it be cool if you could film yourself and easily turn into anything you...
You will fail. So what? Everybody does. It's time to redefine success. Meet Body. Fun workouts and a week off. Healthy eating and indulgence. Liking yourself no matter what. Yeah, you will fail. We all will. But we're not going to let that be the end. You see that? We're already making progress. So let's keep going. We are Body. Start your free trial at body.com. That's BODI.com. Big Tech is now developing powerful AI brains for real-world robots. Large deep learning models, like OpenAI's GPT-3, have ushered in a golden age for chatbots. But what about physical robots? Both Google and Microsoft have now announced research into applying similar AI models to robots with impressive results. Researchers at Google and the Berlin Institute of Technology have released an AI model called PaLM this week that combines language and vision capabilities to control robots, allowing them to complete tasks autonomously in the real world, from getting a chip bag from a kitchen to sorting blocks by color into corners of a rectangle. According to the researchers, this is the largest visual language model, VLM, reported to date, with 562 billion parameters. This AI has a wide array of capabilities, which includes math reasoning, multi-image reasoning, and chain-of-thought reasoning. The researchers wrote in a paper that the AI uses multitask training to transfer skills across tasks, rather than being trained on individual tasks. According to the paper, the AI model, when controlling robots, even displays emergent capabilities like multimodal chain-of-thought reasoning and the ability to reason over multiple images, despite being trained on only single-image prompts. PaLME is based on Google's previous large language model called PaLM, and the E in the name stands for embodied, and refers to the model's interaction with physical objects and robotic control. PaLME is also built off of Google's RT1, a model that processes robot inputs and outputs actions such as camera images, task instructions, and motor commands. The AI uses VIT22B, a vision transformer model that does tasks such as image classification, object detection, and image captioning. The robot is able to generate its own plan of action in response to commands using the model. When the robot was asked to bring me the rice chips from the drawer, PaLME was able to guide it to go to the drawers, open the top drawer, take the rice chips out of the drawer, bring it to the user, and put it down. The robot was able to do this even with a human disturbance, with a researcher knocking the rice chips back into the drawer the first time the robot picked it up. PaLME is able to do this by analyzing data from its live camera. PaLME generates high-level instructions as text. In doing so, the model is able to naturally condition upon its own predictions and directly leverage the world knowledge embedded in its parameters, the researchers wrote. This enables not only embodied reasoning, but also question answering, as demonstrated in our experiments. The AI can answer questions about the world, such as math problems, and facts like which ocean Miami Beach borders. PaLME is also able to give captions to and describe images. The usage of a large language model as the core of the robot has given it the ability to become more autonomous, needing less training and fine-tuning compared to previous models. Danny Dryas, one of the paper's authors, tweeted, "Perhaps most exciting about PaLME is positive transfer." Simultaneously training PaLME across several domains, including internet-scale general vision language tasks, leads to significantly higher performance compared to single-task robot models. This work represents a major step forward, but on an expected path. It extends recent, exciting work out of DeepMind to the important and difficult arena of robotics, their work on Frozen and Flamingo. More broadly, it is part of the recent tsunami of amazing AI advances that combine a simple but powerful formula. Jeff Clune, an associate professor of computer science at the University of British Columbia, told Motherboard. The formula, he said, is first, to have the AI digest the internet and make predictions about what will come next, and then train the models to use that knowledge to solve harder tasks. Donfei Su, an assistant professor at the School of Interactive Computing at Georgia Tech, told Motherboard that PaLME is a big step forward for Google's robotics research. Task planning, or determining what to do to achieve a goal, is an arduous robotics/AI problem that Seikan and PaLME have made significant strides towards solving. Previous task planning systems most rely on some forms of search or optimization algorithms, which are not very flexible and hard to construct. LLMs and multimodal LLM allows these systems to reap the benefit of the internet-scale data and easily generalize to new problems, he said. Google is not the only company testing out a new multimodal AI and how to incorporate large language models in robots. Microsoft released its research on how it extended the capabilities of ChatGPT to robotics. They also unveiled a multimodal model called Cosmos One on Monday, which can analyze images for content, solve visual puzzles, perform visual recognition, and pass IQ tests. In their paper describing the results, Microsoft researchers called the convergence of language models with capabilities in robots as a step towards creating artificial general intelligence, or AGI, which is generally understood as intelligence on the same level as a human being. At the same time, Sue said there is still more work to be done on overcoming the number of real-world problems that may arise, such as the number of obstacles in a kitchen or the possibility of slipping. Generally, endowing robots with human-like sensor motor control is a really difficult problem. See more of X paradox, he said. And it may be the most difficult problem in robotics and a major roadblock towards building useful robots that can assist us in our daily lives. There is other great research in Google Robotics that tries to make progress on that problem, e.g. RT1, but PaLME itself does not directly address that problem. PaLME makes great progress on the important robotics problem of task planning. At the same time, difficult robotics problems stay difficult. PaLME shows that as large language models become more scaled up and advanced, its capabilities, including performing multimodal tasks, become easier, more accurate, and autonomous.
The Venture X card from Capital One gives you premium travel benefits, perfect for seeing Taylor Swift the Eras Tour, presented by Capital One. Oh, I do love her. Earn 5 times miles on flights and 10 times miles on hotels through Capital One Travel.
Enjoy your stay in Suite 13.
Whoa, 13? That's Taylor's lucky number. The Venture X card from Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
We're trying to treat it like a cartoon. So there's a specific...
There are attributes of the creator that...
PlayStation, Xbox, Switch, Wii U, PC.
You had to throw that in about it being a former...
ESG regulations that label food production as high risk. Sounds crazy, right? Well, in January, the EU's controversial ESG regulations came into force, and they've been described by their proponents as the most ambitious yet. And if that wasn't crazy...
Thanks to OneDream for sponsoring this video.
So it is official. This is it. We are no longer possibly ever going to shop at Walmart ever again. Never going to another Walmart in the near future for very, very shocking reasons. Maybe not so shocking. I mean, CEO Doug McMillon has already stated.
This video is sponsored by Brilliant. So recently I decided to build a JavaScript app.
We want to say something about 3 essential...
I'm not going to be judgmental.
Today we are talking...
I'm going to try to start a YouTube channel.
No one tells stories better than Audible, the home of storytelling. From motivation and comedy to true crime and memoirs, and so much more. Audiobooks.
Last fall, a Democrat called Tony DeLuca got reelected to the Pennsylvania State House while dead.
After Investor Day, Sandy Monroe was all agog over hairpin
in civilization.
In China and Russia are friends.
Last year I covered Saudi Arabia's NEOM project, also known as The Line. It's a hotly debated topic with strong opinions about its ethics, its logic, and its potential for success. Regardless, construction has begun on this project, which has somehow gotten even weirder than before.
What was once just a strangely shaped city with multiple levels of interaction for living, working, and transportation has become a giant mirrored wall as tall as the Empire State Building with 3D communities and... Are those floating trees? You know your idea is ludicrous when you have to scream in bold letters on your website's homepage, NEOM's real. No, really, we're doing this, guys. We're really this crazy. By the way, if you needed more evidence that fossil fuels are on the way out, this is the link that Saudi Arabia is going to rebrand themselves as a tech center instead of a petrostate. There's this much writing on the wall. Now, I'm as skeptical as the next guy about the viability of this project. Having said that, there's a lot of things that they're trying to do in terms of sustainability and efficiency that I think are pretty interesting, and of course, I would love to see succeed. But it definitely starts a conversation about smart cities and how cities work, how they should work. This whole idea of starting a city from scratch using modern technology and construction, throwing off the old ideas and trying something new. And NEOM isn't the only city in the world trying new things. In fact, Japan has several smart cities in the works. Today we're going to talk about one of them. The future is old. No, seriously. By 2050, the proportion of people aged 60 and older will have doubled from what it was in 2015. And with any luck, I'll be one of them. Assuming I'll make it. By 2050, 1 in 5 people worldwide will be a senior citizen. Or close to it, depending on your definition. At the same time, more people are going to be moving into cities. In fact, 70% of the population is expected to live in urban centers. Today it's closer to 56%. And our cities already have a whole host of problems. Let's start with traffic. In 2022, the average London driver spent 156 hours delayed in traffic. That's time. More cities in the high double digits. This also leads to health concerns from poor air quality. You might remember those pictures showing cleaner air in the cities during the COVID lockdowns? Well, that's all over. The smog is back, y'all. In major cities, so are its health effects, like severe asthma attacks and premature death. Premature death is not a good health effect. Add housing, jobs, crime, and sustainability to the list, and it's clear that cities of the future have some challenges to face. Enter smart cities. So Japan has been looking into smart cities for a while now, and for good reason. The percentage of people aged 65 and older is 1 in 3. That's actually more than the rest of the world can expect in 30 years. On top of that, Japan's birth rate has been falling steadily. 2022 actually set a record low. More elderly people and fewer people in the younger generation means that Japan is facing a caregiving crisis that's definitely worse than the rest of the world. So, technology to the rescue. Luckily, they've got a lot of it. At CES 2020, Toyota Motor Corporation announced its plans to build what they call the Woven City, a living laboratory for testing smart city technology. The purpose of the Woven City is well-being for all, and that includes the elderly. I'll get into the details of the Woven City in a moment, but the Woven City isn't like the first time an idea like this has been tried in Japan. There's actually a lot of projects like this that Japan calls Sustainable Smart Towns, or SSTs. They've been doing this not only for all the reasons that I've just mentioned, but also as a kind of a technology incubator for some of their major corporations. Panasonic opened the Fujisawa Sustainable Smart Town to 100 families in 2014. Fujisawa is a city of 439,000 people, so what Panasonic has basically done is create sort of a high-tech neighborhood. That neighborhood is now home to 2,000 people. Panasonic opened a similar town in 2018 and another in 2022. These three run on renewable energy and have been designed with intergenerational families in mind. Another city called Aizu Wakamatsu is also set to host a smart city prototype. It doesn't really look like much right now, basically an office with some security cameras. But a number of Japanese corporations have signed on as investors, including Accenture, Nissan, Epson, a printing firm named Toppan Inc., and the University of Aizu. So, yeah, something's going on there. Aizu Wakamatsu, by the way, the home of a famous samurai castle. Wikipedia. And now Toyota has their smart sustainable town in the works. SSTs are actually popular with car manufacturers because they're looking for ways to stay relevant as technology changes. And yeah, Toyota's no exception. Except when it comes to EVs, of course. In December 2019, Toyota's president, Aiko Toyoda, released an open letter about the new business model for the company. You can find the link down below, but the TLDR is that Toyota's rebranding itself as a mobility company.
It's my goal to transition Toyota from an automobile company to a mobility company.
They're focusing on people and using their manufacturing mojo to move bodies, products, and information around. I know the mobility thing sounds vague, but it's all the rage in car companies these days. Tesla has used mobility as a blanket term for EV and autonomous driving. Google talks about improving access to mobility with Waymo. Actually, the virtual borders that Waymo works with aren't really that different when you think about it from the physical borders being drawn by smart city companies. And in a way,
If you think about it, you can make the argument that the whole smart city movement is kind of like a reaction to the virtualization of everyday life. It's kind of like Toyota and these other companies are trying to get us to, actually go outside and breathe the air. Technology's made it possible for most of us to do what we want to do electronically, but the meat bags we live in still need to function offline. So how will Toyota's Woven City accomplish this? Well, unlike the Panasonic Sustainable Smart Towns or the smart additions to Aizu Wakamatsu, Woven City started from scratch. Sort of. Toyota is building on land that was once the site of the Higashi Fuji plant, where cars were built until 2020. This is 175 acres, and it's located in Susono, a city of about 51,000 people. And the view was going to be like every single piece of media I've seen about the Woven City has shown off Mount Fiji, as the centerpiece of the whole thing. Toyota definitely had inspiration in mind when they picked the location. And the people who live there will be able to take in this view from 3 different pathways. The first will be for autonomous vehicles, the second for pedestrians and small vehicles, and the third for pedestrians only. At CES 2020, the architect of Woven City, Gark Ingalls, described the paths as separate forms of mobility. And the emphasis will be put on pedestrian experiences, so you'll be able to walk through most of the places in the city without ever leaving a park. In fact, the Woven City logo kind of illustrates how park-like roads surround a central hub. But there is actually a 4th type of path that most citizens will never even see. And that's the city's logistics path, which will be underground. This way, cargo and goods can be delivered directly to buildings without, taking up space in the streets. And deliveries around town will be shuttled around by autonomous delivery vehicles, so anything you might need can be just delivered to your building in minutes. And because this is Toyota, it's going to be powered, wait for it, by hydrogen. Toyota's just all in on hydrogen. Does hydrogen have Toyota's mother in a basement somewhere? Now, to be fair, at least they're trying to be green about it. Toyota has a deal with a company called Ineos to, quote, explore CO2-free hydrogen production and usage. Now, I will say hydrogen fuel cells do have their uses, and there's an argument to be made that it makes more sense in a local ground-up infrastructure where it can be extracted and stored without having to transport it around. And I guess it makes sense to store energy in hydrogen for the times when the sun's not out and the wind doesn't blow. Either way, it's better than burning fossil fuels, so points, I guess. Now, at this point, you might be thinking, hey, this doesn't sound as dystopian as some of the other smart city projects I've heard of. Let's talk about the food. Like I said earlier, Toyota is calling the Woven City a living laboratory, and you know what lives in laboratories? Lab rats. A big part of the Woven City's pitch is a focus on the health of its citizens, so to that end, they've created a special diet for them. And every house has a giant water bottle with a little ball thing at the end of it. Nissen Foods has created a new diet for the Woven City that, quote, allows people to enjoy a complete nutrition meal, in their words. Just in case you were wondering what their plans are for that elderly population.
Silent free these people!
All joking aside, they want to build a health platform for their citizens that provides healthy food and health monitoring to prevent and treat diseases. It's like the world's most advanced high-tech life alert. This includes sensors that will track things like food use, so household robots will keep the refrigerator stocked, and citizens will wear sensors for monitoring their health, all of which is connected to a vast internet of things, security cameras, air conditioning systems, even those smart fridges I mentioned will be connected. And then artificial intelligence will take all that data and decide what should be done for their residents. Toyota has their own take on the role that AI is going to play. Instead of saying AI, they use the term IA, intelligence amplified. This is not a new concept. It's something Toyota's been working on for years. In fact, if you want a preview of what living in the Woven City might be like, I'll put a link down in the description. It's a video from the Toyota Research Institute, specifically TRI Robotics. In it, they talk about how robots can help care for the elderly, and keeping them safe, keeping their surroundings secure, and just generally making life easier. And this, of course, is the stated purpose for this entire project. Regardless of how it might all feel, the goal is to automate caregiving so that the children and the grandchildren will have extra time to share, doing the things that really matter. But if you have concerns around privacy, well, you're not alone. The United Nations Human Rights Office has a lot to say on the subject. One report on a smart city project in South Korea pointed to areas of special concern, including the privacy of health and social security data, privacy for HIV and AIDS positive persons, and privacy in the workplace. And that last one is especially relevant to the Woven City. It's expected that many of the residents are going to be Toyota employees and their families. Woven City and smart city projects all around the world are going to have to strike a balance between collecting data and then ensuring the privacy of its citizens. And the fact that a lot of these cities are often built by private corporations and not elected governments is a little disconcerting. Company towns don't exactly have the best history. Alright, so where are things with the Woven City? Well, they broke ground on February 23rd, 2021. They released a time-lapse video a little bit ago that celebrated the one-year anniversary last year. Mostly just kind of shows dirt being moved around. But it's very high-tech dirt. Toyota hasn't made a completion date public. They also haven't said how much it will all cost. But we do have a clue. Toyota announced plans to issue Woven Planet bonds back in 2021. I'm sure that term doesn't really help with the people that are skeptical of this whole idea. We will weave the planet! It's still got some hurdles to clear, but it's expected to fund the Woven City and Toyota's other green projects to the tune of $4.6 billion. Of course, that's peanuts to the total investment being made in smart cities around the world. I talked about NEOM earlier. That's a $500 billion project. But there are others. There's 48 hotels in the Red Sea project, for example, that plan to use cutting-edge technology, smart digital destination management, and IoT sensors to take care of their guests. And in 2021, the Red Sea project merged with Umbla. I think I'm saying that right. It's another multi-billion-dollar project with high-tech features. Over here in North America, you've got Peachtree Corners, Georgia. Redevelopment efforts have included the construction of Curiosity Lab, a living laboratory to test intelligent mobility and smart city technology. Some companies all think that people want to live in a laboratory. By the way, some of these smart town projects don't work out, like Google's Quayside project. Quayside was Google's effort to take a waterfront in Toronto and turn that into a smart neighborhood, but they had to abandon the project in May of 2020. There's an article by Carrie Jacobs in the MIT Technology Review where she talked about the culture clash between Toronto and Google. She said, quote, almost every person I spoke to used the word hubris or arrogance to describe the company's attitude. Now, Toyota has made a lot of efforts and said a lot of things about putting people first in the Woven City, but Google said the same thing about Quayside. Of course, considering that Toyota already owns the land where they're building in the Woven City, they're probably not going to run into the same issues that Google did. But we'll probably see the first 100 residents move in a few years, the total population of 2,000, probably not long after that. But maybe the biggest question, to me anyway, is this the trend? Are corporate-run smart cities going to pop up around the world? Because it really wouldn't be a new phenomenon. You know, I mentioned company towns earlier. That was actually kind of the norm until about 100 years ago. The U.S. was just lousy with company towns, especially around mining and logging industries. In Britain, they were called model villages. And some of these places were pretty horrific. I mean, like, if you hate how much control your job has over you now, imagine if they controlled when you eat and sleep, who you hang out with, where you hang out, what you can wear, whether or not you can drink, what kind of music you listen to, and every item you purchase comes from them, and they can charge you whenever they want. Knowing Better has a great video about the history of company towns. I'll link it down below. But essentially, some of these places, they basically ensure that their workers stay permanently in debt to them, creating a kind of slavery. Now, is it fair to paint the Woven City with that brush? Who knows? I guess we'll see. In the best case scenario, Woven City and other smart towns will pioneer new technologies and systems that will filter into all the other cities of the world and make all our lives better. Ideally, you know, maybe in 100 years, this kind of connectedness will be normal, and people will think of how we live now as the Wild Wild West. But I guess time will tell. Let me know what you think in the comments. But regardless of whether the Woven City or NEOM or any of the other smart cities wind up being the future, you can bet that the future cities will be more connected, more integrated, and definitely much more computerized. And you can take advantage of that trend by having a better understanding of computers, which you can get a handle on with today's sponsor, Brilliant. Brilliant has a whole learning path on computer science, starting with computer fundamentals and going all the way up through neural networks. Find out how those ones and zeros become, well, what you're watching right now, and how it's advancing into the AI programs that might be putting your job in jeopardy. Or making it easier? It's a very confusing time. Which is why it's a good idea to get a better handle on all kinds of things, from computer science to physics to orbital mechanics, which is another growing field. And Brilliant does it in a way that's fun and kind of hacks your brain's problem-solving abilities, using interactive animations and games. Especially if you struggle with math and science concepts in school, you might be surprised how this method makes everything kind of click for the first time. It's kind of a magic trick. And if you're one of the first 200 people to sign up for the premium subscription at brilliant.org/answerswithjoe, you'll get 20% off your annual subscription. And if that's not enough, they offer a 30-day free trial. So give it a try. You've got nothing to lose. Get learning and have fun at the same time. There's all kinds of new stuff over there, so go check it out. Brilliant.
You want to feel good about your electric vehicle, and government mandates to stop selling gas-powered cars after certain years. It's different in different states. The European Union says that it will no longer sell gas-powered cars by 2035. You won't feel so good about that decision after watching this. What you're seeing here is the Republic of Congo. What those people are doing are mining for cobalt. Cobalt powers the batteries in all of our rechargeable devices, including your electric cars. Not just your mobile devices, but
mainly electric cars is where this mineral is going now because of the increased demand for electric cars. And they do so in what the author here, Siddharth Kara, calls like biblical times, is how grueling this work is. This is a big part of the research from his new book that was published just in late January. It's called Cobalt Red. I bought it today on Kindle, if you'd like to read it along with me. What he's trying to scream to the world is that a move to electric cars is not more green. In fact, it makes more slave labor, no matter what Kevin Bacon wants you to think. Here's a tweet by Kevin Bacon that the author of this book responded to. Kevin Bacon was just happily telling you that he's partnered with Hyundai to promote electric cars. And the author here said, great, love you since Footloose, but perhaps you can lend your voice equally to the human rights and environmental catastrophe taking place at the other end of those EV supply chains. Now, the pieces and components of electric vehicles is something we've spoken about a lot, not to mention that when you plug in cars and you increase power consumption of the grid, it matters what kind of power is in your area. So for instance, in China, here's Bjorn Lundberg's research on how China actually switched to electric vehicles and had so many coal-powered plants that the electric cars worsened local air with lethal consequences. It's estimated that in Shanghai, pollution from an additional 1 million electric-powered cars would kill nearly 3 times as many people annually as an additional 1 million gas-powered cars, because they're still coal-powered there. And so he talks about the cumulative effect.
3 times as many?
It's crazy.
Wow. Wow.
He talks about the cumulative effect of EVs. He says, even if we do it, even if we all have electric cars, he says, the impact will be minimal. The International Energy Agency hopes that we can reach 130 million electric cars by 2030. A breathtaking expectation given that we have spent decades and billions of dollars in subsidies to reach just 5 million. Even if we could do that, it would cut a trifling 0.4% of global emissions by 2030. That's it. And that's only when you calculate energy to energy, meaning electricity versus gas-powered cars. He says electric cars will be a part of our future solution to transport needs, sure, but they're not going to solve climate change. So, again, EVs are just not going to save the planet. I don't know how you run the math to think that they will. So can someone please tell that to Prime Minister Justin Trudeau? This tweet just a few hours ago, where he's sort of high-fiving himself because last year he introduced this deal with Honda to retool their facilities to make hybrid electric vehicles. He's like, good for us. It's been a year. Glad we did that. That's the whole purpose of the tweet.
So looking back after a year and another time.
That's what I did last year at this time.
Yeah, around this time last year, we announced the first of many deals with automakers, deals that create and secure thousands of jobs, help keep our air clean, and support workers. As we build on that progress and continue to grow the economy and the middle class, let's look back. Great.
All right. Now, the European Union was set to vote on March 7th in order to put in place this legislation to outlaw gas-powered cars by 2035. But the vote was delayed because the EU was worried that Germany and Italy were having cold feet about it. And in fact, that is true. Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni said this to reporters just in January about the EV transition. She says, it's not reasonable. And I think there's a certain alignment by other European countries on our position. She has been expressing concern since the campaign that she does not want to put workers out of work because there's no longevity to their cars. Or say you're a delivery person and now half of your day is charging a car because you can't go the same, right? She's realizing that this will tank the economy and hurt everyday people.
Or when it gets cold and the batteries don't have as much capacity, and when President Biden during the State of the Union address says, I think we'll probably have about another 10 years of gas. We'll still need gas. We'll still need gas for like another 10 years, and everyone in the State of the Union laughed at him. Like, oh yeah, just 10 years?
Right.
Right, sure.
So what Germany is doing is they've asked the European Union to exempt cars powered by synthetic fuel. which is a bit of a head scratcher, so stay with me here. What is a synthetic fuel? Here is a summary. It's basically fuels that they have the same property as fossil fuels, but they're produced artificially, so they're not drilled for. They can be used in the same way as fossil fuels and are used all around the world. For example, it's possible to produce synthetic jet fuel, diesel, or gasoline for conventional planes, ships, trucks, and cars. The main difference between fossil and synthetic fuels is how they are produced. Fossil fuels are formed over millions of years underground from organic matter that's turned into coal, natural gas, or oil, and then drilled for or dug up. Synthetic fuels are produced by mimicking these natural processes using renewable resources. And in fact,
geometric elements of the structures built by ancient humans have been had.
For a complete halt to the power supply, transportation, hospital services, our society as a whole. The COVID-19 crisis would be seen in this respect as a small disturbance in comparison to a major cyber attack. To use the COVID-19 crisis as a timely opportunity to reflect on the lessons the cybersecurity community can draw and improve our preparedness for a potential cyber pandemic.
I got a neighbor, and right now he's puking blood. He works right there in the main part of it.
People are going back to work because they have to.
They need that money. Not like these big boys in North Fork. They're sitting behind a desk or sitting at home, kicked back in their chair, enjoying themselves. But they got money coming in. Do they care about us? No, they don't even care about their own employees.
Sometimes a disaster is so overwhelming that it shocks people out of their political corners and brings really big problems into focus. That's what it's like in East Palestine. I grew up in this county. I lived 2 counties south on Route 7. The last time I was in East Palestine was for the Sweethearts Dance in 2007. I came back to find out what happened when a nearly 2-mile-long Norfolk Southern train carrying hazardous chemicals derailed and was detonated in spectacular fashion on the edge of town. We've been here for over a week. We've seen national figures and camera crews come and go, but what gets lost in so much of that coverage is that the people here still have a ton of unanswered questions. How safe is the air and water really? Who, if anyone, has the juice to square up with a $55 billion company that treats disasters as the cost of doing business? And will anyone step up to lead this time?
Do I have to wait until I have loans or my kids are sick before you guys are going to do anything?
Nice to meet you guys.
Yeah. Can I do an interview?
Yeah. My name is Luke Glavin. I live a couple blocks from here on Alice Street. We're in East Palestine, pretty much right at ground zero for where the train derailed. Friday night, my wife and I were playing Call of Duty, and we heard some banging around, and we didn't know what the heck it was, so we paused it. We come out here, and it was a spectacle, really. I kept telling my wife, "Oh my God, this is big. This is bigger than we're going to even ever imagine."
The train derailed on the edge of town late at night on February 3rd. 5 cars were carrying toxic vinyl chloride. Left alone, the damaged cars would have gone off like a bomb. So officials on the scene did what's being called a controlled release. A mushroom cloud of toxic chemicals filled the sky, stretching out for miles.
It was like hundreds of miles, like that shit was out there. And I was just silent for a moment, that feeling, when people are gonna suffer or, something's horribly wrong with this.
2 days later, government and company-sponsored tests declared the air and water safe, and a mandatory evacuation order for residents in a 1-mile radius of the derailment was lifted. Minutes later, the trains were back on the tracks. And in the days and weeks since, residents have gotten very few answers to their many questions. So Luke, walk us through what communication has been like of really important information after this derailment.
I'm going to give you the
shortest answer possible. There isn't any. I mean, really, from Norfolk anyways. You're a multi-billion-dollar corporation, but they can't even give you the answers to some simple questions that even a little bit of research on Google can give you.
They're not talking. They're trying to protect themselves, so.
Yeah.
I mean, but they need to at least let us know what's going on, you know.
Norfolk Southern has been carrying out most of the major operations since the disaster, hiring contractors for the cleanup, the testing, everything.
When they did the test, I was actually crying as the team walked through my house because I said, there's no way in hell I'm going and smelling this right now.
I noticed the smell right away. I smelled either smell.
They said they didn't smell anything at all.
So you've had a test at your home. Who did that test?
That was CTEC. That was the Center for Toxicology and Environmental Health, the company that Norfolk contracted with.
It turns out the initial testing used to justify the claim that East Palestine's water supply was secure was conducted by a third-party contractor hired by Norfolk Southern in a way that didn't comply with the EPA's own testing standards. It begs the question of why the company that caused this disaster was ever charged with handling the response in the first place.
Why the fuck would you let Norfolk do that? Like, why would you let them clean up their own mess? And they have every reason to just cover it up.
This is the only thing that I've received from Norfolk so far. This is just a little pamphlet just telling us about what they've done. 3,150 cubic yards of contaminated soil and 942,000 gallons of contaminated water. And that's been the narrative since this started was, guys, it's okay, you know, we've got this, we're cleaning it up.
We've made a lot of progress on environmental remediation. We've dug up 4,600 cubic yards of soil and collected 1.7 million gallons of water.
We got the wildlife officers out there every day checking our creeks. Everything's dead. Nothing comes around. We used to have birds. We used to have all kinds of stuff.
Is it water that's bothering you, or is it something else? It's not manufacturing. She's sick. I've had her at the emergency room 3 times.
Being exposed to something in my house, the doctor diagnosed me with contact dermatitis due to chemical exposure.
I try to walk like 3 feet into my house. I start feeling like we're not dumb. They think they can just throw a bunch of science words around and then just expect us not to question it. I just really like to know what exactly they're doing at this point. Norfolk personally. I'd like to know why people are getting sick with CDC symptoms and why they're just not taking us seriously. I mean, they match the symptoms identically and they're still like, oh, those are unrelated.
So we are in the press box of the East Palestine High School auditorium, the last of a 3-day event with national political figures coming through here, the first being Trump, the second being Pete Buttigieg, and now Aaron Brockovich.
I can't tell you how many communities feel that these moments are the biggest gaslight of their life. Because you experienced it. You have symptoms. But you're going to be told it's safe. You're going to be told not to worry. But that's just rubbish.
This is all happening as the Environmental Protection Agency takes over the next phase of the cleanup process. In practice, that means that Norfolk is still leading the day-to-day operations, while the EPA monitors their progress. But the EPA plans to use its powers to force Norfolk to foot the entire bill for the cleanup. And if the company fails to finish the job, the EPA will do it themselves and invoice Norfolk for 3 times the original cost.
I want you all to know that we are holding Norfolk Southern accountable for putting this community in harm's way.
The EPA has a spotty track record of showing up, rushing to say everything's fine, then leaving people without the support they really need. We saw it in Flint, and we're already seeing some signs that it might be happening here. Recently, the EPA said that their own testing shared that the air and water near the crash was completely safe. But Texas A&M researchers, using the same data, found elevated levels of 9 pollutants that could be linked to serious long-term health risks. For residents, all of this can feel like a repeat of how Norfolk Southern has been handling the response in the last few weeks.
The fact that they gave Norfolk that entire responsibility beyond me, I just don't know. I hope the EPA can make it right, but I did talk to several federal EPA people already that didn't know. They just didn't know.
Which I think they should have just been blatantly honest with us, you know? They should have just come right out in the beginning and said, hey man, this could be a while. You know, hold on because you don't know what's going to happen.
And that's the uncomfortable truth. No one really knows what the long-term health effects of all of this will be.
When you burn
vinyl chloride, it forms dioxins, which are itself their own very hazardous form of chemical and are very, very persistent over long periods of time.
That's Emily Jeffers. She's a senior at the Center for Biological Diversity. We asked her about the EPA stepping in and what they can realistically promise residents. What are the full costs and how long will it take us to know what they really are?
That's a good question because no one knows. It's going to be years and years and years before we really understand the full costs. A lot of these cancers don't manifest themselves right away, so the harms that folks might see is not going to be readily apparent. The best case scenario is that Norfolk Southern pays a ton of money to these folks.
They owe us property value. They owe us our health. They owe us 5-10 years from now when things are going on.
I just don't know how these people can't have any type of, sympathy. Bust out the checkbook, man, and start paying people to clean this shit up the right way.
East Palestine residents have already taken it upon themselves to file multiple lawsuits against the company. But Norfolk Southern is counting on the cost of this cleanup to barely impact their bottom line. The thing is, they actually plan for catastrophes like this. And if they're lucky, they can even profit from them.
911, where's your emergency?
Yes, ma'am. Train derailment in Graniteville.
Train derailment?
Yes, ma'am. It's something blowing off all over the town down here.
In 2005, Norfolk Southern fought accountability for a similar disaster that they caused in South Carolina, which killed 9 people and led to the hospitalization of over 500. The company was ultimately forced to pay $4 million in fines to the federal government and over $10 million in settlements, a far cry from what was needed to cover the actual harm inflicted on that community. But now, investors on Wall Street are pointing to this example as a reason why Norfolk Southern's value is unlikely to be impacted by the disaster in East Palestine, and why now might actually be a great time to buy Norfolk Southern stock. It's important to remember, this isn't some huge conspiracy. For companies like Norfolk Southern, destroying an entire town like this is just the cost of doing business.
The company that's owned by J.P. Morgan, Vanguard, and BlackRock, that's not... Alan Shaw's a pawn. He's a pawn. He makes $8 million a year. Yeah. $8 million a year. He lives in an 8,000-foot square mansion. He doesn't care about the people.
I'm angry. I'm angry about this. I've lived in East Palestine for 65 years now. That's my home. I don't feel safe in this town now. You took it away from me. You took this away from me.
I can't hit you with my pocketbook. I can't touch you with anything other than my heart. And listen to me, please. My grandchildren, my children want out. It's not safe here, sir. We're sick. You breathe. You are no different than any other man. I want as close to you as I can, sir. If you want our trust, I'm begging you, by the grace of God, please get our people out of here.
This area, the one that I grew up in, has been dealing with polluting industry for a long time. There's a picture from 1981 of a person in a hazmat costume protesting the construction of the nation's largest hazardous waste incinerator. That person is my mom, and the incinerator is just down the road from where the train derailed in East Palestine. Contaminants from this disaster are being burned off there right now. Heavy polluters have always been in Columbiana County, and for the longest time, it felt almost impossible to speak out against them. This time feels different.
I think it brought attention to a lot of people, especially in Sleepville, East Palestine, that never really questioned a lot of things that, big things like that. Because it is a big thing. You think politics don't involve you until they directly involve you.
The Norfolk Southern disaster was big enough to shock people out of their political corners and raise questions about how business is done. How do you measure profits and stock prices against the value of people's lives, against clean air or clean water and soil? Can politicians really take money from corporations and be expected to hold them accountable? And who is the government for, anyway?
And it just feels like we're screaming into the void. It really, really, truly does. I wish it wasn't up to us to have to do everything ourselves. I just want to go back to a normal life and do the stuff I want to do. Not just try to figure out how to avoid this chemical apocalypse right now.
Palestine that everybody wants, but I think it's definitely a possibility for us to at least be safe somewhere with everybody's voice and continuous cry from the community. It's not too late.
It takes a lot to go toe-to-toe with a $55 billion company, and I think that company is counting on people to return back to normal and to not speak up about it and kind of let whatever happens to their town happen to their town, but those people are clearly set on taking a different path, and I wish them all the luck in the world, which they don't need. Norfolk Southern can get that.
Fair share opens door to faster rate moves and a high...
At the forefront of the electric vehicle industry.
Brian Staveley is a self-proclaimed Mandela Effect expert. You may remember him from the Tutankhamun Mandela Effect video, which I did last year. Here's a quick reminder.
What do you remember King Tut's headdress looking like?
Well, he has uncovered an absolutely shocking revelation. I myself have been Mandela affected. Hello all and welcome along to another episode of Tinfoil Tuesday with me, Simon Dan. Thank you very much for joining me. Before we begin today, a quick word from me about the sponsors of today's video, YouGov. YouGov is free to join and so easy to use to gain extra cash. And as a member, you'll earn points for giving your actual opinion that matters on short surveys and polls. Now, I do my surveys whilst I'm waiting for the kids on the school run. It passes the time quite nicely. And sometimes even when the kids are at their swimming lessons, YouGov really is a great life hack and side hustle. Now, I've put my extra cash that I've earned towards some new running shoes, even though I've already got 3 pairs. Oops. Click my link in the description to take surveys and start earning cash on YouGov now. Right.
In this video, I'm going to break down some of the coolest stuff that's happening in AI right now.
Sitting between Europe, Africa, and Asia is a...
Skillshare, like skill. Hey everybody, how's it going? I hope you're having a lovely day. Today's video is a rant, and I think it's a rant that's been a long time coming. In a video that I did a few days ago, I said Ford's repo patent is an episode of Black Mirror waiting to happen. In this video, I go over Ford's patent application where they go over in detail how a car will be able to drive itself to a repo center or to a scrapyard, how it will be able to make annoying noises, lock the owner out, try to figure out what's going on around it if there is a missed payment and the car needs to be repoed. With all of the obvious criticism that you can imagine somebody like me would give this type of patent application or this type of idea. And one of the things I said in the video is just wait, just you wait, there will be people that are actually in favor of this. You will see. And that is exactly what happened. We had this in the pin.
Okay, so y'all, happy Monday, my dudes. Listen, Friday night and Saturday, we had a few issues occur in Ohio that we need to discuss right off the bat.
How to create hyper-realistic images with Midjourney. Hello, my friends, how...
Alright. This video is sponsored by Morning Brew.
Did you know that reading The Lord of the Rings can turn you into a far-right extremist terror?
So last night we talked to a lawyer who represented January 6th defendant Jacob Chansley, the so-called QAnon shaman. And the lawyer told us that the government, the prosecutors in this case, in violation of the Constitution, hid exculpatory evidence from him and the defense in order to send Jacob Chansley to prison for 4 years, where he is tonight. And we showed you that evidence this week. It's surveillance footage that shows federal officers leading Jacob Chansley around the Capitol like tour guides. At one point, they even opened the door of the hollowed Senate chamber for him and ushered him in. So the tape proves conclusively that Jacob Chansley, whose every action inside the building was videotaped, committed a felony. And the government hid that fact. And because they did, the media were allowed to paint Jacob Chansley as a dangerous terrorist who deserved to be killed.
I think the most amazing thing about the whole thing is watching the video. And on the Senate floor, there's a cop who's armed, and a guy bursts in, the QAnon shaman, dressed like a Viking, and he basically talks to him. I'm watching. Shoot him. Shoot him. Like, you burst into the United States. If he was dressed like Bin Laden, would he have shot him?
Imagine if they said that about someone you loved. Well, now we know that the Biden administration created that perception that this man should be killed, and then broke the law specifically to destroy the life of American citizen and naval veteran Jacob Chansley, who again remains in prison tonight. The question is, what happens next? Martha Chansley is Jacob Chansley's mother. William Shipley is his attorney, and they join us tonight. Martha Chansley, thank you so much. First to you. What's it like? What has it been like for the last 26 months to see people like Steve Schmidt of the Lincoln Project on television calling for the killing of your son?
What has it been like? It's an awful thing to say. It's horrible. I honestly can't even imagine even saying that for somebody who just walked through open doors.
Yes.
Right?
How does it feel to know that the U.S. government, the Biden administration, hid this evidence, and on the basis of that lie and crime sent your son to prison for years?
It's upsetting. It's upsetting. It should have come out 2 years ago. That should have come out 2 years ago. He's an innocent man. Everything that he said that he did is true. That he walked through open doors. He was escorted through the halls in the Senate. And part of the reason why he was escorted was because he volunteered to help them. He said that he saw people in the Senate and that he wanted to help them in any way he could.
Yeah.
And that's why, part of the reason why he was let around.
It's very obvious. Mr. Shipley, thank you for joining us tonight. So this show confirmed today.
Thank you.
Well, of course. We confirmed today that the Capitol Police turned over all the video, including the video you just saw of Jacob Chansley, your client, to the FBI right after January 6th. So the FBI had this videotape, and they withheld it from his initial lawyer in his defense. How is he still in prison tonight?
That's a great question. Sorry, am I supposed to say, or is
no? I was just asking the attorney here, as a legal matter, how is this? Okay. How is your son still behind bars?
Well, Jake did not have a lot of post-conviction options. The plea agreement that Albert Watkins talked him into signing waived all his appeal rights. So he had no opportunity to go to the Circuit Court of Appeals to raise any issues connected to his conviction. He had limited rights to challenge the performance of Albert Watkins as his lawyer. When I came into the case, that's the first subject I began discussing with him, was my criticisms of what Watkins talked him into doing. It was a terrible plea agreement. It was an unconscionable plea agreement. I've done this for 35 years. I recognized immediately what Watkins had done wrong. Watkins had to plead guilty before the government was even willing to say it had produced all the video. The government in August of 2021 was still telling judges, we haven't been able to get all of the evidence to defense lawyers, so please don't set trial dates. Albert Watkins didn't care. He convinced his client to take the offer the government made and plead guilty. So he's in a little bit of a mousetrap.
So, but now that we know that this was a travesty, I mean, the people responsible for it should be punished. Liz Cheney should lose her job today as a professor at the University of Virginia. She knew this. She destroyed a man's life. But how do you get Jacob Chansley out of jail now?
Well, we're looking at that. I'm not sure there's an easy solution. There's not an easy road to that, to get the matter back in before Judge Lambert and the district court here, and to have him reconsider his sentence. In many ways, it's procedurally barred. We're going to have to come up with a creative way to get it back before Judge Lambert. Frankly, I think Judge Lambert may be a little bit unhappy that the government presented some videos at the sentencing to paint Jacob in the worst possible light, the way they described him in court as the face of the insurrection, violent, and then Judge Lambert, frankly, he gave him the sentence that Albert Watkins negotiated. The sentence in the plea agreement was 41 to 51 months, and Judge Lambert gave him 41 months. But I don't think Judge Lambert today probably thinks he saw everything he needed to see when he made that decision.
Yeah, I mean, this is just an open and shut travesty as far as I'm concerned. And Godspeed to both of you getting this unjustly convicted man out of jail. Martha Chansley, William Shipley, his attorney, thank you both very much.
Thank you, Tucker. Thank you very much. I really appreciate you.
Thank you. Subscribe to the Fox News YouTube channel to catch our nightly opens, stories that are changing the world and changing your life. I'm Tucker Carlson tonight.
So the other day I gave $1,000.
Looking at the account at a glance, this collection case ID that you gave me doesn't match your account at all. And in fact, we're showing that you have.
Will Kane, Fox and Friends Weekend co-host. This is really disturbing stuff. I mean, the Chinese government has done everything in its power to stonewall investigations. We know that. But now we're learning that according to Congresswoman Nicole Malliotakis, Dr. Anthony Fauci actually could be at the center of what she calls one of the biggest cover-ups in American history.
Yeah. Yeah, and then I would only add to what Jim Jordan was saying there. And yet, Julie, still today, if you question Fauci's sainthood, you are a wingnut. Redfield, again, it's worth underlining and highlighting. Former director of the CDC laid out a couple of really fascinating points, Julie, that I want to reiterate. First of all, in September of 2019, that Wuhan lab changed 3 protocols that imply guilt. They deleted the strains, the codes of the virus. They changed from civilian to military oversight, and then they brought in a civilian contractor to change the ventilation system. Every one of those pieces of big circumstantial evidence pointing to their own guilt, that it was a virus created in a lab. And yet then we see the cover-up you put out. Fauci, in league with social media, of course, paints anyone who points to that truth as a conspiracy theorist. And then, again, pays off $9 million in grants to 2 scientists who said, hey, this looks like it was made in the lab. They flip, all of a sudden they're on the same script as every other scientist out there saying it's of natural origin. Then the most fascinating question, Julie, why? And that's what Malliotakis gets to. The reason why Fauci would go to such great lengths is because of his own culpability. What he's covering up is his guilt in helping fund this worldwide pandemic. The more interesting question isn't Fauci, because that seems obvious to me, is why did the entire scientific community rally behind Fauci? And that gets us to, well, masks, lockdowns, vaccines. It's because science is lost, and it is not science. It is scientism. And it followed the St. Fauci wherever it told them they should march. That's why the scientific community fell behind a guy who was covering up his own culpability.
The most disturbing in this is I cannot understand, I cannot grapple with the fact that the American public was not informed of this known theory years ago. It's not like it was just discovered. They've known for years. This after millions of people lost their lives. And yet still, there's a denial from the White House. There's a denial from Fauci that he ever believed that it could have potentially come from a lab. And then we hear about this $9 million, which was a grant to research, for the research doctors to go forward to that paper, which was never even forwarded to the CDC director. None of it adds up.
Oh, it adds up, though. I think it does add up, Julie. It adds up to
lies.
Obvious,
it adds up to
clear
lies. That's it.
Yeah, lies and cover-up.
Yeah, it's really disturbing, and I mean, thank God that there is this hearing right now. If it weren't for this hearing, this would have been swept under the rug. And then you have to wonder, what else is being swept under the rug, if not for Republicans holding hearings to come up with answers? Yeah. All right.
Yeah, and I'll say this, Julie. So why is this important? Important is not just retrospective. Gain-of-function research is still taking place in unsecure labs in China. To this day, gain-of-function research is part of scientific protocol. That's one. Two, as you point out, if you went to these links to cover up this story, what else did you cover up? Science doesn't, by its very nature and definition, shouldn't, and it doesn't in the popular consciousness, I think, anymore, demand blind faith.
All right.
That is not science.
Gotta switch gears here now. President Biden's disastrous withdrawal from the Afghanistan front and center at a House hearing yesterday. Lawmakers looking for answers here as well. There were some really powerful stories from those on the ground during the 2 weeks of this chaos, which occurred in August of 2021. One witness, a Marine sniper, who lost an arm and a leg in a suicide bombing at the Kabul airport. He gave gut-wrenching testimony about the moments following the explosion that left 13 U.S. service members dead, something he said could have been prevented.
In a flash and a massive wave of pressure, I'm thrown 12 feet onto the ground, but instantly knew what had happened. I opened my eyes to Marines dead or unconscious lying around me. A crowd of hunters immediately vanished in front of me, and my body was catastrophically wounded with 100 to 150 ball bearings. Now, in plain and simple, we were ignored. Our expertise was disregarded. No one was held accountable for our safety.
Ignored. Can you imagine your son, your husband, fighting overseas, and you know that they could have protected themselves? That was Marine Sniper Sergeant Tyler Vargas Andrews. Remember that name, he's a hero. He described how he and his fellow Marines indefinitely identified a suicide bomber before he killed 13 U.S. service members. He said that no one in the chain of command, Will, even knew who could give the sharpshooters the okay to take out the bomber before he got away with this grisly attack. He says, plain and simple, we were ignored. Our expertise was disregarded. This is a glaring example of how the Afghanistan pullout, ordered by our president, put our troops at grave risk.
Absolutely. He said he identified, along with other soldiers, they had a description, and he identified the suicide bomber hours before this attack took place. They had a description, they identified him, and they asked for permission to engage. And they were denied that permission, and when asked why, the answer he was given was, I don't know. And therefore, they never were allowed to engage. The suicide bomber disappears once again into the crowd hours later. What happens, as he describes right there. You know, Julie, it's just, you can listen to and talk to the soldiers on the ground almost to a man. And I've gotten to know a few of these guys who, for example, were involved in Operation Pineapple Express. Scott Mann, who testified yesterday as well. And when you see the competency, Julie, of the men on the ground, when you see the competency of the soldiers who stepped up in the void of the federal government, you see what could have been. But in alternative, in reality, unfortunately, what we had was incompetence in leadership. If you have competency on the ground, but you have a catastrophe in reality, what you have to see then is you have incompetency at leadership, driven by, I don't know, failure, fear, driven by incompetence. Who knows what it is, but it adds up to failure. And it lands squarely on leadership. It lands squarely on, you have to, the buck, as Harry Truman said, with the sign on his desk, the buck stops here. The buck passes to the ultimate leader, and that is the President of the United States.
You're absolutely right. Will Kane, well said. Thank you so much. Great to see you.
I'm Steve Ducey. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews.
So you're big tobacco in the 1960s, like Philip Morris or R.J. Reynolds. You've been making billions getting everyone hooked on your addictive cigarettes. And one of your favorite audiences to market to is kids. See, kids are a marketing goldmine. If you can get a 12-year-old kid hooked on Camel cigarettes, that kid is only going to smoke Camels for the rest of their lives. It's like growing up with Coke instead of Pepsi. By appealing to kids, you were creating lifelong customers. But that's not even the best part. The best part is that kids are infinitely easier to market to, unlike adults. With adults, you have to appeal to complex desires like status, sex, jealousy, greed. But with kids, all you gotta do is throw in a few cartoon characters, some bread.
Out of the 5 major American sports, basketball...
What up, son? Boys wanna play some tennis? Alright.
So, as we told you, we sat down yesterday with Russell Brand, the comedian, actor, and now...
Thank you, gentlemen. Chair, and I recognize the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Gates, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Storch, you're our watchdog.
So, Lawrence, your CV. Actor, musician, activist, politician, presenter. But if you were to define your job description, what would it be?
Well, at the moment, my job description is just being like a focal point for the frustrated, I think.
I like that. A focal point for the frustrated.
That's quite
That's
good.
a good one.
I like it.
Yeah.
I just came up with that as well. But
more fact breaks required.
More fact breaks required. What I've come up with now. Yeah, I think the thing is, look, I want to be an actor. I'm good at acting. Also, because I don't really like waste particularly. Like I trained at the top drama school in England. I then did 20 years of working in front of a camera, so I'm a pretty useful person to have around because, you know, it's not like getting someone straight off the streets, come in and knows how to hit a mark and all this sort of stuff. I know the business. So I'm sad about that.
What are you sad about?
Well, I'm just sad that I don't get to act anymore. You know, that's my job. That's what I spent 20 years doing. And I didn't quit it. Well, I kind of did. In a way, I'm trying to work out. It's like a divorce. I'm trying to work out who left who. Do you know what I mean? You get that sort of thing, or a relationship. It's hard.
Can you tell us about that then? Because you said you got cancelled before, and did you mean you got pushed out of the film industry? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, I did the question. I was on Question Time, and this woman, they were talking about Meghan and Harry, and she was saying that Meghan and Harry had to leave the UK because everyone was really racist about Meghan, which they just weren't. She was just a bore off. And, you know, people find it irritating, especially if you've got a low...
Alright, it's time to clear out the pool. I'm diving in right away. I know most of you found me thanks to my acting career. I started The Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 1. I wasn't the lead role, but I was the most important role. I was the glue that held the entire franchise together. My character was District 8 Hospital Helper, a character that is still celebrated and studied extensively in the theatrical arts universities.
Not only did he win big, but he is still the rightful president. Still.
Welcome to the Mushroom Show, the one place that you need to be if you want to stay on top of all the amazing things happening.
Would now yield to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
A lot of discussion here on Breaking Points about the balloon, about UFOs, and we've been trying to talk to the actual experts here. One of them is the former lieutenant in the U.S. Navy, Ryan Graves. So let's put this up there on the screen. He writes in Politico, quote, "We have a real UFO problem, and it's not balloons." Ryan recounts some of his own interactions with anomalous aircraft or objects, whatever you want to call them, that were up in the air, and he's been trying to draw attention to this increasingly on his own podcast and in the public. So we are very happy to have you on the show, sir. Thank you very much for joining us.
It's my pleasure. Thanks for having me here.
So, Ryan, what did you want to accomplish whenever you were writing this article, whenever you started your podcast, trying to bring as much attention to the UAP phenomenon? You've been one of the most outspoken former pilots who's actually interacted with some of these things. Why are you choosing to do so? Why do you want to be in the public eye?
Oh, well, I'll push back and say I don't necessarily want to, but this was an issue that just wasn't getting the attention that it deserved. When I saw the 2017 New York Times article come out with the videos of various UAPs, I recognized those videos. I recognized them, I heard the voices on them, and I was like, hey, I was there for those. I also realized at that point that this was an issue that was still ongoing. I then reached back to my squadron mates who were still flying on the East Coast, and this was still an everyday aviation safety hazard for them.
Wow.
And I realized the proper mechanisms weren't being put in place to resolve this issue. It was just a matter of time until there was a midair.
Ryan, can you, just for people who aren't familiar with you and the videos that you're referring to, can you just explain what you experienced and what you saw?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. So I was a F-18 Foxtrot Super Hornet pilot, which means I was attached to the East Coast of the United States, and I would operate off the Eastern Seaboard for a number of years in basically a training environment, not really a combat environment. However, while we were there, we started noticing objects when we upgraded our radars that weren't there just even on the previous flight with the older radar. And so eventually we started flying close enough to these objects for them to be picked up on our optical forward-looking infrared camera system. And we started to gain visuals within the jet itself on those systems of those videos that you see, such as the gimbal video Go Fast. Eventually we saw these objects with our own eyeballs, and at that time we didn't have an explanation for what they were. They just simply looked like a black cube inside of a clear sphere. These objects would be up there all day. They would be either maneuvering around 0.6 to 0.8 Mach, which is around, at the high end, 350 knots. Or they would be completely stationary against the wind. When you're up there, it's like being in the ocean. Everything is moving. So when you have objects that are stationary against high winds for very long periods of time and then begin maneuvering, it's just something that we're not used to seeing. Right, and we were almost hitting these objects. We had them flying very close to our aircraft that were requiring evasive maneuvering.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, this is your testimony, before Congress and just publicly has been so important for highlighting how frequent of an interaction that this is. And it's almost more stunning that like you said, we haven't had an accident or that we haven't had more pilots come forward. One of the things that you write about, Ryan, in the Politico article is that the president did not talk about UAPs that exhibit advanced performance capabilities. You say, where's the transparency and urgency from the administration and Congress to investigate highly advanced objects and restrict space that our military cannot explain? And you talk about a new organization that you are starting and an initiative to try and gather as much data as possible. You want to talk a little bit about that?
Absolutely. And so that's a natural progression of the work that's been going on, trying to bring attention to this. We've seen that one of the main movers of attention on this topic is on Capitol Hill with the senators and Congress people that have been mandating action from the Department of Defense to investigate this topic. And within the aviation ecosystem, I'll say within the United States, it really does take an act of Congress to move anything. And so I founded the Americans for Safe Aerospace, which is a very simple organization. We think that we should know what's above our heads, and those are going to likely fall into two different categories. They're either going to end up being some type of adversarial threat platform, and it's a national security issue. We have the systems to prosecute those targets. Or if we don't know what they are, it's a matter for scientific curiosity. And I bet when we start narrowing down that bucket of anomalous objects, more security threats could fall out, but we'll continue to make that bucket smaller to try to figure out what these objects are. Mm-hmm. American for Safe Aerospace is going to be looking to push policy and legislative action to ensure that aircrew and pilots, both military and commercial, feel comfortable reporting this so that we can continue to expand the conversation.
And Ryan, what did you make of these recent objects that were shot down? Obviously, one of them was a Chinese spy balloon. Don't really know what the other ones were. Maybe potentially one of them was just like a hobbyist balloon. No debris has been recovered, and they seem to have abandoned any attempts to recover whatever debris there was from these shoot downs. What did you make of all of that?
Yeah, it's a very confusing series of events, which is what led to me writing that Politico article. Back to the first question. There just seems to be a very confusing narrative around these objects. First, if we think of how this proceeded, there was a visual confirmation of an object, of a balloon that it appeared by civilians in the United States. That kind of ramped things up. And this is public knowledge now. We seem to have slowed down the speed gates on some of our sensors, or at least brought to attention, based off of the setting of that balloon, what other slower speed objects could be in our airspace. However, the communication was very clear that the first quote-unquote Chinese spy balloon was a Chinese spy balloon. And the other three objects are still unidentified objects at this point. What was communicated was that they appeared to be more or less drifting in the wind, which is not consistent with what we were seeing off the eastern seaboard. But I think whatever the object end up being, I think it just goes to prove the point that there are objects up there that we're not aware of. Some of them are going to fall out and be adversarial programs. Some of them might be completely prosaic. And there are another category of them that we can't necessarily call prosaic due to the behaviors that they're exhibiting. And I wrote that article to ensure that that wasn't lost in the fray, so that we didn't start assuming that everything unidentified in airspace ends up being a balloon. But to that point, for those hard skeptics that like to say, well, they're probably just balloons, I think now the American people see that that's actually a pretty serious issue as well, both for national security and for aviation safety. And, it goes all the way to the top. So we just can't be complacent with what's above our heads. The ASA is going to push for action to ensure that's the case.
Good. And one thing I want to get with you, Ryan, I hear this from the critics all the time, which is it's pilot error. These guys, they have no idea what they're seeing up there. They're mistaking it for, reflection or something like that. Can you talk about, you joined the Navy in 2009. Lay out for the audience, how much training, familiarity with your equipment, familiarity with normal objects in the sky that you encounter, and your ability to determine what is anomalous and what is not. While you were flying aircraft, you've probably flown for thousands and thousands of hours.
Certainly. So these aircraft, I'll not even refer to the F-18 as an aircraft. It's a weapons system designed to do very particular mission sets. And those mission sets are really based around two objectives. One is to be able to identify what's out there and be able to tell who's friendly and who's not, and also to identify the ones that we're not certain about, and work to identify whether they're friendly or not, and then to prosecute the targets that are not friendly. And we prosecute those targets that are not friendly primarily by flying close enough to be within weapons range, and also far enough away that we're not too much in their weapons range. So controlling the distance off the nose of our aircraft and knowing who's who is essentially the primary responsibilities of our job. Everything else is mechanics to prosecute those targets. We call that correlation when we're flying up there. So the suggestion, and so all our tools, to go to your point, so our training is to learn how to use the incredible tools that we have in those weapon systems. And those weapon system tools include radar, electro-optical cameras, other electronic warfare systems, and electrical tools for understanding electromagnetic spectrum around you. And we take that information and we share it, and that information gets pumped out, and we get a combined image of what's in the area. And so when we say we see something out there, whether it be on our radar or our electro-optical systems or some other device, that information is being correlated across multiple sensors, and all that technology that we have and that we've trained to use is telling us that it can't be identified. And not only can't be identified using the interesting mechanisms we have, but also it's not behaving in a way that we recognize.
Yes.
So all these things are telling us they're wrong, and yet these are the things we most highly trained to do, is to maintain the distance off our nose and to identify things. And those are, unfortunately, two of the largest arguments used to say we're incorrect.
Mm-hmm. Very important.
I'm not sure if that answers your question or not, but...
Oh, it answers it very, very well. Ryan, congratulations on starting the new organization. We'll have a link down there to all the description to your new podcast as well, so people can find out.
So, now comes the really fun part. Joining us today is a good friend, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy, who is doing a great job, who invited us here. Mr. Speaker.
President Biden visits Poland and presents an image of strength.
In Georgia, the ruling party has dropped a controversial foreign agent bill following 2 nights of
Biden administration has done everything it can for 2 years to stoke it.
Tell them about the good book. I'll be right. Yep. So, Destiny 2 Lightfall is the newest expansion. It just dropped.
You have fallen into Event Horizon with John Michael Godier. In today's episode, John is joined by Dr. Beatrice Villarreal. Dr. Villarreal studies astrophysics and astroparticle physics as a Nordic Fellow at Nordica, the Nordic Institute for Theoretical Physics.
Jordan Peterson was very public about.
In December 1978, a series of unexplainable events took place off the east coast of New Zealand's South Island. Still considered some of the best and most credible footage ever captured of an unidentified flying object, the film taken by National Network News team from the cockpit window of an Argosy cargo plane made headlines all around the world. What made the sightings even more bizarre was that they were captured on air traffic control radar too. This is the story of the Kaikoura Lights incident. This week I thought I'd do something a little different. I would say I'm neither a believer in UFO sightings nor a disbeliever. I don't have any opinion on them. All I know is that I haven't seen one myself. However, the story of the Kaikoura Lights, as it's known, I did find quite interesting, and it's certainly something you hear a lot about growing up in New Zealand. And believe it or not, the story starts where I grew up, in Blenheim. So I thought I'd share the story. In the late hours of December 20th, 1978, Warrant Officer Ian Uffindale of the Royal New Zealand Air Force was completing his final security checks before signing off at Woodburn Air Force Base near Blenheim. Catching his eye out east toward the coast was what he initially thought to be landing lights of an aircraft coming in to land. This struck him as odd. At 11:30 p.m. at night, there should have been no aircraft in the area, and if there was, he would have known about it. Uffindale contacted the local air traffic controller. Unaware of aircraft in the vicinity, he was equally bewildered, but suggested to Uffindale it could be the landing lights of an aeroplane approaching Wellington, around 80 miles or 130 kilometres to the north. Although this seemed like a likely explanation, upon contacting the New Zealand Central Air Traffic Control Tower in Wellington, radar operator John Cordy advised them there was no aircraft in the vicinity, but astonishingly, he reported he had unidentified blips showing on his air traffic control radar.
They would describe a light that they could see that would be moving north over the hills beyond Blenheim. And we would see, coincidentally, a target on our radar that was also moving north at the same time, and made us think that perhaps these things were related to each other.
Meanwhile, at Blenheim, just a few miles east of Woodburn Air Force Base, police were being inundated with calls from locals reporting strange lights in the night sky out east towards the coast. As baffling as the mystery was, it would only get more strange from here on out. At around 2:30 a.m, an Armstrong Whitworth Argosy freighter was en route from Wellington to Christchurch on a routine newspaper delivery run. Captain Vern Powell and First Officer Ian Perry had been informed by air traffic control in Wellington of the unusual lights and the radar anomalies in the vicinity earlier. While the initial stages of the flight were uneventful, at around 3 a.m, as the aircraft tracked along the Kaikoura coast, roughly 60 miles southeast of Blenheim, Captain Powell radioed air traffic control in Wellington to report a series of large flashing lights following alongside his aircraft.
Popped out of this cloud, and here was this light, but so close that it was almost frightening. You know, what the hell is that?
Do we have a bright red glowing light up to our 10 o'clock position? Hard to say what range it is, but it's definitely airborne.
Like the earlier incident a few hours before, the objects appeared on air traffic control radar in Wellington and the aircraft's own onboard radar. The lights followed the aircraft for 40 miles before the plane made its eventual touchdown at Christchurch. It had been an eventful night, but the mystery would only get deeper. However, the next time the lights appeared, a major network news film crew would be on hand to capture it. The incident from the night before had made headlines in all the major newspapers across New Zealand and would quickly make the news in Australia too. In fact, it would pique the interest of one of Australia's largest news networks, then known as Channel Zero, now Network 10, owned by Paramount Global. Australia had had its own UFO story just 2 months prior, and public interest was at an all-time high. On October the 21st, 1978, 20-year-old pilot Frederick Valentich disappeared while flying a Cessna 182 over the Bass Strait. While flying out over the ocean, Valentich radioed air traffic control to report an unidentified aircraft was following him. He claimed 4 bright lights were flying around him and, at some points, below or above. A short, panicked conversation with air traffic control ended with Valentich's final transmission, stating, "That strange aircraft is hovering on top of me again. It's hovering, and it's not an aircraft." Followed by 17 seconds of open mic. before presumably the Cessna crashed into the ocean. An exhaustive search by authorities failed to ever find Valentich or the Cessna. The Frederick Valentich story is the subject of numerous YouTube videos and continues to intrigue to this day. Interestingly, while his aircraft was never recovered, in 1983 an engine cowl flap washed ashore. The Australian Transport Safety Bureau concluded it came from a Cessna 182 between a specific range of serial numbers, including that of the one flying that fateful night. However, in 1978, the Australian public was gripped by the ordeal. So when the New Zealand incident happened just 2 months later, Channel Zero sent a team to investigate, but they would get much more than they bargained for. A Channel Zero news team led by renowned Australian television reporter Quentin Fogarty was sent to Wellington to cover the event. Although it would be the same route but different pilots, network bosses in Australia had arranged for Fogarty and his team to go up in the Argosy on a nighttime mail run to film the location where the sightings had happened.
Thought the job would be interesting. It was a good story. We were following up a strong UFO sighting. I had an interest in that. But I didn't for 1 second even begin to imagine that we would get involved in something ourselves.
Around half an hour into the flight, as the plane tracked along the Kaikoura coast towards Christchurch, Fogarty and his crew heard an urgent call to get up onto the flight deck.
The very first thing we saw was these sort of balls of light that would just appear in the sky. And I mean, it was really just looking through small windows at a very, very black sky and seeing pulsating lights. That started usually as a very, very small pinprick of light and then would glow into a great globe of light.
And just like the week before, whatever it was showing on air traffic control radar.
The people in the aeroplane were seeing lights in the sky where the radar was reporting. There was the same correlation between radar target and nocturnal light.
The lights followed the aircraft for around 15 minutes. The plane landed safely in Christchurch before taking off again for the return journey. The following day, the news media went into a frenzy. The event and subsequent footage taken on board that night made world headlines not only in New Zealand, but right across the world. Interest had been piqued by the fact that not only had the objects appeared on air traffic control radar, but a credible and reliable source had shot the footage. Even to this day, many consider the footage and the events of that night to be one of the best and hardest to explain unidentified flying object sightings ever. The Royal New Zealand Air Force and the New Zealand Police were tasked with investigating the event. The New Zealand Ministry of Defence returned with a public report that attributed the event to lights from a squid boat reflecting off the clouds, or another natural but unusual phenomenon like Venus, atmospheric conditions, a meteor, or even lights from cars or trains. Royal New Zealand Air Force Warrant Officer Ian Uffendale, who had first witnessed the lights over Woodburn Military Base on December 20th, had this to say: "It is my opinion that this inquiry was a farce from the beginning. Whilst the committee was comprised of men with high degrees of intelligence and scientific background, I believe they were all biased towards the type of findings they arrived at before they even commenced the inquiry."
I know what the sky is all about. I know an aeroplane when I see it. I know a meteor when I see it. I know a star or a planet when I see it. And what we saw that night was none of those things.
As for showing on air traffic control radar, the report simply put it down to faults with the radar itself, or bizarrely, moonlight reflecting off a cabbage field.
It certainly wasn't a squid boat. I never seen one on 13,000 feet up in the air anyway. Venus hadn't risen, so I don't know what it was.
The aircrew could have seen the light reflected from cavities, but I've never known cavities reflect on a radar screen before. And certainly, I'd like to know who was growing cavities 20 miles out to the southeast of Wellington, well over the sea.
I know what Venus looks like. I know what planets look like and stars look like, and it was definitely none of those things.
Declassified military documents from 1978, released under the Official Informations Act in 2010, stated that the sightings were unique because of a large amount of documented evidence, which included countless eyewitnesses, 2 tape recordings, and the detection of unusual ground and aircraft radar targets. Whether its origins are a rational earthly explanation or something more difficult to explain, The Kaikoura Lights incident remains one of the most intriguing and unexplainable unidentified flying object encounters ever. Let me know in the comments section what you think it could have been. And for any New Zealanders watching, have you got your own story from that night? And as always, thanks for watching.
Fentanyl, heroin, meth, and other...
Two journalists behind the Twitter files testifying...
Please hear our people out.
The data is in, and more information is coming out regarding the derailment of the train in Ohio that essentially spilled chemicals all over the place. So we're going to go into some leaked audio that was just found, a new article essentially saying that these...
Albert Watkins represented Jacob Chance.
You're right. You start to say, I'm okay, and then it's and then they hear you.
Dude,
they hear you.
I'll kill you.
So this is me way back in 1998. The Spice Girls were on the radio, Deep Impact was on at the cinema, and throughout the summer of 98 I was playing Gran Turismo day and night on the original PlayStation. To make my racing experience even more immersive, I'd even bought myself a DualShock controller, PlayStation's first controller to feature thumbsticks together with rumble motors. And I vividly remember thinking back then that the graphics were so realistic looking whilst tearing around the track in my favourite car in the game, the Castrol Supra GT. And here we are, 25 years later, and I'm obsessed with Gran Turismo once again. But this time, I'm experiencing it in glorious virtual reality thanks to the PS5 and the PSVR 2. If little Mike had known back then that this is what gaming would look like.
I would not like a trenchant Islamic family move.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I mean, I didn't get that last time. I apologize, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Taibbi, I want to...
When it comes to ships' propellers, have you noticed that...
Once again, social media has took a Jaguar's tea result and completely twisted it into something that it's not. And to be honest, I think it'll...
What's up, heathens? How y'all doing? I'm the Godless Engineer, and I critically analyze...
Fox News and the conservative movement are still reeling from the stunning revelations contained in the most recent court filing from the $1.6 billion Dominion lawsuit, which showed that in private, Fox personalities pushing the big lie about the 2020 election knew it was a lie, and in some cases they even admitted that they were disgusted by Trump and that the entirety of his presidency was a disaster. For more on this, it's time for a closer look. It feels like Republicans in Washington.
Brand new emails uncovered on America First Legal from the National Archives review.
What if we have a ton of evidence showing massive amounts of water flowing across the United States in our ancient past? This is Tony. Hope you're all doing well. I just did a video over on my main channel talking about this. I didn't show these. You have these giant rocks that were simply transported hundreds of miles. They're the wrong type of rock. They're just laying on top of the landscape. And they found out where these rocks were from. Okay? So these rocks were actually transferred to this area via water. Massive rocks. And there's actually many of these rocks. And geologists know that these rocks don't belong here because they're literally setting on the landscape. And they're a different material. Alright? And what's amazing is we actually covered it in the previous video. Look at how big this one is. Absolutely amazing. How this happened. Okay, check this out. This is Dry Falls in Washington State. It is absolutely massive. It makes the Niagara Falls look like nothing. Here's a picture of Niagara Falls. Right here, this little picture here is superimposed to show you the size difference between Niagara Falls, which is this tall, and this Dry Falls, which is probably about 5-6 times taller, maybe 7 times. I don't know how big it is. I'll just say 5 times as tall. And it's about, who knows, 5 to 10 times as wide. It also has a horseshoe shape, just like Niagara Falls. Let me show you what I'm talking about. So you can see here it's got a horseshoe shape. And you can see here with Niagara Falls, it also has a horseshoe shape. And this is actually only part of Niagara Falls right here. But here's actually the map of Dry Falls. There was so much water that flowed across here. Geologists estimate 300 to 400 million cubic feet per second of water. Now, Niagara Falls only does about 200,000 cubic feet per second of water. So, considerably larger amounts of water.
I was going to ask this next question. This one has a lot to do. You kind of answered some of it, but we see things obviously like the rebirth of
So where are the defenders of women? You remember Gloria Steinem famously said,
I mean, all these stories...
Skin colour privilege, critical race theory, gender ideology.
How many genders are there?
There are no genders, even male or female.
we have the controversial and cancelled actor turned politician Lawrence Fox.
You know, I'm a sort of classic example of someone who didn't have the orthodox acceptable view in show business, so therefore I had to be removed in a sort of Chinese-style suppression of free speech. The woke agenda is about ripping down what society is all about and dividing us. I'm going to say this isn't a racist country, and if you start calling me white privileged, I'm going to call you a racist, because that's what that is, not a racist.
Speak up for what you believe in, lose your career, keep your career, shut your mouth.
You're getting cancelled in vote.
You have received $40,000 in your fucking Chase Bank checking account right now.
Well, I think it's because of the plus
I
sign.
might have lose my job. Stop talking, please don't.
Welcome back. Today we're going to be looking at megalith... What's that? You think...
Before we get into this conversation about male desire.
So we're here in East Palestine, just across the street from the original Roadhouse.
Hi, it's Katrina. Number 10, the Tomb of Cleopatra. The search for the lost tomb of Cleopatra has been going on for decades. It's considered the holy grail for archaeologists, especially because we know it's real, and we just can't seem to find it. There are 3 main tombs that have never been found that experts are desperately trying to locate. There's the tomb of Cleopatra, last Queen of Egypt, the tomb of Alexander the Great, and the tomb of Genghis Khan of the Mongol hordes. Nobody knows where they are, but we might be close to uncovering the location of Cleopatra's tomb. Archaeologist Kathleen Martinez from the University of Santo Domingo recently discovered a mysterious tunnel in Egypt. She says the tunnel could lead to the final resting place of the most famous Egyptian queen in history. The tunnel itself is no easy thing to explore. It's about 4,200 feet long and about 43 feet under the ground. Excavations have already revealed coins from the days of Alexander the Great. Coins displaying the face of Queen Cleopatra and other evidence of an important burial. All of these amazing discoveries were made near the temple of Taposiris Magna, one of the potential burial places of Cleopatra. This great temple was once dedicated to the goddess Isis, but much of the area has been eaten by the waves of the Mediterranean. There is a good chance Cleopatra's tomb is already submerged, pulled into the ocean after an earthquake. Cleopatra, 7th of her name and ruler of Egypt between 51 and 30 BC, may have been buried at the end of a mysterious tunnel hidden beneath Taposiris Magna. Experts don't know how many tunnels there are or where they lead, but at the end of one of them, even if it is underwater, there could be the sarcophagus and mummified remains of Cleopatra. Number 9. Japan's sunken hollow ship. In 1803, a fisherman on the eastern coast of Japan dragged ashore a mysterious and unidentified sunken object, or a USO. The object was described in ancient texts as a hollow ship, about 18 feet wide and made from metal plates and panes of glass. Not understanding what they were dealing with, the Japanese chroniclers who described the discovery compared it to a giant incense burner. When the object was pulled to the shore, a hatch opened and a young and beautiful woman stepped out. This is Winston. He's a...
Over the past couple of years, I've been noticing something. Do you guys feel like scam artists are everywhere? Right? You obviously heard about FTX, right?
Good evening and welcome to Tucker Carlson Tonight. One of the hallmarks of people who are telling the truth, in case you were wondering how to tell the difference.
Hello guys and gals, me Mudahar, and you know, sometimes I see things that...
This video is...
The Joe Rogan Experience.
What has been the
Eggs, a typically unremarkable grocery list staple for...
In this video, I'm going to break down some of the coolest stuff that's happening in AI right now, but I also want to show you exactly how I actually wrap my head around what's going on with this stuff. Some of it can be very complicated and confusing, and I'm not that smart. This is how I figure out what's actually going on with this stuff. I'm going to start by breaking down my process. Whenever I come across something really interesting on Twitter or YouTube or a blog post or an article or something like that, I save it to this tool called mymind.com. It's a little tool that adds a plus up here in the top of my browser. Whenever I come across anything online, I just press this plus button and it saves it to this area. So whether it be a tweet, a YouTube video, a blog article, anything like that, I just press this little plus, it saves it to my mind. Now it also has an app on my iPhone where if I come across something interesting, I just press the little share button here on the right, I click share via, and then I click on my mind, and you can see it saves it right here to my mind. This is the tweet that I just saved. Now what's so special about this My Mind? It's kind of like a Pinterest board for anything that I could find, but it actually uses AI. So it automatically tags some stuff. Because I just added this, it's still kind of figuring out what to tag it with. But if I click on one of my older posts here, like this YouTube video, you can see that it tagged it with video, gaming, text adventure, AI storytelling, GPT-3. I can add my own notes here, Mid-Journey, video, and I can also add my own tags. I happen to know this video happens to be about Mid-Journey, so I can add a tag here. And it's just a way to organize all of the stuff that I want. When it comes time to make content or do research or figure out what I'm going to do next, I come in here. Now, some of this stuff looks quite complicated when you come across it. So what I'll do is I'll go to the page where it's got all of the sort of scientific data about it, usually on this arxiv.org site. And what I like to do is...
Let's talk about Dr. Fauci. Some things are so ingrained.
And find out what's in the bag. So what's in the bag?
I got a Deadpool comic.
Why Deadpool?
You know, I just saw the movie, and it's been a while since I bought a comic, so I figured I'd go get some.
What's in the bag?
Oh, I got Hellcat number 4.
What is your favorite thing about Hellcat?
I love the writer Kayla. I've been following her on Twitter for forever.
Hey there.
Hello OGOs. Today we're going to be taking a look at Nanite Fulcrum, issue 1. This has been out a while, but it's one of my favourite apps, particularly if you like comics and sci-fi novels, and particularly sci-fi graphical novels, things like that. I think you're going to like it. Oh, let's use the
Some things are so ingrained in our life, we don't even think.
What's up, it's Cinema Shogun here. What's up, it's Cinema...
No.
I want to get in some thoughts on central bank digital currencies. You talk a lot about it in the book, the coming of...
Warning. This feature contains themes that some viewers may find offensive.
G'day, I'm Gary Pike. In this tutorial, I'm going to show you how to use facial animation in Cartoon Animator to give more expressiveness, more smooth movement to your characters in 2D animation. You can get some amazing results using some of the tools that Cartoon Animator has, like the facial detail settings, the 360 head, all the deform, the transform tools. There's so much. You can get into your character and basically animate every muscle, every twitch, everything you possibly want. So let's get across to Cartoon Animator and I'll show you how to bring your characters to life and make them look a little more realistic. Okay, so on screen we have my character, Clayne. And at the moment I have the dialogue applied to him. I have the manual keyframing of the lip syncing applied to him, and I have the actual head movement applied to it. What I don't have is the facial animation of movement of things like eyebrows and blinking and things like that, or the body movement. So take a look at this before we begin.
Mary Pie makes great tutorials for Cartoon Animator.
Okay, let's go back to frame 1 and let's give Clayne a little bit more expressiveness on his face. Let's show the timeline, get rid of the project, open up Clayne, and open up his face tracks. We don't need the voice clip, we can get rid of that. Okay, we don't need any tracks you don't need, get rid of them. Makes life so much easier. Okay, what we will need here, let's have a look and see what we think we're going to. Oh, blinking. Let's start with blinking. Once I've applied lip syncing and I've blocked out my general movement, I will usually add in blinking. In this case, we don't have any body movement in yet. That's okay. So what we'll do is we can add the blinking in anyway. So, and you know a really good way, here's a good tip.
Recently, a story was published on
Hey everybody, it's Norm from Tested, and I'm super excited today because we have in studio Darshan Shankar, founder and CEO of Big Screen. Big Screen, you may have known, you may use it. We love this. You guys make it for almost a decade now. You make one of the most kind of essential applications for VR, a way to enjoy with friends, content you have on your computer, streaming services. But we're not talking about software today. We're talking about hardware. You guys are making a VR headset. Surprise. Very surprised when you reached out and said that you guys have been for years now working on Big Screen and beyond as hardware. It wasn't something I ever thought we'd dive into. So, but this is it.
This is it.
Okay, can we open the box?
Absolutely.
All right.
I mean, so we are VR enthusiasts. We love VR. We've been living and breathing VR for a decade now, and we felt like VR has gotten a lot better over the years. I mean, it's incredible what we have now. We're in 2016. It's gotten better and better and better every year.
Yeah.
But one thing that hasn't quite changed, and one thing that's actually gotten quite worse, weight. The headsets today are, while incredible, double the weight of what we had in 2016. They've actually gotten quite a lot heavier. Now, of course, they have batteries, or they have, displays haven't really shrunk down much. They're quite heavy. They've gotten high resolution, but not high resolution enough. And no one's really doing OLED displays anymore, so I want to push the balance.
I remember back when the first headsets were out, and we were seeing the wide array of directions that headsets could go in. Types of panels, types of optics, where the priorities were. And you see trends of the big companies focusing on standalone, inside-out tracking. And while these are admirable goals and they service a big market, and I love those headsets, we also hear from parts of the community who are they feel left out in one way or the other, right? Maybe their priorities are different. And so you guys felt like the priorities, because you make the software for enjoying, watching movies, right, for long periods of time, comfort, wearability, contrast, all that was very important.
Yeah, so when we first embarked on this, it actually started from a perspective of what did we feel was missing in VR? And what did we feel was kind of holding back the big screen experience itself? If you really want to watch movies in VR, you want to hang out with your friends, well, the headsets are really uncomfortable to wear for a long duration of time. You come out of it feeling not so great. It feels really heavy on your nose. You get, marks around your eyes. It's just not quite great. It's not quite high resolution enough. You can still see pixels. for things like text-heavy applications in big screen or for watching movies, you really want to see the detail on, on as much as you can see what you'd get out of maybe a 4K OLED TV.
Mm-hmm.
VR didn't quite have that, and that was holding, I think, the VR experience back for the past few years. We found like a lot of people who use, for example, a Quest. You end up plugging it into a PC, you don't need the battery, you want to run Microsoft Flight Simulator or something like that. Well, then why is there a battery? What else could we do to really optimize for those use cases where you already love VR so much and you just want that next level? So it was comfort, weight, and resolution. We just want to really push the bar on those aspects.
Okay, let's talk about those aspects then, because it sounds like you guys don't want to do everything. You want to use those things really well. And let's take a look at this. Can I take this now?
Absolutely.
Okay, so this is one of your prototypes of Beyond, and I see it's super light, right? So, of course, let's talk about the display and the panels and the optics. What do you guys do?
So these are OLED displays, micro OLED displays to be specific. It's an RGB stripe, so the distance between the pixels is incredibly small.
Pixel fill.
The pixel fill. And it's RGB, it's full 8-bit, 2560 by 2560 pixels per eye.
2.5K.
2.5K per eye, so it's like a 5K headset, split across 2 displays.
I've seen what people call 5K headsets in the past, and 2560, but they're rectangular displays, and typically they're massive, right? Because to get that panel, no one makes panels that small.
Exactly.
So it sounds like you guys have a pretty small and micro OLED allows for that.
Exactly. It's about that big. It's a 1-inch panel.
That's very small.
It's very small. I believe it's going to be the smallest display in a shipping consumer device this year.
Okay, so that's got to be paired with optics then to give you field of view.
Exactly. So we have custom pancake optics. So it's incredibly sharp and reveals a lot of the details that our panel is capable of.
Interesting. Every headset I've seen this year, pancakes are the thing. It seems like they almost came out of nowhere. Right, which obviously isn't the case. It's an optics technology that researchers have been working on. Walk me through that journey, because I'm sure 3 years ago people were still making Cornell hybrid lenses. How do you walk into that pancake and find someone to make the right lenses for you?
I really think that we are now in 2023 starting like a second generation of VR. Everything from 2016 until today was a remix on the same form factor. It was Cornell lenses, as you said, and typically LCD panels. And now, a lot of new technologies have matured to the point where we can completely challenge form factors and take devices in very different, interesting directions. So pancake optics allows us to, it's called folded path optics. Light is actually, instead of going straight through the lens right to your eye, it actually comes to the lens and then bounces right back and then bounces right back out. That allows for greater magnification in a very small form factor, which is why this is just so thin.
Right.
Now, there's a lot of complexity in manufacturing these and in lens design to control for variables that affect optical performance and quality. So this has been a multi-year journey to get to the point that meets the quality bar. Field of view, sharpness, chromatic aberration, a whole gamut of, well, gamut no pun intended, of important factors for VR usage.
For field of view, I've heard that that's a trade-off that you have to make when using pancake optics.
Yep.
So what are you guys targeting here?
So we don't have a specific number to share today, but it is, if you like using the Quest, for example, it's Quest level field of view.
Yeah. And you guys do all the testing in terms of getting it, wide sweet spot and making sure the colors are even. Because we see that these are things that are subtly different between even
Exactly.
and pancake lenses.
Exactly. Sweet spot, for example, is something that's been very difficult to get right. The smaller and smaller that you go, I mean, this is probably the smallest pancake optic in the market this year. As far as I know, it's incredibly small. The smaller you go, you have a much more difficult time when it comes to field of view, sweet spot. There's so much more magnification because the panel is so tiny that you're trying to turn it into a field of view of, in the 90s or 100 degree range. It's very difficult.
Yeah. And I look at this form factor and it almost makes me think of like swimming goggles.
Right.
That's the size it is. I know. So, is there a strap, a soft strap?
There's a soft strap, which we have in here as well, and that's included with the device. We're also working on an audio strap, and the audio strap has some rigid components with a knob on the back, and it extends out. That's a pro feature, so there's no built-in audio on this one for one specific reason. This is meant to be the lightest, smallest possible device, and a lot of the enthusiasts that we spoke with have their own headphones.
Sure.
Have fantastic audiophile headphones, and the soft strap allows it to be worn with that.
Okay, yeah, even more like swimming goggles with the soft strap here.
We've actually finally crossed a weight threshold where it makes sense not to have a top strap or additional straps. It actually works quite well for most use cases.
And if you're not using a top strap, you're not using a halo strap, not the weight on the forehead, what's being supported is how it contacts the back of my head and how it touches my face. And that's where I noticed right here, there's no traditional gasket here.
Right, because there are magnets. So we're building a custom wearable VR device. So this is made, one for one, this unit is made for you.
This is the thing that really, big surprise, because you said, one, you're making hardware, and two, you needed a scan of my face.
Yes.
So I did. I used an application that you sent over, did a scan of my face, followed the instructions, screen by screen, and what do you have just a couple days later?
So in a short amount of time, we, at a factory that we built, with machines we built, we manufactured your custom face cushion.
This is wild. Okay, so I see magnets here.
Yep.
Right? I can feel there's rigidity in here, so there's some kind of embedded plastic. So that can snap in, but what is this material? Because it's spongy, it's soft.
Yep.
It feels like some type of, low durometer rubber.
It's a silicon material, a silicon foam material that we invented, or rather we designed. We can't say what the material is. It's skin safe, used in other industries, so there's been plenty of work done on it already. But we modified it in a few ways to suit our needs. Mainly, we wanted this to be something that could be washable. For anyone who uses VR a lot, you know that the foam cushion can get pretty grungy over time.
Yep.
And we can wash this with just a little dish soap, just hand wash it. It can be gentle, but don't throw it in your dishwasher. But this is a washable cushion.
I feel that it doesn't have tack, there's there's some gription here, right? So I can already see, wanting to clean it. But what about breathability? Because it looks solid to me.
It is solid, so it's breathable also because we have ventilation on the inside of the unit. That's where we added some more of the breathability aspects. However, it's also meant not to be too porous in terms of absorbing. So one thing we found is a lot of headsets that I've worn for, hundreds, thousands of hours, it absorbs some gunk and just, it's not great. Yes. So this is not going to absorb too much of stuff over time. You can wash it, and with magnets, just stick it right on.
So you're making custom one of these for every customer.
Exactly.
And you've built up infrastructure to do that, the scale, the numbers you want to sell this in.
Yep.
That's going to be, and turnaround time is going to be
pretty short.
Pretty short.
I mean, the whole device in terms of when you order it to when you will get it might be a little bit of time, weeks or months, just because there's a lot of orders we got to get through, and we're ramping up our production right now. But the actual time to manufacture, a cushion on its own, we're talking about days. Now, one thing to know, the headset is also sized. So there is no IPD adjustment on the headset. Just like how your glasses don't have IPD adjustment. Your glasses were built for you. You don't share your glasses. And this is a 68mm headset built to your spec.
And that's a calibration that you do on the headset before you ship it out, like some type of mechanical adjustment.
Exactly.
Before you put it in the box.
Our thought process with this entire device is if you want a device that's shareable, something you can take to a party and show off your friends everything about VR, this might not be the best headset for you. However, if you want a headset that only you're going to use every day, every time you want to get into VR, it should fit you exactly right every time you put it on. Your IPD never really changes. Once you're done growing, once you're an adult, it's the same IPD. Yeah. So this is fixed to you. However, there's plenty of other people who are also a 68mm IPD, and there's some wiggle room too. You could, if you're 70 or if you're 66, you can still use a 68mm, so you can, sell this device or share it with another friend who's close enough in IPD with you. So there's some level of shareability. For example, if they had their own cushion.
Right, are you offering people to design?
We plan to.
Okay, they'll order the cushion, one household, maybe buy one headset first, multiple cushions.
Exactly. That being said, our focus definitely is best headset for you.
Got it. And then lens adjustment, right?
Yep.
I wear glasses. This is obviously not meant for me to wear with my glasses.
That's right. So Gen 2 of VR, it's so small that there's no way glasses would fit inside of it. So when we started on this project years ago, the first thing we did, in fact, many people start here, is adjustable diopter, a principle with pancake optics that many folks have tried now, where you can actually turn the lenses a bit and get it to your diopter setting.
Yeah.
We did this. This is where we started. We thought, this is amazing. Like, what a feature. We did a lot of tests, though, and we found that it was very difficult to get it right. Because when you adjust this, you have to keep in mind that there are mechanical tolerances of how it's manufactured and the movement of lens elements to give you that diopter adjustment. But that tolerance means that it can be a little bit off at times. So if you think I'm a -3 or something like that, you set it to -3, it might not actually be -3, it might be -3.5 or -4. When you put it on, for the first few seconds, your brain might be like, well, I think it's about right. And then 15 seconds later, you're like, yeah, this is about right. But when you're at the wrong diopter setting, and a device that's really meant for extended use and really getting to VR, if you were to use the wrong diopter for an hour or an hour every week, it's the same as wearing someone else's glasses. And any optometrist will tell you, please don't do that. You're really damaging your eyes at that point.
This is why you got to renew those prescriptions every couple of years.
Exactly, or sometimes even more often. So we found in testing that people have really struggled to get it quite right, because you have to take off the device, adjust it, put it back on, no, not quite right. It's a really painful user experience. And again, for a device that's meant to be yours, best for you, the solution for here that we found works really well is to simplify the optical stack to avoid any moving mechanical elements. I mean, there isn't a single mechanical element moving in there, except our fan, which we'll get to in a bit. So we found the solution being prescription lens inserts.
Yeah.
So we build this to your spec. Now, we didn't have too much advanced time to plan for this, so I have a quickly made one that's for your eye. And we make these for every customer, even factoring in things like astigmatism correction and anything else that you might need. And they fit right on with magnets the exact same way as the strap.
All right, yep, so everything custom.
Yep.
I mean, this is fundamentally a different kind of approach, right? Kind of a very, very bespoke approach to making a VR headset for people. The target customer is going to be someone who's already invested in VR.
Exactly.
Maybe, I mean, they're going to have their gaming PC, and these are SteamVR tracked.
Yes, so it supports SteamVR 1.0 and 2.0 base stations. It supports all of the SteamVR accessories and controllers that you probably already have, like the index controllers, or the Vive controllers. If you have Vive trackers or Tundra trackers, you can even do body tracking.
And presumably, if you want to just do a 3-DOF experience, as a lot of people sitting in couches can do, you can just do that before you get to a laptop?
You know, that's something we should look into. It is technically capable of it, but I'll have to look and see if we've implemented it in here. It's something we can certainly consider.
Yeah.
The capabilities are there. I mean, it's got an IMU and everything, so we could.
Yeah. Fascinating. Wow. And it's been 3 years since you guys started
Several
this?
years. I mean, the idea of this started probably 5 or 6 years ago as a joke. I mean, it was 80-90% a joke. Wouldn't it be funny if, we did this? And then over time, it became less and less of a joke, mostly because we felt there's just a device we really wanted, a device that we wanted for our own usage. So we built what we think is the world's smallest VR device, and we're making them. We've been manufacturing these for a while now. We've been figuring out little issues here and there and solving them. And what you're seeing now in your hand is a near production quality unit. I think my concern with this is there's a scratch on one of the pieces of plastic, and well, that's about it. So it's getting really close. So by the time people take pre-orders, they'll be able to expect their devices in a matter of months, not years.
From your perspective, is this a hobby or is this the business going forward?
This is the business. I see this as we build computers for your face, and your face isn't one size fits all. So we're building custom wearable computers just for you.
Wow, amazing. Like I said, I was speechless when you reached out and said this is what you were doing, and then I can't wait to try this on. I haven't tried it yet, so you can give me a demo. But thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, and good luck on the launch.
Thank you.
Okay, so I was able to use Big Screens Beyond, this new VR headset, for just a little bit during this preview opportunity. And my just initial impressions is that it is very light. At 127 grams for the front piece, I think that swimming goggles or ski goggles analogy really works, especially with that elastic headband. It didn't feel like any VR headset I had put on in the past, even like the Quest 2, which came with an elastic headband. It was so perfectly fit to my face and eyes there was no droop at all. Really didn't feel like I was wearing electronics or a VR headset, what I would think of as a VR headset, on my face. Now, that custom facial interface that they were able to make in a couple days, just based on a scan I did in 5 minutes using a web application. The fact that they could make that, turn that around, and have it for the demo was pretty impressive. But what was most startling to me was I didn't realize how important it was, or what a big difference it would be to have this facial interface be perfectly contoured to my face structure. It meant that there was no light bleed whatsoever. I never felt more, maybe immersed isn't the right word, but enclosed with the display and the optics. Almost was like a sensory deprivation chamber where I was completely separated from the outside world visually. I wasn't getting any single light bleed. The squishiness of that facial interface was comfortable as it touched my face, even though you could see there are some of those contours from, I think, the milling of the fabrication of it. And I think there's going to be a balance. I didn't get it perfectly tweaked right between how tight you want the elastic headband to be versus how depressed and how conformed and how much you want that face interface to be pressed against your actual face itself, which is why I'm going to be really interested in the rigid head strap with a built-in audio option that they'll be announcing and releasing later. In terms of the display itself, this is a micro OLED panel. So still fundamentally the same OLED technology that we've seen in the kind of first generation of VR headsets, but now very much miniaturized in a 1-inch form factor for a 2.5K, 2560 by 2560 pixels for each of these panels. And I did some digging around to see what components this might be, and the only one I could find I think matches it is that you can buy, even as a consumer, a 1-inch micro OLED panel at this resolution, at this 90 hertz refresh rate, for about $500. So these are not cheap components if that's what they're using. But combine that with the optics they developed, and it was a very high fidelity visual experience. We're talking about a 28 pixels per degree, which much higher than what you find in the Quest 2 or the Quest Pro. Not quite as high as the 35 pixels per degree that the Vario Aero had, and that one had a wider field of view as well, but also a much bigger headset. But playing a game like Half-Life Alyx,
Cinema Shogun here, and you know, early on in this East Palestine, Ohio train derailment story, a lot of people were questioning, why did they decide to burn these chemicals right in the middle of this town? It was something that I was questioning because in my mind, it seems like kind of a bad decision, right? I mean, when you tap into your common senses, it seems like not necessarily the common sense option. But you know, I'm not a professional when it comes to this stuff. I'm not an expert. We rely on the experts to tell us what they think should happen. So over the first week or so after this derailment, and while we all, including myself, were criticizing the response to this derailment, we were criticizing how they chose to burn these chemicals. We were basically all gaslit. We were basically all told that we don't know what we're talking about, that we should leave this to the professionals because they know what's best, and that they had to do things this way. They had to do this control. If not, it would have been even more dangerous for this community. That's what we were told. As you know, like I said, I'm no expert when it comes to this stuff. So when they're telling us this, it's like, even though inside I don't feel like this is right, and my common sense is tingling like a spidey sense, and something's telling me like, you know, I don't know about that. But at the end of the day, when you have these people who you're supposed to trust, who are the professionals and experts when it comes to this, telling you that you're wrong, and this is how they have to conduct business, it's hard for you to push back because you don't really know any better. And a lot of the people of East Palestine didn't know any better. Your common sense told you, no, this is wrong. You look at the situation and it just seems off. But then you're being gaslit by the officials who are telling you, this is what we had to do. This is what we had to do. We had to burn all these chemicals right here in the middle of this town and taint the soil, taint the air, and taint the water, taint the crops, taint the people of this town. This is what we had to do. Well, independent scientists and researchers started coming out to the area, and quickly we found out, and we went over this on my channel not too long ago, we found out that this wasn't necessarily what you would call a controlled burn. Don't get me wrong. They started the burn, but they didn't necessarily control it, if you will. But now matters are getting even worse. Or, better yet, this whole situation started to look even worse on them. Because now other professionals and other experts are speaking out. And they're saying that it doesn't look like they necessarily needed to burn anything. That there is a huge possibility that the tanker that they did the controlled burn on with all of these chemicals, that some of these cars that derailed, that they were actually built to withstand a train derailment. And that the companies that actually designed these tankers and these cars, these train cars, they were never contacted about what should happen. The owners of the materials and these train cars were never contacted about how they should go about this situation. And some experts are saying that they never had to burn this stuff in the first place. Because you have to understand, from my understanding at least, some of these cars that were on this train, they weren't even punctured. Like they weren't even necessarily leaking out chemicals and things of that nature. They punctured the train car themselves and then did what they called a controlled burn that we later learned was not really in control, a controlled burn.
But instead of you all listening to this from my mouth, let's go ahead and hear what they had to say at the Senate hearing earlier today. I think this puts the icing on the cake. This is the cherry on top. And this is the information that I've been looking for. Because I have these feelings inside, you all have these feelings inside, and it's nice seeing it confirmed for us right on live television. I want you all to watch this clip. Watch it in its entirety. And really listen to what's going on here. And then I'll be right back with my thoughts.
Mr. Shaw, when the vent and burn process was being made, who made those decisions, and what was the other considerations other than just burning it and letting the material burn off?
Thank you for that question. The only consideration, Senator, was the safety and health of the community. And that decision was made by Unified Command under the direction of the incident commander.
Who's that?
The incident commander was Fire Chief Drabeck. Norfolk Southern was a part of Unified Command.
So who owns the car? Who actually owned the rail car and the material in it?
The rail car in question are tank cars, of which no railroad owns.
Okay, were they considered in this decision making? Are they responsible for the content of it and the car itself, for the maintenance and the material in it? Isn't that correct?
Senator, it's a privately owned rail car, and so the maintenance requirements for that rail car are between the rail car lessor and the customer, and those are private contracts. I'm not privy to.
But they're responsible for the content in the car, correct? Making sure it's operating properly?
Yes, sir.
Okay, were they considered in this decision making? Considering it was their car, their design, their responsibility, were they part of that decision making on being able to vent it and burn it?
Senator, the customer provided input.
Were they in the room when the decision was being made?
No.
I've received reports that they weren't, so they weren't in the room?
No, sir. Not to my knowledge.
I just seem that kind of hard to believe, considering that it's their car, it's their responsibility, and they weren't even considered before this decision to vent and burn it in the middle of a town. Doesn't it seem like possibly a mistake there?
Senator, Unified Command was focused solely on the health and safety of the community.
Right. So the people that was in charge of the car should probably have a say in that, to make sure we know the best way to dispose of it.
My understanding at the time, from talking to experts, was that we were at risk of a catastrophic rupture that would have resulted in uncontrolled release of hazardous materials.
But it's my understanding, and I haven't been able to clarify this, that the report that I received was the fact that the car was actually working properly at the time. But the car's owners, the ones that were responsible for it, wasn't consulted before it was burned off. Now, I haven't been able to verify that, but I'm asking these questions because that's the information that I received. And if that's the case, I think that's an area for improvement. Would you consider that?
Sir, I can't comment on the accuracy of that report. I'm not aware of that.
But I'm saying if it's accurate, if that was accurate, wouldn't you consider that's a place that we could probably learn from?
I think the primary concern was the health and the safety of the community.
Sir, I get what you're saying, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful to you. But I'm saying is if all parties that's responsible for that car should have been part of that decision making, and because I believe they would probably be saying that they would be concerned too. I think everybody in this room will say that we're concerned about the health and safety of others. That's a gimme. So there's no point in repeating that. I'm just saying, how can we learn from this going forward? If they weren't in the room during the decision making, and yet it was their car, and the report may be accurate that the car was actually working functionally correctly, because these cars are designed for this kind of incident, that the option to vent and burn may not have been the best option if we didn't consider all other options first.
Senator, I understand that. The experts on the ground who were there were very concerned about the pressure in a car. We also noted that other cars had been in a pool fire, and their unified command was aware that there was a concern for a catastrophic explosion that would shoot VCM gas and shrapnel.
I hear you. We're just talking in circles here. Chairman, what I'm trying to get to is the fact that if this car was designed by someone else, and if this car was owned by somebody else, and the function of that car was designed by somebody else and was responsible by somebody else, then how do we know that the car wasn't working properly to begin with? And that's a question that needs to be answered, because someone may need to be held responsible that made the decision to burn this off. Because some of this and a lot of this could have been prevented with that audio back.
So just let that sink in and think about how that changes everything. We wouldn't.
No one tells stories better than Audible, the home of storytelling. From motivation and comedy to true crime and memoirs. And
Stay free with Russell Brand. See it first on Rumble. Bjorn, you're famous for these things. You are broadly regarded as left-wing. You wrote that book, The Environmental Skeptic. Yeah, and what I wanted to say is that your position on climate change is what's brought you to prominence, and I believe garnered you a good...
Oh, my face.
NASA has occasionally used image processing techniques, including image enhancement and color correction, to improve the clarity and visual quality of their photos. This is a common practice in many fields, including scientific research, journalism, and advertising. Interestingly, in recent years, people who have worked for NASA have come forward and opened up about this practice, saying that they were one of the individuals who was tasked with editing these images. As of right now, it's reported that NASA does not airbrush or manipulate their photos to hide evidence of advanced life or other secrets, with the agency saying that NASA is committed to transparency and sharing accurate information about its missions and discoveries. In fact, NASA has made many of its images and data publicly available to the scientific community and the general public. The agency also encourages independent analysis and research of their data and images. With that being said, it hasn't stopped people from coming forward with their stories. One user on social media posted the following story. My dad was always a secretive man. He's been in the military his whole life and wouldn't really share some of the things he'd witnessed. One of his last jobs was working in an unknown department of NASA. Weeks before he passed away, he started to open up to the family, talking about his experiences in the military and telling us about some of his regrets. One thing he wished was that he spent more time with the family, saying that after years of being loyal to the military and his country, all it's left him with is a small house and a family that he pushed away. A few days after this, he told us that the department he worked in at NASA was a photo lab, and in here it was his job to analyze images that had been taken by NASA instruments. He said the lab had restricted sections which only a few people were allowed to go into, and here they would develop the photographs and start the process of editing. After he answered several of our questions, it turns out that in many of these mosaic photos were strange objects, which he said were unidentified crafts that were interested in many of these missions, especially during the early years of space exploration. He detailed that we wouldn't believe the amount of objects that had to be edited out of these photos, and said that it was a full-time job removing them. He said a lot of those who were on these missions talked about their experience and revealed that these crafts following them, and said that they would give these objects code names. After this conversation, my dad only touched on the subject a few more times before he would pass away. The whole experience came across as my father's final push to reveal the truth about what he had encountered, and none of what he said came across as disingenuous. He didn't want us to do anything with this information, but according to him, it was a huge relief to finally talk to someone about it. It makes me wonder if this final confession allowed him to be at peace. End quote. Truth is stranger than fiction, and over the years there's been many bizarre accounts that involve the government and mysterious creatures. Being one of the most well-known cryptids ever reported across North America, the Jersey Devil has entered popular folklore and has been referenced in nearly all forms of mainstream media, from books to movies, and even in modern video games. What many fans of this ancient creature aren't aware of, however, is that back in the early 1800s, it's believed that the United States government led a clandestine mission to hunt down the Jersey Devil and remove it from the Pine Barrens area located around New Jersey to prevent the creature from wreaking havoc on the nearby communities. According to official reports surrounding the Jersey Devil, one of the oldest reported encounters with the creature centers around a covered-up mission between the United States Navy and United States President James Monroe. According to the reports regarding the incident, back in 1819, United States President James Monroe, curious about the legends of the creature, sent two men, a naval officer Stephen Decatur, Dr. James Killian, and a small group of men, to investigate the Pine Barrens claims. By this time, naval officer Stephen Decatur was already a world-renowned captain of the United States Navy, having reached the position of only 25 years of age. Dr. James Killian was a world-renowned naturalist, having published several books on what would later be known as the field of zoology, with a special interest in exotic animals, similar to what would now be considered a cryptozoological fascination. Interestingly enough, a declassified government mission featuring Naval Officer Commodore Steph Decatur, alongside a small team of people, is recorded as having occurred back in 1819, in which the team of men travelled to Pine Barrens to perform a quality check on the iron industry, with the designation to inspect and test some of the privately produced armaments, such as cannonballs. The team was reported by the United States government as having landed at the Burlington County Harbour and investigating the communities of Batstow and Hanover for unknown purposes. The official government report, however, claims that the men experienced nothing out of the ordinary, and merely tested some of the equipment and met up with private factories and their managers. However, the truth is that the rest of the story deviates from the government report, claiming that though the men did inspect the armaments and the factories throughout the Pine Barrens region, many of the men seemed more interested in striking up casual conversation about local legends. After alerting the naval men and Dr. James Killian to the legends and sightings of the devil, Officer Decatur decided to set up a temporary residency at a cabin located within the Pine Barrens, where the monster had been recently sighted. Although the details get somewhat hazy, surviving members of Decatur's crew claimed that the men were attacked in the night by the creature, with two men having been eaten by the creature, and Officer Decatur, Dr. James Killian, and a handful of the crewmen having taken down the creature after shooting the beast several times in the body. Before retiring for the nearest community after the attack, Dr. James Killian was reported as having performed a quick animal autopsy on the creature, determining that the beast was a natural inhabitant of the area and not of a supernatural origin. After cutting open the womb of the creature, Dr. James Killian discovered the monster to have been pregnant with several pups of the strange dragon-like monster, and theorized that the creature must have a surviving small population within the area that would need to be dealt with. The claims end that Dr. James Killian preserved one of the fetuses of the creature in a jar for further examination and private ownership. The whereabouts of this specimen is still unknown in the modern day. Interestingly enough, the claim that Dr. James Killian made surrounding the creature's design, of it appearing to have been a native dragon-like species, sounds eerily similar to ancient Native American legends local to the region. Native American Indians are known to have inhabited the area for around 13,000 years after the most recent ice age. One of these tribal groups, known as the Lenni Lenape or Lenape Indians, occupied the lower Hudson River Valley and the Delaware River Valley, along with the lands that reached eastward to the Atlantic Ocean that are now known as the state of New Jersey. The early European settlers referred to the Lenape Indians as the Delaware tribe. During the occupation of the land by the Lenape tribe, they referred to the area around the Delaware River as Popuessing, or Place of the Dragon. After the Swedish explorers came, they referred to the Delaware River as Drake Kill, which is a combination of two words meaning Dragon River. In doing more research using old maps, it can be seen that there is a creek just across the Delaware River in the Philadelphia, Pennsylvania area called Poquessing Creek, which is a tributary to the Delaware River. Within the same area is a place called Drake Kylan, which translates into French as La Rivière des Dragons, or the River of Dragons. Given Dr. James Killian's findings and his recommendation that the native dragon-like species must be dealt with to prevent future attacks, given their rate of having offspring and the growing availability of livestock and cattle throughout the region, it appears that the natural dragon theory is proving far more viable than existing early colonial legends. Although there was no evidence that the United States government would perform any actions at the time, roughly 20 years later, reports of the monster would change how it was perceived. According to the Pine Barrens Museum, during the summer of 1840, the communities surrounding the Pine Barrens forest suffered from mass sightings of the Jersey Devil, then known as the Leeds Devil creature, with claims that more than one Jersey Devil was prowling through their communities and attacking their children and livestock. During the year, record sightings of the creature were made, with reports of farms having been completely destroyed by the creature, as chickens, goats, cows and horses were described as having been seemingly mauled by a large animal, or suffering from wounds that appeared as if the livestock animals had been dropped from a terrible height. The sightings and attacks would continue until 1841, with a sudden religious hysteria taking over the surrounding communities, as residents local to the area were desperate to find any means to stop the sightings of the creatures, either through spiritual protection or through physical protection. However, relief would suddenly come during the year, as sightings of the creature slowly died down, and normalcy resumed by the winter months. The cause for the disappearance of the Jersey Devil sightings is unknown, though several theories have spawned claiming that the United States government was responsible for the hunting and eradication of the creature or creatures. Every single passing day, a variety of many different people from across the world make predictions about the future of humankind in an attempt to better understand and combat changing industries, personal obstacles, and tragic events that may spell out doom for the rest of us. These predictions could come from self-proclaimed psychics, emerging technologies in artificial intelligence, investors looking to predict future decisions and impacts on the economy, or government research to provide intelligence relative to policy impact and decision-making. But shortly before he passed away, world-renowned research scientist Dr. Stephen Hawking had some predictions of his own. The most surprising of Dr. Stephen Hawking's predictions was his sudden transparency before his passing relative to alien intervention. In fact, the late research scientist claimed that alien contact would most likely occur within the next century, if it is not already. He further goes on to warn us about the potential disaster of trusting an alien species, and explains that not only should we remain vigilant, but that an advanced race would have ulterior motives that may be unpredictable on the short-term scale, given their technological development and superior intellect. Claiming further that any intelligent alien species could not ever be fully trusted. This is an interesting prediction, and may very well be the case over this next century, as developments in spacefaring technologies are being worked on, and made along with the fact that new reports of alien technologies keep surfacing. The Disclosure Project has already been responsible for the disclosure of a massive amount of government documents tied to alien investigations. This has caused amateur researchers to suggest that within the next few decades, more and more of these documents will come to light, proving that certain establishments know more than what they're letting on. Former military and government officials have spoken out about this, and said that during their careers they were told about advanced life forms, which made them completely change their outlook on life. All we can do is wait patiently and hope that this evidence reaches the masses. So, what do you make of these interesting stories? Be sure to leave your questions and answers in the comments section below, and help us to grow this community while working to solve these unexplained mysteries. Thank you for watching, and don't forget to subscribe for more videos.
Is it snowing out there again, kiddo? Oh god. Egad, it's snowing again.
Hey everybody, I'm Zach.
And I'm Jesse.
There's the possibility of producing a portfolio for submission to art school that is exponentially more sophisticated on a compositional level than the overwhelming majority of people who are currently submitting portfolios.
Okay, let's get after this. I do spy storm clouds on the horizon. OpenAI, ChatGPT, Stable Diffusion, what's the Discord one? Midjourney and the ilk are precipitating, are in the process of precipitating an admissions crisis in art and design schools globally. Now, do I have any evidence to suggest? Do I have material evidence that that's currently happening? No, I don't. However, it's on the horizon. And why is it on the horizon? Well, very simply, the ramifications of artificial intelligence writing, but more particularly tools like Mid-Journey, which is a Discord-based image generation tool that's based on Stable Diffusion and OpenAI technology. The ramifications of that are staggering. I'm going to put on the screen right now, I'm going to put some video footage of Mid-Journey image creation, and you can watch, I'm sure all of you are familiar with this, you can watch in 30 seconds as relatively sophisticated compositionally sound imagery, uncanny and strange imagery in most cases, but relatively sophisticated imagery is created nearly instantaneously. So what is the issue? The issue is the fundamental way that students have been taught in high schools. So in high schools, as you know, art school takes a backseat. Art class takes a backseat, except for a very small group of people who are highly motivated and who want to go into art, architecture, and design. Now, the vast majority of people who are in art programs in high school, if you ask me, are there in order.
Y'all, I said it before.
What's up, a Signal Shogun here, and
Unexplained sightings.
If you were an anime fan back in 2006, then it's safe to say that you were probably in heaven. The niche industry was slowly but surely becoming more popular in the United States, and one company in particular, Crunchyroll, was making the genre more accessible than ever before. For decades, anime was an obscure and difficult to find form of art, but now it was being brought into the light. Everyone rejoice. With the simple click of a few buttons on their keyboard, users were allowed to upload their own videos and access shows they had never dreamed of getting the chance to see before. Then, when the streaming service began to introduce its own shows, life just seemed to get even better. Like the massive streaming services that had garnered incredible success, Crunchyroll soon started to develop their own original content, hiring their own writers, voice actors, and animators to bring new and exciting content to the world. But there was a problem. Everything wasn't quite as wonderful as it seemed. Sure, the platform brought anime into the limelight in a big way, and it seemed to be a dream company. But the people who worked for them clearly had a different story to tell. While they were promising their fans the world, they were promising their voice actors next to nothing. People would sign up to work for the next big thing, only to be met with a job that paid them way under market value and seemingly refused to give them any type of benefits, including healthcare. Sure, this seemed normal when anime was first introduced, but it has become a $25 billion a year industry that seems to be growing by the second. There was no reason that the artists participating shouldn't be paid for their work. However, this just seemed like the way of the world people were walking in. After all, Crunchyroll had virtually cornered the market in the genre, and if someone wanted to become involved in anime, they were basically their only shot. They could try something else, but it probably wouldn't lead to much. So what were they to do? Even when fans, artists, and the federal government tried to confront the company for their outlandish working practices, they seemingly refused to change. Crunchyroll seemed like a dream in the beginning, but now it appears to be turning into a downright nightmare. How did something with so much promise go so wrong in such a short amount of time? Why the hell won't they pay their actors? And what's the true story behind the now infamous Crunchyroll and the anime industry as a whole? Hello and welcome to the Corporate Casket. I'm the Illuminati, and today we're going to be discussing the anime sensation Crunchyroll. Founded by a group of college friends, Crunchyroll was set up to give access to every anime fan across the globe to the most East Asian video content possible. At first, users had an abundance of control. Think Reddit, but with an anime twist. Kind of. People were permitted to upload their own animes and translate and subtitle content for themselves and fellow fans to enjoy in a completely new way. But, as with any platform that gives its users free range to create their own content, there were certainly some bumps in the road from the beginning. The video quality certainly left something to be desired, and the fan subs, as they were called, were wildly inconsistent. People living outside of Japan really only had access to a few of the official shows, and even those were either heavily censored or horribly translated. So it wasn't exactly heaven on earth in the beginning, but it was better than what we used to have. Then there was the issue of licensing. Unfortunately, when you give your fans full access to upload whatever the hell you want, they run the risk that they will upload content that isn't necessarily licensed and therefore isn't technically legal. Yes, this can absolutely throw a wrench in some of your plans, and as a business, there are some serious concerns that come with this type of website. First off, was it ethical? They were the ones responsible for what was on their site, and for its legalness, and in the long run, they were aiding the piracy of work from other artists. Some people found this to be particularly troublesome, like Anime News Network, who interviewed some of the founders. In the interview, AN asked if it ever bothered the creators to be benefiting off of essentially stolen work from other artists who were not making anything in return. The founder answered saying that he, quote, wouldn't say that. A lot of the money went into keeping the website running, not making a profit. The founder believed that their website was vital in growing the industry itself and growing the fan base. But obviously, this wasn't a very sustainable business model, so they decided to go in a different direction, and this is when everything started to go wrong. They went along their way to develop their own shows with their own voice actors, and suddenly everything changed. In a blink of an eye, they were a completely different company. Thanks to their merger with Funimation and Sony, they were able to start producing their own content and hired their very own employees for the job. At first you may be thinking, hey, this sounds wonderful. There are more jobs for people who want to work in anime with a huge company that really didn't exist before. What could possibly go wrong? Well, unfortunately, things didn't seem to go as well as I'm sure we were all hoping they would. All of that new opportunity just seemed to be the same old shit, but this time with a pretty bow on top. In early 2022, as Sony's purchase of Crunchyroll and the merger between Crunchyroll and Funimation were first announced, several voice actors known for their work on major anime dubs began to claim that Crunchyroll was exploiting its voice talent, underpaying them, and not providing additional benefits. Almost immediately after the $1.2 billion deal came to fruition, several voice actors began to come forward on Twitter to discuss their seemingly horrific pay rate and unfair treatment under the company. Some voice actors claimed that they were paid as little as $150 before taxes to dub the hit movie Jujutsu Kaisen 0. Hopefully I said that right. In case you're wondering, that very same movie amassed about $196 million in the United States. So it's probably safe to say that the voice actors were severely fucking underpaid. Marin M. Miller, who voiced background roles for the Full Metal Alchemist franchise, stated that they were paid only $35 on their first project, and that translators made a measly $90 per episode. That's about 450 lines of translation for less than $100. I mean, I'm not incredibly versed in matters of translation, but I'm assuming that 450 lines takes hours of work, and for $90, hell no. An extra hell no to that pay when the show they are working on was also one of the highest rated shows in the genre, at least according to anime fans. As the discussions about pay were beginning to heat up, another famous voice actor, Helena Taylor, the original voice of Bayonetta, came out to discuss the inadequate pay in the anime and gaming industry. One day, Taylor took to Twitter to announce that she would not be reprising her role in the popular series after being offered an insulting $4,000 for the whole project. Not surprisingly, when fans first heard this news, they freaked out and came to her aid. But the story would soon get deeper too. Later, a Bloomberg article emerged that claimed the actress had been lying, or at least severely embellishing the truth. Eventually, she did admit that she had been offered at least $10,000 to voice the role, then $15,000 after she turned that down. As time continued and negotiations were found to be fruitless, she wound up not signing the contract. This is when she was offered the $4,000 to voice a smaller role. Maybe she embellished on purpose, or maybe she just misspoke. Either way, she brought attention to the issue. Sure, the original offer of $15,000 may sound like a lot, but according to her, this was a $450 million franchise, and that didn't even include the merchandise, though there is definitely some disagreement on that number. Some say the franchise is probably worth a lot less. But even if she's right, the amount of money for a major role, I can see why someone would say no. Regardless of what you might think about her, she certainly brought a new fire to the conversation. The industry, and Crunchyroll in particular, have lacked transparency about how they pay their actors. It was time for them to be held accountable, especially if you consider the health risks associated with the genre. If you like anime or you know it at all, then you know that some scenes can get pretty intense. People will be screaming, grunting, or more, and that puts a huge strain on a voice actor's health. Have you ever screamed all day at a concert? Remember how wonderful your voice felt afterwards? Well, imagine doing that every day. Despite this, many actors aren't even provided health care. They put their health at risk for minimal pay and can't even be assured that they have something to fall back on if they get seriously hurt. It's no wonder that after some time, the artists and actors decided to come together to call for unionization. Because of all this exploitation, voice actors bonded together on Twitter to call for better treatment and pay, and to urge Crunchyroll to hold contract talks with SAG-AFTRA, which is the labor union formed by the Screen Actors Guild and American Federation of Television and Radio Artists combined to fight for the rights of those working in American entertainment. They also pleaded with fans and Crunchyroll subscribers to write to anime production companies, asking them to fairly compensate their talent. For the better part of 2022, this effort was gaining steam and publicity. The movement only grew as Crunchyroll decided to alter their recording mandates away from remote to in-person at their studios in Texas. Suddenly, alarm bells were going off in artists' heads. Many of them were immune-compromised and unable to return to work in the office, and according to many, they were never officially made aware of the new change in policy. Suddenly, their ability to work was in serious jeopardy, and some called the abrupt return to in-person recording inhumane. If the actors were allowed to join SAG, they could have more protections. Sure, the union couldn't mandate that Crunchyroll continue remote recording, but they could mandate minimum healthcare, pay, and COVID-19 safety protocols. Without the union, Crunchyroll didn't have to adhere to any of this, so you could see why people would be leaning in the union's direction. It's no wonder why the movement was picking up steam. But by September, Crunchyroll had squashed all hopes of progress. The company refused to engage in contract talks, and this refusal prompted some voice actors to speak out. Kyle McCarley, who voiced the English-dubbed version of the title character from the popular Mob Psycho 100 series, even put out a YouTube video stating his grievances. McCarley, already a SAG-AFTRA member, saw the growing protests about Crunchyroll's low compensation and decided to give them an ultimatum of sorts. Keep in mind that in McCarley's case, the ultimatum wasn't about his own wage structure, due to his notoriety and importance as a lead character of a popular series. Crunchyroll was willing to pay him well to reprise his role for future seasons. McCarley's ultimatum was that he would reprise his role for the third season without a union contract if Crunchyroll would simply agree to meet a union representative. That's it, just meet, with no obligations to sign a union contract. Crunchyroll refused to meet the union, and as such, McCarley and a few other cast members walked away from the job. This all happened despite McCarley saying he loved playing the character and that it wasn't about the money. These actors stood tall and offered Crunchyroll a chance to make a good faith effort towards showing that they have a sense of good business ethics. And still, Crunchyroll walked away from that chance and moved forward with recasting the series. I don't know about you, but that seems pretty fucking ruthless. The company is clearly unabashedly crossing that fine line between what's legal and what's moral. According to McCarley, the whole situation gave him a weary sense of the company, and he got the feeling that they were simply planning to weather the storm and wait until people got tired about talking about it. Well, here I am, still talking about it because underpaying your employees is bullshit, and working adamantly to avoid allowing your employees to work in a union is also horrific. But how are they able to get away with this? Most other creative industries, as McCarley and multiple other people pointed out, are required to work with the union. If they don't, people can just jump ship over to something else that will respect their rights as artists and as workers. But why does Crunchyroll feel so confident that they can continue underpaying and underappreciating their workers? Well, because they have basically monopolized the industry. If people have nowhere else to go, they have no leverage. Back in the heyday of Crunchyroll, they mostly relied on their fans to create, upload, and dub content. But as they grew, they decided to change their role in the industry and become the Netflix of anime. Through a series of mergers and reorganizations, they became bigger than anyone could have ever imagined, and soon, people were taking notice. In April 2022, just as news of Sony's acquisition of Crunchyroll and subsequent acquisition of Right Stuff hit the press, the United States Department of Justice became concerned about the possibility of an anime monopoly and initiated an antitrust probe of Sony's purchases. The probe focused on the question of whether or not the acquisition severely limited Japanese studios' options to license shows in the United States. Sony's response to the Justice Department, according to sources from The Information, was that, quote, Crunchyroll and Sony's budding anime empire are just two of many options anime creators have to distribute their shows outside of Japan. And from a video streaming perspective, Sony does have a point. Still, according to Variety, the Department of Justice was seemingly overreacting to the potential for an anime monopoly, because while Crunchyroll is a major player in the anime streaming department, several other popular streaming services with much larger...
As it turns out, and the reason why I wrote the book Real Magic, that when we study
a major player in.
Words to me were, I will cut your daughter's head off and burn your house down with.
The Iron Man suit.
Oh,
I heard you talk about this on enough.
Hello, OGOs. Today we're going to be taking a look at safaris, circle things. What we got? Basically, it's 9 videos of high quality 360 video and 360 sound. And there's some narration over the top and some nice music and some just generally nice sound effects and things like that. You can obviously play them over the internet, or you can actually download them. I'm going to play this one. I'll start the start. And here we are, in the Bavarian Alps. Looks pretty good. Hello. What's he doing? Is he like the filmy guy? Must be. Hello. What is he doing? Well, fair play, it looks nice. Bloody water's clear, isn't it? Should be there coming off the Alps. Well. Hello. Oh, he's gonna get run over? No. No, they're alright, they're alright. Survived. Where are we? Don't really say it'll point out anything. It's quite nice, good quality as well. It's kind of alright, kind of odd, but relaxing, I suppose. This one's a bit boring, let's go back.
Russell Brand has been an actor, a comedian, a podcast host for decades. All of a sudden,
so we're here in East Palestine, just across.
Welcome back, y'all. Ryan Hall here with the weather forecast. Boy, do we have a lot going on today, so let's get right into it. What? Let's talk about
What's up, it's Cinema Show.
Here on Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman.
You would not believe what is going on in Europe right now. I don't think it would be an exaggeration to use the word unprecedented, because a lot of this stuff even surprised me. I hadn't heard about at least 40% of the things I'm going to tell you today, because you will not find this in any mainstream media. If anything, they tend to report on the opposite, or they tell you about some latest celebrity or something else to distract you. So I was honestly quite shocked when I read some of these reports, when I did my update this week on Europe. Each month I do a research project to see how the economies are doing in different countries and continents. I track it and all these other things. So let's get straight into what is actually going on there, because Europe really is on fire at the moment. We are seeing, we'll talk about the protests first, but we are seeing mass protests on a level that hasn't been seen in a generation, is what they're calling it. So just in France alone, there was over 1.2 million people protesting in the streets. Some of these scenes are it's absolute carnage, let's just say that. And the media makes out, they said it was 10,000 people. It's not 10,000 people, it was 1.2 million people protesting against both Macron and also the change to the pension age. Now, you think about this. You've worked your entire life, you've paid into the pension pot, as it were, and then you're told that you have to work longer to actually qualify for that pension. Well, no, that's unfair and unreasonable. You've already paid into it, even though it doesn't really work like that. The government just spends the money anyway. But not only were there 1.2 million people in Paris, but they also had anti-NATO protests across 30 other locations across France. This is something you're not hearing about. There are 23 countries right now protesting against NATO and the sending of weapons to Ukraine. Have you heard that on any mainstream media? I very much doubt it. We also have protests in a number of Italian cities, Genoa, Milan, again as many as 10,000 people protesting different things. Actually, they had both the political parties on the left and the right that came together at one protest and united against the government. Now, we're going to jump through all of these different protests and things like that, but I don't just want this to be a protest video because there's a lot more going on. Europe now facing a water crisis. There are massive droughts right across Europe, and even though it's the European Union and they're all friends, well, what did I say happens when we talked about that example of the League of Nations? When push comes to shove, countries close ranks and they don't want to help and do this other thing. So what's happening with water at the moment? They are saying, oh, well, we've got a shortage ourselves, so we can't help these other places. Spain especially has a major crisis. They're calling it a potential humanitarian disaster. So the government has just passed a law for a 40% reduction of water for agriculture. What a surprise that agriculture gets hit first. You know what I'm talking about there. But only 15% reduction for industry and 0% reduction for heavy industry. Again, what a surprise. They're also going to limit the daily supply per inhabitant. It doesn't exactly say what that means, but they're going to be doing some sort of limits to households. There's no details on that. Food prices are now up as an average across the EU by 18.4%. So double that and call it 35% or so, and you've got a more accurate figure. But there's other places that have seen 50% just in the last 10 months. I think Hungary was one of those countries as an example. Now, the EU did put out a statement, but again, this is always just lie after lie. They are saying that the energy prices and the food prices are due to Putin's brutal invasion of Ukraine and cutting off our food and energy. Look, I'm no lover of Putin, let me just say that, but that is not true. He didn't cut off the food and energy. This was a self-sanction that's caused this. And even the grain supplies are not going to cause a 50% increase across the EU in food prices. This is crazy. The other thing they said is that the people of the EU are happy to suffer at the moment with these food and energy prices if it will help the citizens of Ukraine. Yeah, I'm not so sure about that. Hundreds of thousands of people protesting around Europe against sending weapons to Ukraine says otherwise, as well as all of these energy and food crisis. And Wall Street is betting that the EU economy right now is going to implode. And they said it could eventually collapse if they don't fix the current problems and if war breaks out. So it doesn't go into exact details of who on Wall Street has said that, but that was a Bloomberg article that just came out. And then we have another one that's just come up. Will 2023 bankrupt Europe's businesses? Now listen to this, because this one is nuts. Even I didn't know these statistics. Bankruptcies, and this is across the EU, are already up 26.8% as at Q3 of last year, 2022. But in Spain, that number was 59.5%. France was 51.6%. Across the EU, transport and warehousing saw a 72.2% spike in bankruptcies, and France and Spain just saw an unexpected rebound in inflation. So their inflation that they were told is now coming down has just rebounded and gone back up again. Again, that falls into my two inflation peak theory. We then have this. 2 days ago, the UN High Commissioner outlined his concern for 40 countries. He claimed that we are dangerously close to levels where contempt for the human being reaches agonizing levels prior to war. So what else have we got then? We have got Slovakia, anti-NATO rally, again tens of thousands of people. You've basically got right now, again we talked about this last year, the breaking down of a major economic continent, which is Europe. And this is what I was talking about before. The risk with Europe breaking down, the EU, is that you have one central bank, the ECB. You have one main currency, the euro. If this isn't managed correctly with Lagarde and everyone else, this could implode. I mean, I'm not exaggerating or being overly sensationalist when I say this. The euro could implode if they don't get a grip on this and they don't stop. And again, it's only certain politicians, but certain politicians actually want to send in ground troops, NATO ground troops, into not just the Ukraine region, but into Russia. Now, this is just crazy talk to say that you want to have a war with Russia, because this, I mean, mark my words on this, this would pull in the other countries. It would pull in China and all these other major players. You're really just giving, other countries an excuse, and that's what we don't want. So I really think that the EU needs to be very careful. And remember, the EU and the presidents of the EU and everything else, these are not elected officials. People think they are, but they are not elected officials. Over in Germany then, massive protests, mainly in Berlin, against the arming of Ukraine against Russia. We also had a climate protest, a huge climate protest in Germany. So this was in Berlin, and they're calling for tougher government action against global warming. Munich, approximately 10,000 people took to the streets. But you've also got anti-war rallies in Russia. 4,300 people were recently detained on Sunday just gone at a rally there. But this is the statistic that I find the most staggering out of all of this. So we've already alluded to food and energy. Those prices are spiking in Russia. Why? It's very, very simple. We know what's happening with the...
Hi, I'm Heimbach, and it's good to have you back. We previously reported that China is losing its status as the world's factory. The growing number of empty containers piling up in Chinese ports is confirming this. This is the current Yangshan port in Shanghai, with mountains of containers piled up. The latest data from Container Exchange, a global container trading platform, shows that in the 6th week of 2023, the CAX, or Container Availability Index, of 40-foot containers in Shanghai Port reached 0.64, which has been above 0.6 for 11 consecutive weeks. A CAX value greater than 0.
Listen up, Florida, California, Texas, Nevada, New Mexico, Arizona.
Life on Earth is still the only life we know of, but we know more about it than ever before, thanks to work across science, technology, archaeology, and countless other disciplines. We can chart the evolution of life from abiogenesis, the very beginning, to its current state. And we can look into the future too, making predictions about what could come next. Our wants to prophesize begs another question though. Have we actually been here before? This is Unveiled, and today we are answering the extraordinary question, can a civilization regress on the Kardashev scale? Do you need the big questions answered? Are you constantly curious? Then why not subscribe to Unveiled for more clips like this one, and ring the bell for more thought-provoking content. The Kardashev scale has long guided how we view potential civilizations, ranking them based on the amount of energy they have access to. Type 1 is planet-sized, Type 2 is star system, Type 3 galaxy, Type 4 is universe, and Type 5 has the multiverse at its disposal. It's enough to make anyone feel very small indeed, especially considering that humankind as a whole only ranks at around 0.7.
No matter how advanced we might think we are, we haven't even reached the first major Kardashev milestone, Type 1. What's more, there's little to nothing by way of evidence that there has ever been anything better than us on Earth. Yes, there are more than a few conspiracy theories suggesting that an advanced civilization was here before us, or intelligent aliens brought us to this world. But nothing even close to officially confirmed or even supported by mainstream science. It seems that after hundreds of thousands of years, this really is it. The culmination of human intelligence and ingenuity up until this point. But that's not to say that the same pattern would present itself across every group. One reason why the Kardashev scale remains so popular is because it provides us with a prism through which we can imagine and grade other hypothetical civilizations, far removed from our own. We can ask questions like, what would you do with the power of a star? Where would you go if you controlled the entire Milky Way? And even, could you ever die if you truly understood the universe? There's always another level up to strive for. And indeed, some versions of the scale do reach to Type 6, 7, and beyond. At which point, any civilization becomes essentially godlike, channeling time-bending weirdness to its heart's content, if it even has a heart. However, at the other end of the spectrum, is it also possible to know too much? A lot of research has been done into how and why civilizations collapse and disappear just on Earth. War between itself and invasion by others rank highly on the list of potential reasons, as do catastrophic natural disasters and unrelenting disease. But so far, no single event or circumstance has ever been bad enough to fully wipe out all of humanity. As a planetary species, we're safe. According to the vulnerable world hypothesis, however, that might not be the case for long. Proposed by Nick Bostrom of the Future of Humanity Institute, it suggests that we're potentially always on the brink of a black ball technology, which is any product or process that could reasonably cause Armageddon. Chief among the contenders for such a technology are things like simple-to-build nuclear weapons and 100% fatal viruses. If either arrived, then our hundreds of thousands of years of progress could very swiftly be ended and lost forever. But does it have to be so bad as all that? Rather than end completely, could a civilization ever be knocked back far enough that it forgets where it came from? Nuclear war is often a case in point, because thankfully no one's quite sure exactly how much of our civilization it could destroy. The devastating bombs dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki at the end of World War II proved how merciless this type of weapon is. Then the rushed accumulation of warheads from the 1950s to a peak in the 1980s proved how quickly we could mobilize ourselves to the point of potential doom. That nuclear war could happen is no longer a question, it's a reality. But what would happen next? Some models see the total annihilation of our species, an extinction event like we haven't seen since the downfall of the dinosaurs, while some see a major scaling back, but not quite the total end. An apocryphal Albert Einstein quote allegedly goes, "I know not with what weapons World War III will be fought, but World War IV will be fought with sticks and stones." The authenticity of that quote is doubtful, but the meaning is still pertinent. If the Third World War were to be a nuclear war, then even then, Earth could see a Fourth World War in the future, but under very different circumstances. By then, so the idea goes, society will have been reduced back to primitive means. It'll have forgotten the machines and technologies it once had, and returned to the basic tools of our ancient history. Again, there is little to no evidence that such a transition, or devolution, has ever happened to humankind. By all measures, we're currently at the most advanced we've ever been. Nevertheless, alongside all of our seeming progress, we're also busily preparing for the end of times as well. The Svalbard Global Seed Vault was one of the first major initiatives to capture public attention. A huge and sprawling bunker filled with most of all the organic materials for life on Earth, securely built into the wilderness on a remote Norwegian island. Broadly, the idea is that if something terrible were to happen, then the survivors would still have at least this resource to stage a rebuild. However, in recent times, the Seed Vault has been joined by other similar ventures like the Survivor Library, a digital resource regularly updated with information and articles for the survivors of any hypothetical disaster, or the Vivos Survival Bunkers, a series of ultra-luxury doomsday shelters available for the super rich. Perhaps it's the Georgia Guidestones that best encapsulate the problems for a post-apocalypse, though. The Guidestones were a 19-foot-tall granite structure rising from the ground in Elbert County, Georgia. Made up of 6 massive granite slabs, they had instructions carved into them in a variety of languages, meant to be read and followed by those who might be left over after a worldwide event. However, in 2022, the milestones were bombed, partly destroyed, and eventually dismantled due to safety. Their messages are lost. There are levels at play here then. In the immediate aftermath of a civilization-destroying disaster, it might well be possible for knowledge not to be lost. For at least a generation post-civilization, there would be those who remember what it was like before everything disappeared. However, after that point, that information becomes knowledge that's passed down and inevitably changed as a result. In this way, without the infrastructure to support it, any group could feasibly regress, perhaps even to the point of forgetting what it was, until eventually, in the far, far future, that group is only identifiable by a thin layer of sediment found deep in the Earth's crust by another civilization, left wondering what it is they're looking at. While there's no reason to believe that this has happened before in human history, there are concerns that it could happen in the years and centuries to come. In smaller, more specific cases, we've already seen countless methods, traditions, and technologies phase out, usually in favor of Kardashev-style upgrades, promising more. Often this is for the better, but sometimes...
This video is brought to you by Aura. Hi, welcome to another episode of Cold Feet.
Bad ship.
And welcome back, everybody. Thanks very much for joining us.
We can handle a cat.
No, not this one.
Look at that. Here's. You're English, correct?
Yeah, big time, yeah.
I'm working on an English. Good evening and welcome to Tucker Carlson tonight. One of the.
Oh, wow. Dark and Darker studio raided by police following stolen cold at stolen cup.
A rising number of Americans are struggling to keep...
Aqui, ó. Aqui. Aqui. Aqui, ó. Aqui, ó. Aqui, ó. Aqui, ó. Aqui. Aqui, ó.
The United States is bracing for the arrival of so-called super pigs, which would have a disastrous impact on our agriculture and would also contribute to the spread of illnesses. Now, super pigs are different from wild pigs. Let's understand what wild pigs are before we then transition over to the disaster that is otherwise known as super pigs. So, it's important to note that in the United States, pigs are not native, right? Pigs were brought here, and they're actually pretty invasive, especially when it comes to agriculture and, other ramifications. So let's get to those details. Apparently, wild pigs are incredibly intelligent. They're highly elusive. And also, when there's any pressure on them, especially if people start hunting them, they become almost completely nocturnal. And they become very elusive, hiding in heavy forest cover, and they disappear into wetlands, and they can be very hard to locate.
Good for them.
No, but they're super smart, right? Regular pigs, like regular wild pigs, super smart.
Yeah.
But the super pigs are even smarter and even more adaptive to their environment.
Uh-oh, here they come.
No, it's insane.
Planet of the super pigs coming up.
Okay. So, researchers are particularly troubled by the emergence of a super pig created by farmers crossbreeding wild boar and domestic pigs in the 1980s.
Oops.
The result was a larger swine, which produced more meat and was easier for people to shoot in Canadian hunting reserves. See, that's the thing. They did this in Canada. For once, it's Canada's fault. Okay.
We blamed them for so many things that weren't true. But this time, we got them.
Got them, yes. Okay, so they did this. They did the breeding, the crossbreeding for bigger swine, for more meat, right? But they basically engineered these super pigs that are smarter than us in some ways. And they hide in the snow. Kind of. So let me explain how this happens, okay? So the pigs escaped captivity, right? Everyone, like the people who were involved in the crossbreeding in Canada were like, don't worry about it. It's like they're going to get away.
Of course they are.
They're not going to get away. We have them captive. It's going to be fine. We're eating them, you know? No, they got away. They left captivity, okay? And they're gigantic, right? They're bigger than regular, wild pigs. For instance, some of them can grow up to 660 pounds.
That's a lot of bacon.
It's a lot. It's very heavy, okay? And their large size makes it impossible. Their large size makes it possible to survive extremely cold weather. Because that was the other thought. Okay, we have these super pigs, but we're holding them captive. We have nothing to worry about. But should they escape, we also have nothing to worry about because they won't survive in the cold temperatures.
Oops.
Except they do. They do. Okay, so here's what ended up happening. All the experts said at the time, well, no worries. If a wild pig or wild boar ever escaped from a farm, there's no way it would survive a Western Canadian winter. It would just freeze to death. Well, it turns out that being big is a huge advantage to surviving in the cold. The pigs survive extreme weather by tunneling up to 2 meters under snow. And they create like a snow cave. Okay, so according to Ryan Brook, who's the head of the Wild Pig Project at the University of Saskatchewan, they'll use their razor-sharp tusks to cut down cattails, which is a native plant, and line the bottom of the cave with cattails as a nice, warm, insulating layer. Look, they're making themselves a nice little home. They're nesting, okay? And in fact, they're so warm inside that one of the ways we used to find these pigs is to fly first thing in the morning when it's really cold, colder than -30, and you will actually see steam just pouring out to the top of the snow.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy.
Okay, so look, humans mess with evolution all the time, right? That's how we got dogs. Dogs used to be wolves, and we just bred until we got these compliant little animals that love to chase us around.
It's the best thing humans have ever done.
Okay, we did it with bananas. We do it with a lot of different things, okay? We mess with evolution. So on the pigs, the problem is they're really smart to begin with. And then you make them really smart and really large, okay? And all of a sudden they're out. And we can't get them back in, okay? And then it creates another host of problems. But I'll tell you what, guys. So when I was a kid, we had this propaganda that, oh, no, don't worry, animals and humans. So look, we still have it, obviously, overwhelmingly so. Animals and humans are wildly different. And so humans feel emotions, etc. Animals feel nothing. Let's butcher them and eat them, okay?
Wrong.
Totally wrong. Of course they feel things. Of course they have a lot of this similar stuff that we do. But yeah, our brains are a little bit more developed, but a lot of brains in the animal kingdom are very developed.
Yes.
Chimpanzees and bonobos have 99% of our DNA and act incredibly similar to us, right? My favorite story that I love is chimpanzees go on 2-week vacations, and they go into the woods with their partner and come back. Okay.
Is it mandatory paid?
No. But
they'll probably get it before we do.
Well, the pack, the tribe, takes care of the babies together for chimpanzees. So, anyways, yeah, of course they've got willpower. They're alive, and they're pretty smart, and they're going to figure things out. Can they use tools? Yes, many animals can use tools like we do. We're not some celestial body like, oh, humans are so different. No, we're just another animal, a little bit more advanced. So, but when we create these super advanced animals, we're really messing with nature in a big way.
Definitely.
And this is the beginning of that blowback.
When I was in Hawaii, I remember one of the sightseeing things that we did. We went to the area where Jurassic Park is filmed.
Yeah.
And there was like a little hike that we did, and the tour guide was telling us about there's this invasive plant, and if you guys see it, it bears fruit, and you can eat the fruit. Please pick it. We're trying to, control this invasive plant. It's the strawberry guava, and it is delightful.
Mm-hmm.
I ate the crap out of the strawberry guava, right? Like, if we're gonna have invasive species, can we just have that?
Yeah. Well, look, I'm sure these pigs are delicious too. Remember, we bred them for profit.
The harder to pick and eat. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
And also, they're really smart, so it makes me feel a little bad.
Be careful. Don't mess with them. Okay?
No, don't.
Like a boar will mess you up, and these are beyond boars. Okay, but wait till we get to super babies. But go ahead.
Oh, super babies. Oh, the only other thing I was gonna say is, a lot of religious text, religious doctrine says no when it comes to pork. Like, don't eat the pork, right?
Mm-hmm.
God will kill you if you eat the pork.
Correct.
Except it's not God, it's the diseases that they tend to carry.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, no, so I didn't know this. A pig is a mixing vessel capable of carrying viruses such as flu, which are transmittable to humans, obviously. Pigs have the potential to create a novel influenza virus, which could spread to humankind.
And look, whether it's these particular super pigs or another animal, will it spread to humankind? Of course! Okay?
Yeah.
So we keep picking at nature and picking at nature, and at some point nature's going to pick back, and it's already doing it. So we did bred these pigs for profit because we're going to, obviously use them for food and etc. And the other thing we did for profit was we dug into the ground and found this gas and this black liquid and put it into our cars, and it runs most of the things that we use today. And then we thought, green, and we got more and more, and we drilled and drilled. And at some point, nature's going to go and be done with us, okay? But we might be done with ourselves before we even get there. So let me give you just quick parade of horribles here, okay?
Thank God. Thank God.
So, are we going to recreate dinosaurs, like in Jurassic Park that you mentioned? I'd be really, really surprised if we couldn't.
But why? Why would we want to do that?
Because we can't help ourselves. If we can do something, we do it. Whether it makes sense or it doesn't, it's a good idea or it's a bad idea. So, but wait, hold on. If we can recreate dead things by using their DNA, which I think we almost certainly will be able to in the future, couldn't we recreate dead people?
Not really.
No.
Because what is a person, right?
So yes and no, that is right, okay? So for example, Walt Disney, Elon Musk, all these guys, Peter Thiel, they're all obsessed with, I don't want to die, I'm so rich, I don't want to die. Okay, I know you. And so they want to freeze themselves, they want to get a Neuralink, they want to do all these things. No, dude, it's just called DNA. Just leave your DNA behind, which you certainly will, right?
I mean, I heard Elon Musk has done that with multiple people.
Well, that's true too. But you can just leave your DNA behind, and later we'll be able to clone you.
Yeah,
but to Anna's point, that's not going to be the same person, because a lot of what you are is your environment, your circumstance, right? What I call your software rather than your hardware. But your hardware will be the same. And so you could have hundreds of Elon Musks, or thousands, right? And, okay, now wait, hold on, that's Elon Musk, and a lot of you are already, worried, right? But don't worry, you can match 1,000 Elon Musk with 1,000 Jenks. Okay, so, I mean, this is going to get crazy. And if you think we're not going to do it, you don't understand humanity. We're definitely going to do it. Okay, but I haven't even gotten to the super babies. Those are the folks that are going to extinct us. Okay, so we can manipulate DNA in the uterus. Are we going to manipulate DNA to make babies stronger and smarter? 100%, 200% likelihood. Okay, I was reading recently about John von Neumann, and I don't know if to tell you who John von Neumann is.
No, not at all. We all know.
I'm kidding around. He's obscure in the rest of the world, but among mathematicians, he's a legend. He was maybe the smartest person who ever lived. Okay, and his mind is unbelievable. He said the most advanced mathematics course in the world at the time, and they said, oh, here's this theorem, but nobody's ever proved it. 5 minutes later, he goes to the board as a student and proves the theorem. Okay, so this guy's unreal how smart he is. Oh, he can remember anything he read for the rest of his life.
Okay, we get it. Genius.
Okay, my point is, there'll be a lot of those guys.
So we need them, Jake.
Okay.
I don't know if you realize it. We're lacking.
No. But Anna, what's going to happen next is they're going to start doing things, and they're going to take control, right?
Okay.
We're going to get the current Homo sapiens.
We might be powerless?
Yes.
Oh my God, I wonder what that's like.
Okay. I know. Okay, that's funny, but what's going to happen next is we're going to get pissed. Because that's what humans do. And then we're going to fight them. And then we're going to lose. Okay? And this form of Homo sapiens will probably get wiped off the earth, and a much smarter, God help us, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, set of a new species in a sense will emerge. So you have that to look forward to.
Listen, if you're in America, you're probably going to live on average to about 79. Okay? Just enjoy the time you've got here.
Bingo.
And hopefully this all happens when you're gone. That's what I'm banking on.
Yeah, probably will happen when you're gone. It might start towards the latter half, okay? But it doesn't matter, guys. Whether the super pigs are going to get us, or the dinosaurs, or the Elon Musk army of clones, it doesn't matter, okay? What matters is enjoying today. Enjoying today before all the terrible things happen, okay? Terrible things are already happening. Whatever moments of joy you have, hang on to them. Thanks for watching The Young Turks. I really appreciate it. Another way to show support is through YouTube memberships. You'll get to interact with us more. There's live chat.
This clip is in context of an hour-long conversation between William Lane Craig.
You know, there's no I in the word team rock and roll. I think we played pretty good tonight. I think we played. And unleash the greatest evil the world has ever known. Created an army of the undead. And unleash the greatest evil the world has ever known. Created an army of the undead. And unleash the greatest evil the world has ever known. Created an army of the undead.
It's no happily ever after. Unlike modern twist-on fairy stories where the villains might have some rational, albeit misguided motivation or redeeming qualities, there is no doubt as to the evilness of these characters. They make Disney baddies positively sugar-spun in comparison. And speaking of Disney, after you see this, you'll never see this tangled hair-brushing scene without shivers ever again. So do consider this a warning. Once upon a time, some thousands of years ago, a wealthy man and his pious wife had everything except for a child. In their yard grew a juniper tree under which the wife would pass her days. One winter, under her tree, she cut her finger while eating an apple, and her red blood fell onto the white snow. Morosely she sighed. If only I had a child as red as blood and as white as snow. Which, yes, we've heard this before. As if she had cast a spell, her mood suddenly shifts and she feels certain a child is on the way. Months pass, the seasons change, the juniper berries grow, and eventually she, now extremely pregnant and blissful, gobbles them up by the mouthful. Juniper berries have been used in both medicine and in cooking, so some juniper berries are edible. Some or not. She soon falls gravely ill and, sobbing, asks her husband to bury her under the juniper tree if she should die. And, of course, die she does, and buried here she is. But not a demented sense of logic flooding back. So she grabs a white scarf, props the boy's body up on a chair by the front door, places his head atop his neck, and ties it all together nicely and neatly with the scarf. Cruelly, she places an apple in his lifeless hand. The little sister enters the house to find her mother standing over a pot to boiling water, stirring slowly. Mother, brother's sitting at the door and he looks white. I asked him to give me the apple, but he did not answer me. I'm very frightened. Oh, poor child. Go back to him, says the mother, and if he will not...
This is Womb's new energy clearing facial spray titled Climax. Yeah, I know. Can you smell that? Okay, Celeste would love it if you could upload the smell. I need your help with the computer thing. This is Womb's new energy clear. Taste. She read an article in random computer terms.
Balenciaga you're wearing. We are strong and tough and unapproachable. I think it's backstage and everything. So cheap, we're so happy.
Just for the pictures, she's an influencer. Can you relax your triangle sadness?
Balenciaga you're wearing. We are strong and tough and unapproachable. Balenciaga you're wearing. We are strong and tough. Balenciaga you're wearing. I think it's backstage and everything. So cheap, we're so happy. I think it's backstage.
Can you relax your just for the pictures?
does it feel like that? I mean, that's really fucked.
Now, as I was saying, there's a beautiful parcel of a
Mystical, and today we're going to be taking a look at the latest in VR and AR news. So, without any further ado, let's jump right into the video. So first things first, the V50 update. The headset a lot faster and make that initial connection just a lot smoother. As if you owned the Quest Pro, you could have had the problem, like me, where if you turn on the controllers and your headset was already on, it takes a while for them to connect if you don't do it at the very beginning. If you want to learn more, I'll leave a link for you down below, and we're now halfway to V100, which is great. But now let's talk about something we didn't know about. The Quest 3 has now been found in the app. Yes, guys, and pretty much, apparently, everyone can see this in their app. I can't because I'm out of storage, so I can't update the app. But the Quest 3 is now visible under the Quest app. When you go into the tab to select your device type for the most relevant experience in the Mobile Quest App Store and feed, you've got the Quest, the Rift, and the Go. And under Quest, you've got Quest, Quest 2, Quest Pro, and now Eureka. And as mentioned on Reddit, the name of its internal prototype was changed from Eureka 865, which refers to the Snapdragon XR2 Gen 1, to Eureka, suggesting a switch to the next SoC generation, the Snapdragon XR2 Gen 2, which the Quest 3 is supposed to have. This would make a lot of sense, and this was initially posted by Sadly It's Bradley on Twitter, or at least this is the earliest post of it that I can find. I guess external Quest 3 dev kits are starting to go out. Same thing happened with Seacliff Quest Pro, when more external dev kits of that went out too. So I do wonder whether we're going to be seeing leaks of dev kits showing up on the internet anytime soon. I know that in the past they used to do some funny stuff, like for example with the Quest 2, they made some really funny dev kit boxes to send that out and completely hide the fact that it was, as a matter of fact, a Quest 2, so I would be interested to find out what they're doing with it this time. But as pointed out by another user, you can update to the app yourself right now and get to see the Eureka device. But this is almost certainly the Quest 3, proving that we're getting closer and closer to that release, especially if dev kits are actually being sent out. Very, very exciting times ahead. The price I can tell you here, it's going to be roughly about $500. It's going to be twice as powerful as the Quest 2, and it's also going to look a little bit like this. But if you want to check out any previous videos that we've got on it, check them out right up there. Now, we move on To some sadder news, as the CEO of Downpour Interactive resigned from Meta roughly 2 years after his VR development studio was acquired. Dante Buckley wrote in a note on Facebook, confirmed by Upload VR, that his departure is by choice and not in a layoff. Buckley is the creator of one of VR's leading team-based shooters, Onward. In April of 2021, Meta announced that it had acquired Downpour and its entire team. Meta hasn't formally announced a single new game yet from the 8 VR game development studios it acquired over the last few years. The one unofficial exception was Onward 2, which was mentioned informally by Zuckerberg back in 2021, shortly after the acquisition. Buckley wrote on Facebook, "It's been an honor and a privilege to work on Onward with my team and give our players something to enjoy. There has been plenty of battle scars, mistakes, lessons, and wins over the years. Another big thing I learned was the difference between a large corporate company versus a small startup, and the pros and cons of each. Some things work better in certain environments." Meta confirmed Buckley's departure in an emailed statement to Upload VR. "We can confirm that Dante Buckley has resigned from Meta. We're so grateful for Dante's collaboration with Oculus Studios and his contributions to VR gaming. We wish him the very best of luck in all future endeavors." Now, this is unfortunate as he is the original creator, but it was by choice, and I do wish him the best in his future endeavors as well, as he created an absolutely fantastic game that thousands get to enjoy. So, thank you so much for your contributions to VR. Let's move on to the next piece of news. Population 1 is now free to play. We talked about this in the previous video, but then it was going free to play. The move to free to play on March 9th also comes alongside a game update that includes sandbox changes, a new single player mode with dynamic bots, map changes, balance changes, and a graphics update featuring improved resolution and real-time shadows. Big Box says that more modes, features, and maps are planned for the rest of 2023. Population 1 is also available on the Rift and for PC VR, but will not be going free to play on these platforms, and will see a price reduction down to $19.99 instead. Big Box says that similar to other games, the value price on those PC VR platforms will be used to prevent potential cheaters from making a new account on Steam/Rift easily. However, those who purchase the game on PC VR will receive 1,200 in-game gold, equivalent to $19.99 in value. So there you go. The game is only going free to play on Quest platforms, which is really interesting and might annoy quite a few PC VR gamers. But personally, I think it's a valid point that this is the easiest way to stop cheating on those platforms. It's definitely a lot easier to just create a new account on something like a PC than it would be on a Quest. And cheaters are getting quite intelligent when it comes to bypassing security and getting into games whether you like it or not. Microsoft Altspace has now been, as noted by Andy Fiddle on Twitter, it was shining brighter than ever before it did go down. Once the focus of a faithful redemption story, Microsoft is getting set to shut down its adoptive VR app, Altspace VR, finally putting an end to one of the earliest VR social platforms. Launched in May of 2015, Altspace is to bid Altspace VR goodbye, there's actually a ton of events going on right now, which will take users all the way up to when the server shuts down. It's uncertain exactly when the servers are set to switch off. However, Microsoft suggests downloading all relevant data before March 10th. So, in case you do have any relevant data, do download it before the end. That may be the game is PM, so I'm not entirely certain about that. Hopefully, those of you that loved Altspace VR got to play around with it a little while longer just before it shut down and bear it a good farewell. Either way, it's sad to see one of the earliest social VR platforms disappearing, even if I didn't spend a lot of time in there. It is nostalgic, and again, it was one of the first, so it is sad to see it go. But either way, next piece of news. Through Rec Room Music Festival. Now, something happier, after these sad moments. Rec Room is putting on its first ever Rec Rocks Music Festival this weekend. Rec Room, the popular social VR platform, is putting its first in-game music festival on this weekend. The immersive concert experience is set to take place March 11th and 12th, and feature headliners Tokyo Machine, EDM, and pianist, singer, songwriter Ethan Bortnick. The fullest of artists are as follows: Tokyo Machine, Ethan Bortnick, Haven, Charlie Curtis Beard, Susie Shin, The Royal Foundry, Akintoya, and Clinton Kane. Recrum says its free two-day music festival will the trademark registration is set to cover the categories of virtual reality headsets, augmented reality headsets, headphones, smartphones, and smart glasses. Really? Smartphones and headphones? That's really interesting, unless they're planning on putting, like, slapping a smartphone on the side and putting, I mean, the headphones part maybe not far off, as you kind of would want headphones on something like this, or at least some form of headphones, even if they're not different.
In this video, I want to talk about nothing less than the future of art on YouTube. I debated for weeks whether I should or shouldn't make this video because I don't want to make a video that sounds like I'm just complaining or ranting, but after months of observing and analyzing, I have come to the unsettling conclusion that YouTube basically must hate artists, or at the very least doesn't care about them. And even more alarmingly, is actively replacing and suppressing traditional art on the platform. And I feel like we should talk about it. And while we do that, you can join me in the studio for a chill sketchbook painting session. So, this is something that is affecting me. I know, even without having talked to anybody about it, that it's also...
Hey, boss! What's up, Cody? Our new website is blowing up. It is. It's the Squarespace.
By 1981, the main group of Muppet performers had become a family. Following the lead of visionary Jim Henson, they had conquered television with 5 seasons of The Muppet Show and the ongoing Sesame Street. Jerry Nelson, a talented singer with an interest in multiple genres, had found a place to perform every style of music known to humans, and some known only.
Balenciaga you're wearing. We are strong and tough and unapproachable.
Hello there, my name is Jim Henson, and I'm a puppeteer. I'm called a puppeteer because I work with puppets.
Okay, you're gonna love this story. Greatest story in the world.
who tells the jokes.
In 1980, the Muppets were at the height of their success. It had been a year since the hugely successful Muppet movie, and the international phenomenon, The Muppet Show, was going into its fifth and final season. While only the more dedicated or observant fans of the show could list the talents of performers such as Jerry Nelson, Richard Hunt, and Dave Goelz, Jim Henson had become one of the most recognizable and famous creators on the planet. His name was synonymous with Muppets, and he couldn't stand it. Although he had come to acknowledge the art of puppetry and had come to grips with his career as a puppeteer, Jim always viewed himself as an experimental filmmaker, a tinkerer at heart. When he was a young boy, he and his brother tinkered with radios. When he was a young man working at WRC-TV, he pushed the limits of the television camera. Throughout the 60s, he tried his hand in experimental film, and for the past 2 decades, he had experimented with the Muppets, improving their designs, functionality, skits, setups, and appeal. He had more or less perfected the Muppets and the process of creating Muppet Works. There was nothing big left to adjust with Kermit in the game, which meant that Jim's mind was already running to the next thing. Jim's always ticking internal clock, obsessive creative personality, and workaholic nature meant that he would not be content being known as the Muppet Man forever. And over the past few years, he had been developing a plan. In the little free time he had, Jim was developing a fantasy film tentatively titled The Crystal, with the help of illustrator Brian Froud. He had created an entire world in his mind, with a fantastical setting and wild characters. He planned to use puppets for the film, but not the cute and colorful Muppets. He cast of more advanced and gritty puppets to bring Froud's illustrations to life. He had pitched the project to Paramount, using the Muppets to get his foot in the door. But when it became clear that the project was very different than the Muppets that audiences had grown to love, the executives had rejected it. Jim wouldn't give up on the project, and he planned to pitch the new film to Lord Lou Grade, the producer that had made The Muppet Show and The Muppet Movie possible. Before he could, Jim was stopped by his producer David Laser, who explained to Jim that in order to do The Crystal, he would need to do a Muppet movie sequel first. Laser believed he could greenlight both films with Grade at the same time, but Jim would have to delay his pet project even longer. Jim was anxious to work on The Crystal, but he agreed to the terms. Laser's instincts were correct, and Grade greenlit a second Muppet movie with a budget of $14 million and The Crystal for a budget of $13 million. February 6, 1981, and the Muppet Workshop in London was already hard at work on building creatures for Jim's fantasy film, now named The Dark Crystal. In March, Jim held meetings with writers Jerry Jewell and Jocelyn Stevenson and Muppet builder Michael Frith to discuss his new Muppet TV show idea, the show that was to end all war. Jim wanted the show to focus on the challenges of life using different species of Muppets that would demonstrate topics such as cooperation, friendship, and problem solving, just to name a few. The main species of Muppets would be named the Fraggles, a play on the Muppet species of Fraggles first seen in The Great Santa Claus Switch. He assigned the team the task of building the world, while he turned his attention to the Dark Crystal. Jim had decided to be present, but more hands-off with the show, putting his trust in his team to complete his vision. They would not disappoint. Jewell, Stevenson, Frith, and others spent months building and fleshing out the show's universe, with detailed species, characters, and settings. They placed everything in a binder with Stevenson's notes and all of Frith's concept drawings. The show, using the working title Fraggle Hill, would feature a human character living above ground, and various species of Muppets living in caves and tunnels. The Fraggles were written to be curious about the humans on the Earth's surface, or as they called them, the silly creatures from outer space. And to continue this premise into the writing room itself, the binder was titled Things We Know About the Fraggles. The team wrote as if they were discovering a world instead of writing a story, and when Jim checked on the progress, he couldn't be more pleased. Still, his mind was elsewhere. Shooting on the Dark Crystal had started in April of 1981, and Jim was fully immersed in his fantasy world. Both Jim and his friend and fellow puppeteer Frank Oz were directing the film. Jim had tried his hand at directing with the second Muppet film just 3 months prior, and it went well, although directing a film with an established cast of characters and a familiar staff made for a directorial debut. Oz, who seemed to be staying with the Muppets mostly for his friendship with Jim rather than his love for the work, was eager to get other credits in his filmography. The two would make for a fair team of directors, although Oz had a harder time adjusting to the role. The film would shoot throughout the summer of 1981, while pre-production on Fraggle Hill, now renamed to Fraggle Rock, continued. On June 26, 1981, the second Muppet feature, named The Great Muppet Caper, premiered. The film saw Kermit, Fozzie, and Gonzo playing reporters and investigate a series of jewel heists. The musical was given original songs from Sesame Street songwriter Joe Raposa, and the film was well received by critics and audiences. Unfortunately, the film was not nearly as successful as the Muppet movie, with Caper bringing in less than half of the Muppet movie's box office gross. Jim seemed unfazed from the lukewarm financial outing, and he continued with production on The Dark Crystal until September of 1981. After production was complete, Jim spent time checking in on the Fraggle Rock team. Jim's agent, Bernie Brillstein, began shopping the show around to networks. Any home for the show would have pleased Jim. But Brillstein knew exactly what Jim and the Fraggles needed. He reached a deal with the small subscription-based network HBO, which had premiered Henson's Emmett Otter's Jug Band Christmas in the US just a few years prior. HBO's business model was unorthodox at the time, and the company had plans to become even more unique. HBO wanted to produce and distribute Fraggle Rock as their first original weekly series. The peculiar business strategy meant that the company was eager to have a creative mind such as Henson to assist in their new direction. The deal would come with its positives and negatives for Jim and his team. The main goal of Fraggle Rock was to provide a moral baseline for children across the world. An HBO subscriber base, at the time less than 10 million, was far from universal, and nowhere close to the over 200 million viewers Jim had grown accustomed to with The Muppet Show. The main positive of the deal would be Jim's team being granted more creative control than would be allowed in typical network productions. The setup was reminiscent of the initial Muppet Show deal with Lord Luke Grade, in which Jim was allowed to make the show that he wanted with the risk of a limited audience due to the show being produced independently. It had worked once before, and Jim believed it could work again. Brillstein closed the deal between HBO, also reaching deals with the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation and British Television South. The show was to premiere as early as late 1982, and Jim had already relocated members of his team to Toronto to set up shop in preparation for filming. The Muppet Workshop had begun building Muppets using Fritz designs, and the world that Jewel and Stevenson had been building now consisted of 4 species. The humans, or silly creatures, the harmonious and playful Fraggles, the workaholic Doozers, and the dim-witted and large Gorgs. The advanced robotics technology developed for the Dark Crystal would bring both the Doozers and the Gorgs to life, while the Fraggles would be traditional Muppet characters. Jim was thrilled with the work that his team had completed, and was particularly impressed with their ability to fulfill his vision without his involvement, although his praise would be translated into his typical nod, hum, and an occasional neat. The regular Muppet performers, not including Henson, Oz, and Richard Hunt, were assigned the main Fraggle characters. Gobo Fraggle, the brave explorer, would be performed by Jerry Nelson. Wembley Fraggle, the non-confrontational, naive, and energetic best friend of Gobo, would be performed by Steve Whitmire. Red Fraggle, the confident athlete, would be performed by frequent performer Karen Krell. Loki Fraggle, the calm dreamer, would be performed by Catherine Mullen. And Boober Fraggle.
We're living in a numerical light matrix, and there's a lot of synchronicities where you see these digits of numbers, and you can catch them so randomly, even in different time zones, even on your microwave oven. It can be a game on TV. I've caught them on basketball games where they'll